You some way tonight. You some way tonight. You some way.
Welcome to SMITE. Here's how to play. You're trying to guess the god. I'm going to give you 6 hints to do so. With each hint, you get a guess. These hints can be card art, item builds from the Pro League, or even the god's release date. If you guess correct, you win. It's that simple. If you're wrong, however, you move on to the next hint until you're out of hints. Seems easy enough. Then let's play.
Oh, you really gave me nothing on this one. Unless it's a wing. Is that a wing?
Cthulhu.
We're some winged gods in SMITE. We're some cool winged gods with maybe a purple wing. Chernabog.
Who's got wings? Chernabog.
It's rare that I have no direction. I'm just gonna say AMC. I got nothing off that.
You know, earlier this year we did those videos where we wrote all the gods that came out in a single year, and I wrote the ones for season 2, and this is definitely season 2.
Let's go with Fafnir.
Thanatos.
I'm gonna say AMC just so I can get another clue, even though I'm pretty sure it's wrong.
No, we've already done that god, so it can't be him. Chiron.
It's not Owlplosh, but it's after the Owlplosh goofy skin.
Some sort of Martian? Well, oh, no, there's no way. That's so old. It couldn't have been. For some reason, I'm thinking of a Space Invaders Cupid skin, but I don't think that's it, because that looked like a wing still. You know what, it's all that's in my head now. So I gotta go with, no, I'm not. He's too old. There's no way. That's not 2015. My brain is not letting me say that. I have to. Cupid.
It's not Cthulhu, it's not Thana. It's got wings. Chernabog.
You know what? I'm gonna go Nuwa.
I don't think it can be. No, it can't be Vulcan. We've already done him. Awash?
What does that even mean? This is an achievement.
Going back in time. Dude, man, maybe I should quit Smiles forever. I'm doing pretty bad. Not a good track record today. You know what? I'm gonna say, who's another, oh, Discordia.
It can't be Sol. Sol doesn't have wings. Eset.
I got nothing off this either. Let's do Eset.
I'm gonna feel like such an idiot in about 5 minutes when you tell me who it is, because I know I'm gonna get it wrong, because I don't have an answer here, man. I don't know. I'm gonna have to pass on this one. I feel so dumb. I need to know more skins in SMITE. I can't tell you who this is, so that's a full-ass card art. So I'm just gonna name a goddess to get out of here. I'm gonna say Neith, even though it's absolutely wrong. Oh, right! Oh my god, yeah, no, I never would have got that off that. I forgot. I'm gonna be real with you. Low-key, high-key, forgot Sol existed. And her name is literally just Sun. That's embarrassing.
God, how embarrassing that'd be if I missed everything. Okay, let's think. Light Soul.
Not Issa. Gotta. Oh. Sol. She has wings?
Goddess of the sun. The only thing I can think of is Soul? It was Soul? What was the skin?
If only you'd come a bit closer, maybe I'll survive. I wish my call's gonna reach you. Give it my all, 'cause I need you out. Let it go, let it go, let it go till I get you alone. I can't help but howl like a wolf. Howl like a wolf. I wish my call's gonna reach you. Give it my all, 'cause I need you. I will howl like a wolf. Baby, I will howl like a wolf. When the sun fades, when the night awaits, I'll be howling and howling and howling for you, babe. I'll be howling and howling and howling for you, babe. I'll be howling and howling and howling for you, babe. Come on and shoot me down. Come on and shoot me down. Shoot me down. I will always get up again. Always get up again.
Welcome back, everyone, as we get into semifinal number 2 here of Masters. Figure out which team is going to be facing the Dragons in the 3rd, 4th matchup, and which team will be joining the Warriors there in the finals. Of course, it's Gore. I've got Trelly alongside me, and Trelly, every set that they've played, for some reason, it always leads back to these two playing against each other, the Hounds and the Ferrymen that are going to be playing against each other. For those of you who are maybe wondering a little more how we got to here, though, we've got the bracket for you to look at. And again, this doesn't maybe do it as much justice. The Hounds having to play quite a bit to get here. Beat out the Wargs in 3, beat out the Ravens in 2. Now, in a best of 5, have their opportunity to try and take on and take down the Ferrymen for what I think would be the first time since the beginning of the phase this year.
It's been a minute.
And meanwhile, Warriors still undefeated, still trying to keep that track record going. Tomorrow, for those of you who are curious, we'll be starting with the Dragons versus the loser of this set going into the finals. But for right now, Trelly, the reason I say it always comes back here is because these two teams, you run it throughout this year, played twice during the phase, tied each other down to their head-to-head and plus-minus even, so they had to play a tiebreaker.
Yep.
And then on top of having to play a tiebreaker, met during playoffs and now meet again during Masters. It feels like it is inevitable. They are always going to meet and always clash. Unfortunately for the Hounds, the last however many except that very first one has gone the way of the Ferrymen.
Yeah, I remember when I think I was in the lobby area when the Hounds figured out they were going to be facing the Ferrymen, and Ducky just said, "We're facing the Ferrymen again." Like, he just like exited. He's like, "All right, well, got to get ready for that matchup." But it's just a matchup that, number one, as you said, they played plenty of time. So I assume, number one, that should bode well for them. They should be ready for a little bit of what the Ferrymen want to go for. And number two, at the very least, they should feel a little bit more confident knowing that, hey, it's happened so many times at this point that you can bring different strategies to the mix, that sort of thing. Even though it's a bit of a different meta, the Hounds have, as you saw in that bracket, they've played a lot of Smite to get here.
Yeah, so they've got a lot of experience competitively, not just scrim-wise, but competitively on this patch. Of course, we've seen some things have shifted coming into week 2. And so we're trying to figure out, or I guess maybe they're trying to figure out what they need to bring to beat the Ferrymen. But we don't need to speculate as much on this. We actually can just go over and talk to the Warriors themselves. We got Shuck standing by for an interview now.
Yeah, that's right. I've got the coach for the Hounds with me. Coach Chuckles, how you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Now, how do you feel kind of going into this matchup here? Because as mentioned on the desk, it's been a while, at least since you've been able to find success against the Ferrymen. Got them early on in the phase, then had an 0-2, lost them, tiebreaker, and then the playoff after that. So now getting to face off against them in such an important semifinal, what kind of prep has the team put in for a matchup like this?
Yeah, I mean, Ferrymen have always been, one of our harder matchups. Historically, obviously, haven't done too well against them. So, I mean, I think at this point, a lot of the time, you look back on a lot of those losses and you're like, okay, this is where we went wrong. We're losing a lot of these, games because of, our mistakes. So if we focus on ourselves and making sure, we're ironing out all of our own problems, then, eventually, teams that are being such big roadblocks, eventually, you kind of figure out how to play against them. So hopefully that's where we're at today.
Yeah, for sure. Now, kind of talk to me about your perspective as a coach looking at this team. You got a couple of veterans from Ducky and BennyQ from the previous seasons of SPL, but 3 new faces kind of jumping up into the Pro League. What's kind of been your take on the team as this phase has kind of progressed through from kind of its inception to now making it towards semis?
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a pretty strong showing in the regular phase. I don't know where we would have ended up, but like we were ahead of like Levi's and a bunch of other teams on the other side of the bracket, like win-loss wise. So I'd say we had a pretty successful split. I think the seeding tournament obviously didn't go our way as much as we would have liked, which kind of put a temper on things. But I think with some time since then, it has been a while since the start of the split. So we've kind of we've kind of been figuring stuff out. So I'm pretty confident.
What's kind of been your final question for you? What's kind of been your take on the meta from week 1 of Masters? We're seeing still a lot of what we were seeing in 10.5, the 10.1 bonus, and now we jump into 10.6. Had a little bit more time. What are maybe some of at least the things that you've noticed that may surprise you coming into the second week of Masters?
Yeah, I mean, trying to play playing a whole tournament on a whole new patch, there's so many things, just little things that change whole, ways of how you draft, how you play. I think there's a lot of new avenues for how to play the map, how to, look for, like, leads that you couldn't get otherwise, and, other things that you do need to rein in.
For sure.
Because, obviously, you figure out, the meta beforehand, and now you've got to adjust to a whole new one. We were pretty good at the old one, so I think it's a learning process. But I mean, you've just got to kind of hope that, you're good on the meta,
Yeah, make sure you got to figure it out, maybe more so than the opposition you're going against. Well, I wish you the best of luck in your set. Good luck to get back with the team. We'll throw back to Des to keep going.
Thank you.
Well, they have to keep in mind, at least I want to keep in mind, I looked it up. They lost both times to the Ravens during Phase 1, and yet 2-0'd them just last week. So all of a sudden, I think the conversation about what the Hounds are bringing to the table, Trelly, needs to be there. And you know what? I think very much credit to what Chuckles says there towards the end, which is really just that sometimes it's who shows up on the day. and who's going to be playing the meta. I know Ducky, we were talking about it, memeing about it a little bit last week, kept having the Yorm banned away from him. And so some pressure now, I think, onto the Hounds to try and make this work just because of their history up against their opponents in the Ferrymen. And Trelly, let's talk about this. You want to talk about a team that is full of players that show up at, you'll never guess it, tournament time? This is the team that does it. It feels like no matter what, I mean, this is another semifinal of a tournament after a phase that was kind of middling overall for the Ferrymen. That not only have they made it to, but they've looked really good in the bracket they've had to play up to this point. And so stepping into the day, they definitely have some things that we've had and criticized over the last few months. But you can't deny that this team does show up when they need to.
I mean, that's the thing. You're 100% right. When it's tournament o'clock, the Ferrymen show up ready. And it's interesting because I don't think that I don't want to say I counted them out, but I certainly didn't expect the performance. It's like no matter what, no matter how good or bad they look during regular season, I always put a little bit more pressure on them to try and, like, I never give them the weight that they could actually make it to the semifinals this strongly. You know, any team at any given day, I think the league is so tightly knit that besides the Oni Warriors, every other squad is relatively close in that ability to upset each other at any given moment. But the Ferrymen in particular really do seem like once it becomes, when there's money on the line, when there's placement on the line, those sort of things, they just come into a completely different squad. Cyno's been stepping up in a big way, of course. CycloneSpin, since being added back onto this roster, has been looking real clean. Paul has always been the picture of consistency in my mind. And, of course, I've been very impressed. I mean, first of all, I might as well just say Aror's name because he's been looking clean as well. But I've been very impressed with the way that Baskin has been playing the solo lane with so many different style of picks, whether it be sticking to the top meta stuff, like the Hercules, for example. That comes to my mind back when that was top pick, top ban.
Yeah.
To now just, going to the Thor, or really just whatever Baskin wants to pilot in that solo lane, has been looking real destructive over there. So it's just an interesting squad that it's hard to put your finger on them because once it's game time, once it's tournament time, they're going to give you a completely different look than what they've been showing all season.
Yeah. And when you look at, I think you highlighted Baskin, I think very appropriately, because last week, I mean, it was insane. We've seen Thor solo before. It's never been that too big of a surprise, especially over the last couple of years.
Yep.
And then you start to have the conversation of, it wasn't just Thor solo, it was carrying the game. Like, Baskin was making just a massive difference for them. And all of a sudden it becomes a very different conversation. Now you look at, again, what this meta is. Hounds have had to play more games to get here, but still a lot has changed from last week to this week. So a lot is still on the line for them. Again, money on top of that, not just the prestige of being able to win this, being able to make it to finals, a lot of pressure. I would argue for the Hounds coming in as a team that at the beginning of the year, people are talking, Trelly, about being, akin to Scarabs, Valkyries over the last couple of years, a team that's going to show up and, oh no, it's just going to be a sixth-place team. The Hounds have done the opposite. They've looked incredible this year. And they give us some spice, I think, going into this set. Best of 5, and we are now in picks and bans for Game 1. First ban up from the Hounds, who will also be the first pick team. And in the past few weeks, that ban was Hell ban was a big support ban. It was something that was targeted mostly at Mike more than anybody. This is a Paul ban through and through. And the E-set, despite being a mage, is a Cyno ban through and through.
Yep, and I love the fact that both of these teams have done their homework, right? We see the Hell, we see the E-set, of course, on the other side. The Ferrymen have taken away the Raw, which has been fantastic for BennyQ in the mid lane. The Emoji, of course, just a very polarizing pick in anyone's hands. It just seems like mostly target bans here, because the Thor coming through is something that Baskin has liked to go to in the solo lane, so far, loving what the squad has been going for here. Question now becomes, what do the Eldritch Hounds value first pick that they need to grab before anything else? The talk is usually, back in the last week, it was a lot of Hachiman, but so far, Cernunnos has really overtaken the Hachi as first pick, and you don't really need to grab the Cern this early on because you don't want to deal with, the fact that you can draft CC gods that just take advantage of him lacking that CC immunity. But this tournament, there's been a lot of pressure towards objectives, and if that's the case, Cern shreds them really like no other.
And there's also the option, that guy, Jormungandr, was banned from Ducky a lot last week, and he has been lamenting the fact that he hasn't been able to play it. And so I think excitement, actual excitement from Ducky to finally get his Jorm and maybe show us what it has to offer. Also relatively high priority last set as far as things went. One game 1, one game 2, banned game 3, one game 4 as well, though it was a much rockier path there in the 4th game than maybe just the win column indicates. But the World Serpent, Trelly looking to dominate the world right now as it gets picked first overall. What kind of things are you looking in response to that? I mean, it feels like there's so many gods that are available, but like you said, so many that have been shifting in priority. Hachi was, as you had mentioned, a hot topic conversation. And now we're talking Cernunnos and Ganesh, which Kern has been in that conversation for Hunters. Ganesh has been in that conversation exclusively for the Ferrymen. And so maybe a surprise top 2, but not a surprise for them overall.
Well, leaving open. The Hachiman means the Eldritch Hounds just go ahead and grab that second tier ADC now in comparison to the Cern, just by nature of how quickly the Cern has been being picked up recently. But the Raven as well is interesting because I've been liking the Raven very much so in the solo lane, but with Jorm locked in and the fact that Ducky just loves that pick, you assume that Oathhh will be taking that Raven over towards the jungle. Unless, of course, BennyQ wants to try some Raven mid, something like that. Because, you know, the buff to the shield really starts to be noticed when you go a tankier build. But if you're playing him in the jungle, you still have the ability to. We've seen a few different, like, hybrid or leaning more towards tank jungle builds. Even the Erlangs are going into, like, triple defense at this point. But we'll have to see how that Raven build goes through. And it will be the set. A pick that Paul has loved at times, but has sort of put it in the back pocket. Looks like now is the time to bring it back out. Cern, Ganesh set, strong top 3 there for the Styx Ferrymen.
And it feels very Ferryman, right? It is much to their identity, much to their playstyle, much to their players. I think you had done a good shout as well. Raven potentially thrown towards mid because you have to remember what it runs in the family for BennyQ and Pagon to have some assassins in mid every now and then. To play something that is maybe a little more eclectic. We'll see where the Raven ends up going as they finish out their draft. Bans phase 2, Ferryman. Get rid of Terra, who again was a hot button issue last week, and the Horus. Hounds ban out Erlang, Shen, and the Ratatosker. Ferryman. Answer back with the Pele, so set Pele. And Trelly, I think last set we had Mifflin saying that he preferred Pele in mid, but I believe that was with a different jungler in mind. So
Susano.
With a set, do you like Pele jungle? Do you like Pele mid? Or do you like set jungle, set mid?
Well, the interesting thing is every time I've ever had Paul in my ranked games recently, he's been playing Pele mid, but I don't think that that's something that he would go to here. In fact, I might have to see one more pick to be 100% convinced that Paul is taking either of these so far because
Cyclone, it could be something completely
Cyclone
different.
has played the set in the past as well. In a meta like this, of course, there's a Cernunnos already in play, so that seems a bit silly. But one of those is going to Paul, I would imagine. We'll have to wait to see the last pick. But the Atlas comes through for some extra prot shred. We got double Guardian. And it's actually going to be a Baba Hover here for the Eldritch Hounds. Not a terrible grab. Very safe. Does have that late game slanted damage that we've seen a lot from the mages that are currently being grabbed. But it looks like the Eldritch Hounds still need that team fight presence, right? Jorm is going to go up into the sky, disrupt, pull some relics, maybe even get some good damage. But who's going to be chasing down these kills? You've got the Raven, you've got the Atlas. It looks like the Eldritch Hounds don't know exactly who's going to be providing some of that magical damage
Merlin.
over in the mid lane. All that just to lock in the BennyQ
Classic.
Merlin. Yeah, the BennyQ Classic.
I mean, it's something he has worked well with. And look, when I look down and I see 83% win rate on him, I'm not sure I'm complaining too much about it getting locked in. But like you said, team fight-wise, that's where they needed to focus. And Trelly, it looks like you may have been right to be cautious. The question is, cautious in what way? Raijin made me think mid. Hades makes me think solo. Something that Baskin has looked really good on in the past. Has no games played, at least in the tournament so far. How do you feel? I mean, it feels like Ferryman, to me, squishier composition, high damage. Hounds, maybe lacking on some of the more team fight-esque CC. It could go up in the air. When you see the 2 5-on-5s, what are you looking at?
I see a relentless dive on the side of the Styx Ferrymen, and of course the Eldritch Hounds. They've got some dive as well. I mean, Robin and Jorm can fill that pretty well. But if you're just trying to keep your carries alive on the side of the Ferrymen, they have so much survivability there. I mean, I do think Paul takes the set, so if that's the case, you have so much range, you can go over walls, you have so much movement speed as well. It's going to be hard to try and lock down any single pick. I do see Aror carrying a lot of the team fight, unfortunately, as the solo tank. He's going to be having to either stand at the front line by himself or drop the ultimate, send up the old Dharma pillars, and hope that the rest of the team has your back. And if that's the case, sometimes the Ganesh can be let out to dry. But on the other side, they do have tremendous team fight as well. More late game slanted, though. Robin wants some damage items online. Merlin definitely wants some damage items online. And of course, we've seen what Jorm can do when you get 2-3 items, but early on, he's just going to out-pressure and stay back. You got to be a little bit careful, considering how much early damage Hades can bring to the table, and of course, whatever Pele wants to do. But I do like both of these drafts, considering, you know, they both got some priority picks, and the Sed and the Jormungandr, of course, the Cernunnos. This one looks like it's going to come down to play on field more than anything. I'm not leaning heavily into either of them.
Now, I will tell you, it is set mid. Pele into the jungle. Does that change much of your evaluation? I mean, they're going to be 2v2ing at the beginning together no matter what, but knowing that Set's going to be kind of the permanent establishment there in mid, does that change any more for you?
No, I figured Paul would take it regardless just because it's one of his favorite gods, or used to be back in the day, and he still has that same perplexity to get active. Double Assassin's just scary, though. I mean, BennyQ is going to have to stay back. I don't think that Robin and Merlin want to get active too early on, especially not when you're going up against a Pele who's likely got Blink. The double wing shard proc at level 2 can be pretty scary. So I'm thinking the Hounds want to stay away from that fight more often than not. Not to say that Oathhh can't get active elsewhere, just not in the mid 2v2.
Yeah, find something, but look in solo where you've got a Jorm. Find something, but look in duo where you've got Hachi. Don't be coming to mid anytime soon. I'll let them get some pressure on there. I know we saw earlier, though, some slower-paced games, maybe something that the Hounds are looking to do here. Not what the Ferrymen are doing with a draft like this. We'll find out how it shakes out, though, in game number 1 with J-Mac and Mifflin.
That's right. It's game number 1 of our second semifinal, and another rematch here between the Hounds and the Ferrymen. If we look into the immediate head-to-heads between them, regular season, dead even. But then a tiebreaker and a playoff match. Puts Styx Ferrymen just ahead of them as far as the immediate back and forth between them. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here for game number 1 between these two titans of teams in the chat. Putting a little bit, only a slight favoritism here over towards the Styx Ferrymen. Do you maybe agree a little bit with chat? The double assassin, a lot of damage from Baskin over on the Hades in the solo lane. Feels like a very dive style of composition for the Ferrymen.
I favor the Ferrymen, but I don't want you to think it's because of the assassins. The Hades doesn't weigh in on it. I haven't even looked at CycloneSpin's pick yet. Auror's playing Ganesh. That's enough for me.
And it's tournament time.
It's tournament time. Auror's on Ganesh. Ganesh is on the rise right now. I'm looking at how the composition of the Eldritch Hounds is going to line up, how this peel really adds up for the Ferrymen, and I'm thinking to myself, you know what? Aror might be able to do it on his own. So I'm with chat, but only so far as they're willing to get behind Aror.
You know what? I drafted Aror for the fantasy at the beginning of the year.
Lucky you.
And then he comes out of his first set and he played a Ganesh game. And I walked out and I said, man, I drafted you for fantasy. Are you just going to be picking Ganesh all year? Like, I need some, kills are pretty good. And he's just like, J-Mac, this is the year of Ganesh. And he's been one of the only ones consistently pulling this pick out. But it's also been the one that's working really well for him.
Yeah, just a very strong pick that brings so much utility to the team fight. Defense shred, objective burn, space creation, and defense shared. We'll see what he can do for himself here. Picked up by Quig. Does take over to level 2. Dashes himself out of there. A small opportunity to the Eldritch Hounds, and one will probably get an opportunity to see a fair bit this game. Aror does have options to stop that pool, though. That channel takes a good long while. It takes one tick of that silence to prevent it. I wonder, the discourse around Atlas, especially amongst pros right now, is that this god is undervalued. I've seen a few tier lists recently. Genetics puts out his, puts Atlas up in that S tier. PBM replies, says you're finally some more Atlas believers. I still need to see it. We've seen a lot of Atlas today, and I couldn't tell you why I got locked in twice just yet.
Link in by Cyno, 2 versus 2 But Oathhh does manage to get a shield, finds the root as well. Now to dive over towards BennyQ, but it's a bailout between the damage dealers over into the fire stance, and it's melting through Cyno's HP bar. Maybe a little too overzealous for the Styx Ferrymen, but now going to go back on the dive. Quick flicker out by BennyQ. Gets him back to the tier 1 tower, but might be one of the only saving graces he has in that case.
No, Benny's going to be spending a whole lot of his time this game flickering towards his own tower, as opposed to towards his enemy, which is what he would say himself is his preference. It's just so much dive on the Ferryman. Charlie does a great job highlighting it on the desk. Paul and Cyno together just feels like so long as they're in this lane should have an advantage. Oathhh eventually will hit an inflection point around 3rd item where he should be able to match damage output with Cyno. I don't think he'll ever quite fully catch up, but he can match up slightly. What Oathhh brings is safety to the dive, the ability to get into that tower line, use the overhead kick, immune some of that damage, or even just get hyper aggressive and force out some of those resources. Cyno, for the most part on Pele, and this is not true of just Cyno, it's every Pele player you've ever seen, that's a 1-for-1 god. If you go in with Volcanic Lightning and you grab your one target, for the most part you've done your job. Get a second one and you've exceeded expectations. And so, that dive that we just saw attempted on a Benny, something I think we'll have a few more looks at throughout the course of this match.
I think in the lane-to-lane matchup here, as far as solo is concerned, we've been seeing a lot of the Jormungandr today. We saw Band a lot last week. We saw at least one game of it. We know how much damage he can do, his level of clear. And most have been watching a lot of the Warriors maybe try and struggle to come up with that clear. Baskin, he answers back and goes to maybe one of the better clearing mages in the game that can at least kind of stand up to and kind of maybe give at least that similar vibe over there in the soul lane on this Hades. So I'm curious as to where Baskin will kind of go with this build. It feels like we haven't really seen Hades ever since Lifesteal got a little bit of a hit to it. The double stacking build was no longer fully relevant. So I kind of wonder what maybe Baskin's build progression will be this game.
I'm hoping for full damage, I think. Just Hades, even when it was a tank solo meta and Hades was like the only damage dealer, he still was going full damage for the most part. Tainted Amulet, I suppose you want to call it a defense item, but otherwise it's just the ability to burst, the amount of protections you get in the Pillars of Agony, just enough that I think you could just jump into the back line and won't have to concern yourself too much. You want to generate threat. Through itemization, you want that Pillars of Agony to do enough damage, but the Eldritch Hounds have to concern themselves with it. And so, with that first item likely being a Warlock Staff, I think that does give a decent indicator of the mindset of Baskin. A little bit of HP, but we're here for the power.
Get you a little bit more survivability as far as your effective health is concerned as the game continues to go through. So we'll keep an eye and keep tabs on Baskin as well as Ducky, because we've been seeing a lot of different builds from this Jormungandr. We saw Sot's triple damage build last game. I think Glad and Midgard were his only real defensive items outside the starter, and then it was full damage beyond there. It seems that Ducky's at least starting down that same path. ChronoSpin and becoming a very staple startup, at least for this Jormungandr. It really feels like the extra cooldown just gives him so much extra utility in fights.
Having that World Serpent available to you at every opportunity is so important. Jormungandr, very good at initiating a fight, really good at poking from a range, but if you're able to jump on top of him and he doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't really have the best ways to peel for himself. He can drop slow at his own feet. Maybe he'll tremor you, an instant knock-up, but for the most part, just about everybody on the Ferrymen will have a decent time sticking to this Jormungandr. Get some CDR, though. World Serpent, good luck chasing that down. Nobody can follow up on that, so I imagine we see Ducky, for the most part, hold on to that ultimate until a little bit later into a team fight. Initiate the fight, knock up, go through a few ability rotations, and then eventually, once threatened, then it's World Serpent time as a get-out-of-jail-free card.
I'm trying to rack my brain out where maybe the first team fight kind of breaks out. You know, Desk was talking a lot about the early 2v2 out of the Assassins from the Styx Ferrymen versus Oathhh and BennyQ, but we saw what, you know, at least the Hounds 2v2 was able to fight up against, play a little bit more defensive, wait for them to use those cooldowns, and then turn and burn the fight right back. So I wonder if maybe that's where we see the continued fight from the Ferrymen, if we see Paul and Cyno try and get active, or if we wait for maybe that third, fourth item kind of power inflection you were speaking on earlier.
I want to see the Ferrymen getting involved as soon as humanly possible, right? Double assassin composition, and, you know, maybe my bias as well. I like action-packed Smite.
Well, I do too. I think everybody does.
Everybody does, except for the pros. But I want to see this double assassin composition at its best get involved early on. You want to be able to jump onto Benny before he's got the damage to return to you.
Oh, beads gone from BennyQ. Double dive in by Paul and Cyno. And nowhere for the Merlin to go. As soon as Flicker is down, all escape is out of the table here for BennyQ. First blood strikes for the Ferryman. maybe a second. Coast is really far forward, but he's got some backup from Oathhh on the side of the jungle just in case. But it's first kill of the game for the Ferrymen.
And no beads for BennyQ on the next rotation of it. So Cyno, Paul, go ahead and run that back every single time. I'm looking at the mid 3v3 for the Eldritch Hounds as well. Oathhh and Quig, once they get involved, how do they disrupt that back line? How do they prevent that dive? Quig can do it, has a little bit of CC, some that's slow. If he's channeled that second ability well, might be able to pull some people away, but it won't be easy. I think the only one that's really going to consistently stop the dive would likely be Oathhh. Have the slow, the root, you can prevent that knock up from Cyno if you wait out that second ability. Stop him from chasing down. But I don't know. Even then, if I'm on the Styx Ferrymen, I think to myself, wow, good luck stopping me. You know, I'm just gonna run past everybody. Maybe the best defense is a good offense. Make sure Benny's allowed to throw out his damage first, but any damage that hits Cyno is not gonna stick. He's already finished up that Soul Eater. Damage on a Paul could stick, but if you're jumping on a Paul, you gotta be worried about Cyno. That's the threat of Double Assassin.
Ducky on the run. Cyno's dove through, has ultimate, slams through along with Baskin, gets the World Serpent out of Ducky. He'll be forced back to base. TP still down for 45, a long walk back. Now for the solo laner. And maybe going on, maybe back to that threat of Oathhh there with this Ravana. We've been seeing a lot of the solo Ravana over the course of this last week. A couple of jungle games here and there. But it's mostly been that more tanky style solo lane Ravana. You get your mitigations online. You don't take any damage. You deal a decent bit back. Do you imagine, at least for Oathhh, this is probably maybe a hybrid game? Or are you thinking maybe more of the full damage? Let's get to that in a moment. The own from Aror keeps them from being picked up by Quig. And that's enough for the Ferrymen to back away.
It is, but you can maintain presence, try and pull away this green buff, Paul. Aror nearby in the defense, Cyno. Not exactly interested in rotating over, so that'll spell the end of the engagement there. Yeah, Oathh's build, I think, an interesting topic of conversation in that it's hard to say whether or not he'll go utility. Looking at it as it stands, feels like, you know, second mace, maybe you need a Hydra's Lament to boost your burst a little bit. If you're going down the Bumba's tree, is it Bumba's hammer or spear? If it's hammer, you kind of want to get a little bit more utility so you can stick around in the fight longer. If it's spear, it's all about that first burst of abilities. Did your ultimate land? Did you have the 10,000 hand Shadow Fist or whatever it's called immediately afterward? If yes, probably just enough damage to take out a squishier target. I think into this composition that the Styx Ferrymen have got, full damage probably the way to go. You're not going to be the target of the majority of the aggression here as Ravana. That's Benny. That's VaporishCoast. They're going to be receiving all that dive. So there's a little bit more space and room to operate for Oathhh. So having additional damage, I think, probably just the way to go for him.
Well, as we push through the game, so we near the 10-minute mark, still a couple minutes out from that first beacon. And even despite the Ferrymen getting first blood, it's the Hounds striking first on the objective. Gold Fury pulled, and with that Atlas ultimate shredding through its prots, but not enough damage to confirm it just yet. Cyclone and Aror can try and steal it. The Hounds do get the Fury, but can they get out of the fight? Paul is chasing in towards Benny, but realizing how many bodies are around, not going to dive into the backline. What I was going to say is even with the first blood going, the Ferrymen, it's the gold lead, at least for the Eldritch Hounds, before the objective goes through, and then doubly so now with that first Gold Fury.
Yeah, that Gold Fury happens so fast, doesn't it, J-Mac? That's the strength of defense strategy, you said, from Atlas. Merlin's MO has always been objective burn. Benny makes short work of it there. And VaporishCoast able to boost the attack speed of all of his allies, further enhancing the burn potential of the Eldritch Hounds. Styx Ferrymen nearly able to show up, put up a bit of defense. If Wild Hunt were just a second sooner, if Aror were just 10 steps closer, things could have been very different. I was surprised to see that Cyno was also hovering on the right side of the map there, not at all concerned with the Gold Fury. And so, the Eldritch Hounds strike first, take away an opportunity from the Styx Ferrymen, can rest now for a few moments while Control Point starts to spawn up, or Pyromancer does the same. Styx Ferrymen may have had the advantage in the PvP, but if you can't do anything afterward, what's the point?
So now Styx Ferrymen have their one kill, but down in gold. Where can they find their catch-up back now? With the Eldritch Hounds. VaporishCoast has been playing at this Tier 1 tower line for almost the entire game, ever since he's been left alone. Now trying to go for a purple invade. Aror going to use most of his kit to try and stop him. But has the dash to get away, does Coast. Ultimate used by Aror to try and slow things down, but instantly going to be cleansed away by Quig. As the Eldritch Hounds, they step all the way up to enemy lines, and they're able to walk out no problem.
Yeah, Yeah, that was a surprising Dharmic Pillars from Aror. With Cyno and Paul hovering nearby, Aror may be thinking there's opportunity to dive there if the slow connects, but Oathhh makes contact with the double assassin core of the Ferrymen and prevents their rotation in. Clear camp. Over to the Styx Ferrymen as Quig rotates his way around. I'm keeping my eyes on Oathhh. This Ravana has had a hard time getting involved. Now would be a great start.
Ultimate onto Aror. He's rooted in place, taking so much damage from that beam, and Coast will knock down Aror and strike first for the Eldritch Hounds. 12 minutes in, Beacon is just now spawning in on the map as well, and the Hounds have a man advantage moving in towards mid.
Benny already starting to charge it up. Paul and Cyno just need to make contact the once. A knock-up, skewer, plenty of damage. But it's just poke, and the Order side will be taking the Stygian Beacon for themselves. That's 5% additional structure damage and 1% additional movement speed for each member of this team. That's permanent, by the way. And so important to prevent now for the Styx Ferrymen, the Eldritch Hounds, from picking up a second or third one. 10% additional structure damage come late game, that's pretty significant. 15%, and all of a sudden you feel like your towers are not there to protect you. You were there to protect them. And so the Styx Ferrymen will have to play wary around that. Eldritch Hounds, they're doing a great job just keeping their head above water. And looking at the compositions as they stand, J-Mac, come 5-on-5 time, I'm not so certain how well the Styx Ferrymen are going to play, especially from behind, with a double assassin draft. Eldritch Hounds, though, I mean, that's standard Smite right there. I know exactly what that looks like, especially with the lead. Probably feels pretty nice.
Now, there's an item in particular that's had a little bit of buzz ever since this new patch kind of came through, and maybe some discussion as to what gods might build it.
Is that Dawnbringer?
Dawnbringer on Cyno. You knew exactly where I was going with. We've been talking about maybe the potential of somebody like Erlang Shen to pick this one up. You get a lot of extra movement speed and protections whenever you drop the ultimate around a bunch of people, so it feels great when you got that god that wants to get right into the front line, get in the face. Feels a little strange on a god like Pele.
I mean, if you're starting every single fight with Volcanic Lightning, you're at least going to get the value of that passive, right? Could it have been Erendite and you would have got just more power, some CDR? Maybe. But if survivability's on the mind, stacking protection plus Soul Eater means you're essentially an off tank right now in the Pele out of the jungle. I cannot say that I've played with Dawnbringer. I've not purchased this item a single time, J-Mac. I can't tell you what it feels like. But on paper, I mean, I don't hate it on this god.
Yeah, it's one of those items that you look at and it sounds really good just in execution. You throw out an ult in the middle of 2-3 people, you get a bunch of prots and a bunch of movement speed, but just haven't really seen it built quite yet. We'll see what Cyno does with the rest of his build to supplement, because remember, you get the % extra prots, so if you don't build any extra protections, it feels like you're maybe not getting as much value from
he's getting some.
But he is getting some. Going into that Druid Stone right away. I'm wondering which of the Druid Stones he goes there. We did see some buffs to Arc Druid. We saw a lot of players going in towards that kind of item. So we'll keep our eyes on Cyno. I was saying we wanted to watch Baskin. Remember? Okay, I was just talking about how double stack Hades really wasn't a thing anymore, and here goes Baskin proving me wrong instantly.
Double stack Hades is always going to be a thing, man. It's always there. Odds are low you'll get a chance to see it, but never zero, okay? So Warlock Staff, Book of Thoth, tons of power. Likely a Polynomicon in next slot. Been a while since I've seen this build. Could also be like Book of the Dead if you want a little bit more survivability, but I think Burst probably more so at the forefront of his mindset. Pyromancer pulled 50%. Kept low. Styx Ferrymen have got numbers advantage for a good long while. Oathhh on the opposite side of the map, but a fizzle nonetheless.
Ghost takes tier 1 tower. Left side, now Cyclone. Forced to stay at tier 2 to try and safely farm back up. And this is not even a whole lot of like immediate pressure for the Coast. It's not like he got a bunch of kills early in the game. It's not like he was, you know, going wild. Just has the one kill up against Aror that happened around that Gold Fury team fight. And that's been just enough for him to step forward. He's got a 1-level lead up against his opposition. He's taken a tower, and now once more Eldritch Hounds kind of at least posturing towards Fury. Not going to go for it just yet. Not going to pull the trigger, but definitely have the pressure afforded to them. And a near 3,000 gold lead, seemingly out of nowhere. Tier 1 tower is going to give you a bit of gold, but the Hounds have been getting so much neutral farm.
Yeah, the Hounds have had very little fight back around the mid camps. Left side camp has gone either way, but for the most part on the right, I believe the Eldritch Hounds have come out ahead. Ducky getting a good deal of pressure here on that. Jormungandr has not been under any threat whatsoever. Baskin will finish up that Polynomicon and has Blink available to him too. So Won't be teleporting to any of these team fights, but once he gets there, we'll be able to jump into that back line with relative ease. Neither side really willing to take a team fight just yet. This could be our first look. Pyromancer pulled, but it's going pretty fast.
Pyromancer down to a quarter. Auror's got ult if he wants to steal it. We'll drop the pillars. The Eldritch Hounds have just enough damage and take out the Pyromancer. Meanwhile, it's now the Ferrymen on the Primal Fury. All of the Hounds had rotated to the right side, but Ducky's not able to get there in time. The Ferrymen trade out Pyro for Primal, and Primal a valuable Fury. At least with all the nerfs to the damage across the board, helps him with those later objectives, but with Pyromancer, the Runic Bomb in pocket, this tier 1 tower not safe for the Ferrymen. They're going to give this one up.
Yeah, Runic Bomb used, but doesn't even hit the tower. Couldn't tell you what possessed them to use it there. There was no defense from the Styx Ferrymen, but at the end of the day, if you were willing to trade Runic Bomb for tower, I mean, you still got it, so not a massive loss there for the Eldritch Hounds. So it's Pyro and tier 1 in trade for Primal Fury on the other side. Leaves the gold lead slightly less than it was previously, but experience still favoring the Eldritch Hounds across the board. Can I get a look at the player damage charts here, Doug? I want to see how involved these junglers have been, because it just feels like Oathhh and Cyno have essentially been given a free ride since that 3-minute mark. Yeah, about 2,000, 4,000 between the two of them, but not a whole lot of damage across the board. So
no, it's been very passive.
Can't say that either side
he did.
is really favoring one or the other. So J-Mac, I'm an analyst, man. I got to break down what's going on, what's going to happen, but so far there's nothing.
I'm just throwing the dartboard right now at this point, just trying to figure out, maybe what Cyno's going to do, what Baskin's going to do build-wise, what anybody's going to do on field.
I mean, you nailed Cyno's build.
Maybe I'm Cyno at this point. No, I'm definitely not Cyno. No. I'm not.
Oh, that guy's one of a kind.
He is a character. And he's been doing a whole lot of winning over the course of his career. He's been a pioneer of innovation, to say the least, during his time back in the SCC and then now jumping back to SPL, and he's going to keep it going here in the SPL again.
Yeah, he's always got his own mind for how the game should be played. Styx Ferrymen, though. I'm going to lean into the idea that I had earlier, and this is me going out on a limb. I can't say that I am well-versed in a draft like this, the Ferrymen doing something very unique to them. But when I look at how these compositions line up, I just prefer the 5-on-5 of the Hounds. Sorry I couldn't get out fast enough. CycloneSpin similarly could not get out fast enough. Both Beads and Aegis go unused as he is absolutely slammed on the way to his purple buff. So what's the classic counterplay? Make something happen in the soul lane. Jormungandr, though, what's the classic counterplay to that? World Serpent. He's out. There's not a single issue there. But if this continued pressure on left is there for the Eldritch Hounds, could have left an opening to look at the Fire Giant proper, but with all that resources dedicated on the right-hand side, Styx Ferrymen have to fizzle their engagement, lose the tier 2, and the Hounds, they're just winning on macro.
And the Eldritch Hounds knocked down tier 2 on left side. Now no more safety for Cyclone. Tower-wise, but he wasn't even safe walking up into the jungle near that tower. This is a collapse in by Oathhh and Coast to be able to pick up their second kill for the Eldritch Hounds in this game. Third one total so far here as we begin to crest the 20-minute mark. And then we await the third beacon, because so far the first two have gone to the Hounds. You were mentioning it earlier, 10% additional structure damage, 10% extra damage to those Titans whenever they're unleashed as well, as it goes through there. Then the extra little bit of movement speed. And one little percent movement speed doesn't feel like a whole lot, but if you can get 3%, again, seems like a tiny number, but it always feels like it makes just that much of an extra difference to somebody being able to get out.
Yeah, 3% movement speed is nothing to be scoffed at. I mean, itemization as it stands, right? There's been a movement speed nerf across the board, and so anywhere you can find a little bit of it, certainly valuable. Styx Ferrymen would love to have a bit for themselves, but maybe this unwillingness to team fight around the beacons is a byproduct of their composition. If they're not willing to fight there, are you willing to fight around a Fire Giant? Are you waiting to fight around a tier 2 tower? Hard to say. Not many fights have been had, so we'll see. Given a few more opportunities, whether or not the Styx Ferrymen will be up to standing up to that cause. The Eldritch Hounds, though, have spun their wheels and established a nice, sizable 5,000 gold lead for themselves. Pyromancer would push that to around 6. And another Runic Bomb might just net you a Fire Giant.
Ultimate by Aror. He's been picked up though. Baskin to the back line. Does manage to get the beats from one, but Quig is too far forward. It collapsed on by the Ferrymen. Now Ducky shows up, gets the kill on the Cyno, and it's a fall in now as Paul tries to dive the back line, but he's being shoved back by Coast, but Coast is just taking too much damage. It's a double for CycloneSpin, and Paul still sticking around the back. Ducky gets down into the depths, but can he get out with the World Serpent just in time to escape? But Paul wants to keep this dive up. If BennyQ steps too far forward, could be food now for Paul. Oathhh trying to go for the wraparound. BennyQ able to steal the Pyromancer and make something out of nothing for his team. It's a 1-for-2 trade. And Oathhh wants a little bit more. With Force standing by, though, the Ferryman will back away.
Man, Oathhh maintains ultimate throughout that entire exchange. I don't believe involved in the fight whatsoever, was hovering more so towards mid. Eventually rotates through and puts a little bit of threat towards Paul. Had Baskin not been there with the silence, likely that Oathhh would have dove into the backline with his ultimate and probably would have grabbed himself a kill as well. But instead, it's a reset to neutral, and Styx Ferrymen win themselves a clean team fight, but don't get to take home the prize as Benny walks up and steals it away from him. It is worth noting, though, that that was a very strange engagement. Namely, VaporishCoast and his ultimate to get aggressive, dashes away from his team, takes the 1v1, and not one that he should want to take, loses out on his life. And so the Styx Ferrymen show that they are capable of taking a bit of an engagement, given maybe a few unforced errors from the Eldritch Hounds. But at the end of the day, it's not what you can do in the fight, it's what happens afterward, and it's the Eldritch Hounds once more who find themselves in an advantaged position. With a Runic Bomb in pocket for Oathhh, that's 1,000 true damage wherever you find yourself next, be it a tower or a neutral objective. This late in the game, fight might happen around the gold for you, but it's always about the Fire Giant. And you just got to think the team with the bomb has got at least a slight advantage.
Really feels like Cyno's saying, all right, Baskin, you be our big damage dealer. I'm going to be our pseudo tank, because a Pridwin now immediately after. So, couple of damage items, but primarily defense this way.
You could take him off the Warriors, but you can't take the Warriors out of Cyno. It's a play style, it's a lifestyle, and he's certainly subscribed to it.
We'll see what he and the rest of the team can do around fire. Start it up, but as soon as Ducky rears his head around to the side, the Styx Ferrymen will back away from the objective. So now a reset to neutral for the two teams. The Eldritch Hounds, Oathhh, will push up towards mid-tier 2. Still only 2 towers left for the Ferrymen. They've just essentially given up every one of these towers. Likely won't lose this one to Oathhh, but Oathhh might not be able to really go down without a fight here. Paul tries to square up to him, but takes about a quarter or more of his health and damage. And now the Eldritch Hounds group around mid as the final beacon is set to spawn in shortly.
Yeah, and any bit of poke that Oathhh takes should be pretty quickly resustained. Bumba's Hammer, just great in situations like this. So a little bit of poke here or there keeps those cooldowns low. He's already so survivable. Overhead kick being available more often thanks to the passive of Bumba's Hammer means it's going to be even more difficult to shut him down. Oathh's got one defense item, but he will tank this Oni Fury just about indefinitely. Probably would have sold it as well, given the opportunity, but why would you force him to do that when VaporishCoast is so close by? So Fury over to the Eldritch Hounds. Last control point, Eldritch Hounds as well. That's 15% structure damage. Let them get in towards a tier 2 or a Phoenix. It'll go down very fast.
Probably don't let them do that. And don't let Cyno take a 2v1, dive in. And Ultimate's just good, but the slow comes through. Forces out the beads by Cyno, but he's just a little too far forward, just a little out of range. The Eldritch Hounds, though, get a lot away from Cyno, get his ultimate, get his beads, and a couple of cooldowns after. No Pyromancer to capitalize on afterwards, but once more, getting an objective and forcing the Ferryman out.
If I'm Cyno, I'm thinking to myself, wait, am I not actually tanky?
Am I a tank?
Did I build defense? Because that was not an impressive showing of his stats, if that's the case. And it's not even as if Oathhh is like the heaviest damage dealer on his team right now. The majority of that damage coming from him. VaporishCoast, of course, helps out a bit, but if that's the case and that's how it's going to look, if it does come down to a 4-on-4, 1v1 split, as we so often see once the Fire Giant does eventually fall down, I'm thinking I favor Oathhh in that 1v1 every single time.
Maybe a bit of a fight down mid now as the Titans have unleashed and are marching their way through the mid lane. All 10 players in the relative area, Baskin the furthest out from everyone. The Titans will now meet in maybe a fight to break out between these two squads, but both of them so cautious, not taking too far forward. Plenty of range damage from both of them. Order side Titan likely to go down first, and that's the call in for the Ferryman as Aror drops the pillars. But Baskin tries to get his damage immediately pushed out by Benny An ultimate from Ducky to get to the backline, but now
Paul
disengaging
jumped in.
to rejoin with the rest of the team. Both Titans out, but the Ferrymen have reset to Pyromancer. Stolen away again! If it's not BennyQ, it's Quig who takes another one. Make that 3 Pyromancers now for the Hounds.
But a second stolen, and the Eldritch Hounds coming out on the other side, all the cleaner. Paul now, perhaps in a bit of trouble, does make his way out of there. Root connects from Oathhh, but nobody in range to follow up afterward. Runic bomb in pocket. Tier 2 tower should go quick.
Oathhh will walk forward, has the bomb, but won't even need it. Won't even throw it down on the floor at this point. That extra damage to these structures is paying off for the Hounds. They're able to take that one cleanly. And the Styx Ferrymen have no defense for it. The Ferrymen have been making attempts to jump into these fights. I mean, Aror throws down ult, Baskin dives in. But the second the two of them do that, the Eldritch Hounds are fast to get out or fast to push them even further back via Ducky.
Yeah, I really liked that attempted initiation from Baskin as well. I believe it was a blink into 3-man silence. Just not enough follow-up on the tail end. Fire Giant pulled, though. It's going fast, J-Mac.
They got to get in there. Ducky doesn't steal this one away, but can he get the chase a little further in, maybe too far away from the rest of his team? Finds another knock-up onto Aror, but uses the third shot of the World Servant to get out. Now stuck between the pillars. Paul and Cyno try and dive in. Ducky down to a quarter HP. He's not healthy, and they may just be the bailout for the rest of his squad to bail themselves out this time through. Paul gets the kill on Ducky, while Oathhh strips out the left side jungle away from the Styx Ferrymen. It's fire on all 5 of the Chaos team.
It is such an interesting trajectory of the last few minutes in that it's 1 for Fire Giant, amazing for the Ferrymen, but you also lose the left side Phoenix. But the Eldritch Hounds have shown so much wherewithal in the team fight that I don't think they needed to go for this split the map style of play. Now it's Oathhh in a bit of trouble, narrowly avoids the wild hunt. Styx Ferrymen now on the retreat, might be able to grab themselves a Fury on the way out. But if the Eldritch Hounds are willing to chase out this far, if they're willing to take an engagement with Ducky gone for 15 more seconds, why even split push the map to begin with? Why send Oathhh over to the left-hand side if you were willing to take the fight, even disadvantaged as you are now? Feels like now the Styx Ferrymen, who had been struggling to find their footing in the team fight consistently with Fire Giant on 5, will not struggle anymore. Can now push themselves forward, potentially grab a few more towers, a Fury as well. Eldritch Hounds, they lose sight of the goal for a moment.
And because of that, lose Fire, lose Primal, Tier 2 tower in mid. Styx Ferrymen able to claw their way back through and shore up some of that gold lead that the Eldritch Hounds had been establishing now. Only sitting to the tune of about 3,000, where before we were sitting 6, nearly 7,000 up for the Ferrymen over the Hounds. All that's immediately spiked itself back down. XP at this stage, a non-factor. It's only the supports. And I should say only a single player of those supports who hasn't hit that level 20 mark just yet. Full build starting to ring through as well. Cyno going to a bit more damage. Oathhh taking the 2v1 to the back line, but ends up being 3. As Baskin shows up, Coast there to now bail him out, but Paul still down his Aegis. Maybe an opportunity for Oathhh, thinking that was his chance to go in and get a kill.
And nearly does find success there. Paul narrowly avoids falling down. Oathhh showing that Ravana certainly has got the damage. Baskin on the other end also has got a good deal of damage. Blinks forward, but has the leap to disengage.
Ultimate from Quig dropped on the floor just to make sure that Baskin maybe doesn't channel that ultimate in the middle of 3. A Tier 2 tower for the Eldritch Hounds. All the while, CycloneSpin split pushing, gets Tier 1, pushes up to Tier 2. And Oathhh immediately finds the call back, but now the Ferrymen, they're charging forward in a 4v4. They're missing their jungler. Cyno goes in. BennyQ uses the Aegis at the very end. Cyno still got a few more shots, but he doesn't have enough damage. Miss out on one, and now it's Ducky to try and close out the job. He does do so. And will now rejoin the team as Coast has lost out his beads. Gets a big shield back, fighting through his life, but it's not enough. Baskin's damage is just too much. He gets a little bit of a heal, but Benny back to save the day. Aror on the run. Aror knocked up. The Wild Hunt is there from Cyclone, but look who's wrapped back around. It's Oathhh to the team fight. Aror is gone. Cyclone rooted. Cyclone gone. Double kill for Oathhh.
Styx Ferrymen overextend themselves. Thought maybe there was an opportunity to chase out, but it was the Eldritch Hounds priming a trap. 30 seconds left on nearest respawn. Only one alive is Paul. Both relics available. So a lot of damage and survivability from this set. Benny, low HP. Can't afford to take any poke on the way in. But with the left side Phoenix already dealt with, maybe the Eldritch Hounds can approach the throne room.
Bit of a protect the president here for the Eldritch Hounds. Everyone making sure that Benny's
Benny?
fine, except he walks into a Phoenix shot. Not a
No time,
ideal
no time.
situation for him. Mid-Phoenix will go down, but that's about all that the Hounds can do. Cyno now respawning, Baskin a few seconds out, which means that the Styx Ferrymen will at least not lose out on too much of their base, but being down one bird, a big leap up now for the Eldritch Hounds.
Man, the Eldritch Hounds just showing their macro play once more. Love the positioning from Oathhh in that team fight. The complete wraparound. Benny plays so well with his allies, juggling shells and positioning, holding off on his flicker for the absolute longest that he could. Forces an overcommitment from Cyno. Once that volcanic lightning has been committed, Cyno has to stay in the back line and try and trade out because his escape card had already been cast. So, in finding nothing, the Eldritch Hounds push themselves even further in the lead and get their gold lead right back to where it was before the Styx Ferrymen had taken the Fire Giant for themselves. So, similar advantage position, enhanced Fire Giant this time around, but gold means less and less as the game goes on. It's really just about upgrading relics, maybe a power pot here or there. How many wards can you afford? 5 sentries in pocket for the Hounds. Only just the 2 for the Styx Ferrymen and 1 standard ward. So, the Eldritch Hounds have got all the advantage and vision. They just got to get it out on field first.
And then gotta keep eyes on that Runic Bomb in Oath's pocket. Left side Phoenix weakened from his last effort, while his team was surrounded over here by fire. Can easily try and knock down either that lower bird with that Runic Bomb, maybe save it for the next Phoenix, or could use it for secure potentially. At least around this Fire Giant. Ducky and Quig stepping far forward just to make sure. And then keep vision on the Styx Ferrymen. But where are the 2 assassins of the Ferrymen? They're sticking around mid, while Oathhh and Coast, they're doing the Fury again. Again, it's another 3-2 split from the Eldritch Hounds. It'll be a moment for Coast and Oathhh are able to rejoin the fight, but with just that little bit of defense for Oathhh, he doesn't lose out on too much health in the objective.
No, and Oathhh will resustain it quickly. Contact with a wave once. He's got double lifesteal in build, and that's not even counting the passive of Bumbas. So, plenty of sustain there to play with. Makes contact with Cyno, but neither one willing to fight the other. It's just about jockeying and vying for positioning for now. Styx Ferrymen defensive positioning in the Fire Giant pit, but they couldn't do a single thing there without the Eldritch Hounds realizing it, thanks to their vision control. And so, it just takes a few steps forward from the Eldritch Hounds to force the Ferrymen back. Ferrymen will not be the ones to pull the trigger here. It is all on the Eldritch Hounds to make something happen. The Ferrymen playing a very reactionary game. I'm keeping my eyes on those assassins. Both Paul and Cyno have to come up big.
Well, maybe a pick on Oathhh would be good, but fast ult out by Oathhh. Lose about 40% of his HP to the double assassin dive, but that is ultimate for ultimate out of the junglers. Oathhh should be able to go back or even just dive into the jungle to sustain the health, but Mono Department not looking too healthy for him should a team fight break out. So maybe a small reset here for the Eldritch Hounds.
Yeah, I'd like to see Oathhh get some of that mana back. I mean,
He's
loses out all of it just trying to shut down that speed buff. And one of the byproducts of the Bumbas build is with all your CDs being as low as they are, really won't have a whole lot of mana to play with. Styx Ferrymen haven't got the bird's eye view that we do, though, so as far as they know, still a 5-stack here from the Eldritch Hounds hovering nearby. Fire Giant remains unpulled. I'm not saying you just have to do it in the face of the Ferrymen, but you need to generate some sort of threat or maybe split the map. Could send someone over to left. The only one I would feel confident in sending to left, though, would be Ducky, as he's the one with teleport. Instead, it's Baskin back to base to defend, and Baskin does not have teleport. Shows himself on left. Big opportunity for the Hounds.
Quig, though, doesn't get the pull he was looking for against Aror. Instead, it's Oathhh squaring off with Paul. Half HP already on the set. And Baskin now on the way. Had to defend up against the enhanced minions. Pushing out left side, but now it's the Fire Giant started by the Eldritch Hounds. Aror, Cyclone walking up. Sunder by Aror. And Oathhh fending off against 2 while it's a 4v3 dive to the backline. Cyno trying to get some big damage through. BennyQ is able to juke out some and deal it back, but now Baskin in the middle of everybody. A massive Pillar of Agony is doing a lot of damage, and when teamed up with Cyno, there's 2 already gone. BennyQ, he gets the alternate timeline proc again, and Ducky is there to try and bail him out, but Paul is just a little too much. It's a double kill for the mid laner, the Ferrymen, and 3 for 2 trade for the Chaos team.
Baskin does it all, J-Mac. 3-man silence, 3-man devour souls, 3-man ultimate, and locks down every member of the Eldritch Hounds, forced to rotate in and try and peel out for their allies. The only reason Benny survives for as long as he does is the alternate timeline. 330 seconds till he can pull off that trick again. The Styx Ferrymen have got to thank Baskin for that play. Cyno corrals him, but the Hades does all the damage.
And then the follow-up after, along with Paul, Cyno collapsing everything in. The Eldritch Hounds, Ducky, able to save the day for his team. Does manage to find the pick onto the two of them, Baskin and Cyno. Bumps them away, but with how much damage Paul, Aror, Cyclone took in that fight, not healthy enough to stick around for Pyro or for Fire Giant. But now with full HP bars, Ferrymen pull the objective once more. It's 3 versus 2. Baskin doesn't have teleport to rejoin them. And Oathhh is wrapping around. This Fire Giant is not dying as quickly as the Ferryman would hope for. Oathhh is taking a lot of poke back. So the Ferryman reset off of fire and instead pull Pyro.
So we're right back to where we started. Only difference being, it is likely the Ferryman will grab the Pyromancer for themselves. If history's any indicator, though, Quig would have stolen it. Fortunately, curse broken for the Styx Ferrymen. Now parity in the Runic Bomb department. 1 in pocket for Oathhh, 1 in pocket for Aror. What does the difference need to be? What do the Eldritch Hounds need to secure a Fire Giant pull or a team fight? Because the Styx Ferrymen are still in a position now where they can just play reactive and wait for the Eldritch Hounds once more to pull the fire. And we saw how that went for him last time around. Maybe you would just forego Fire Giant, play around the Phoenix. I mean, they're already weakened and you still have the Runic Bomb in pocket. It might just be easier to knock down a bird than it would be to take down the Giant.
Also, maybe don't group up as 3 in the jungle with Baskin nearby. That might also help them.
Could send someone to just dive Baskin, too. I mean, Oathhh actually has pretty decent matchup in a Hades, and it's not as if this is a very tanky Hades build. And if you get Pillars of Agony off of them, I mean, your team's sitting pretty.
Group up around left, and immediately back towards mid. Surprised that Oathhh isn't just clearing out that camp. Taking it away from the
chest,
team.
right?
Yeah, just knock the chest out. I mean, that's free gold sitting on the floor to at least remove from the Styx Ferrymen being able to pick up. But once more, it's the combo of Oathhh and Coast. Go to the left side. Primal Fury. This will be the first one, at least for the Eldritch Hounds. Cyno going to try and stop this one. Does not have enough damage to do so. So the Hounds will get Primal. And the Ferryman can start this Fire Giant unaware. At least that Oathhh had sent himself back to base after the objective. Had the team had the man advantage, but not going to pull the objective just yet.
No reason to pull just yet. Styx Ferrymen starting to spool up a pretty good team fight here. Starting to like their odds in the 5-on-5 engagement. Would much rather wait for that as opposed to giving over the Eldritch Hounds an opportunity to utilize Fire Giant as an unofficial 6-man. Instead, we find ourselves right back where it had all been just 9 minutes ago. Fire Giant grouped up on all 10 players hovering the right-hand side. But neither side having an easy time finding their initiation. A pull from Quig, even onto a tank, would be pretty threatening here, but the tank being Ganesha means silence could just stop it every time. I think it comes down to either Ducky or Oathhh for the Hounds. If Oathhh can make contact with Baskin, things become so much easier. On the other end, it's the divers for the Styx Ferrymen, or maybe it's just Baskin because he does it all in the previous fight. Make it easy for him, though. You could have Paul or Cyno pull some of those resources, and all of a sudden Baskin just does it on his own.
Cyno tries to go for Phoenix, but squares off against Oathhh, and well, Oathhh might just be winning this one. He's got an ult to try and chase out. Does Cyno have enough movement speed? He's got the blink, he's got the speed buff, and he's out of the fight. But now Oathhh can just join back in. He's healthy enough to rejoin. As Aror traps starting Pele on top of just Coast.
Watch Baskin.
Coast is standing in a square, doesn't care about the box. Will immediately dash out. It's got to use the ultimate. Meanwhile, Ducky trying to keep CycloneSpin out of the fight because now Oathhh is going to rejoin in. And now Cyclone has nowhere to go. Rooted in place, beads and ages, but Oathhh will keep up the chase and find his 5th kill of the game. Half HP though, and a collapse back in. Cyno and Paul have rejoined the fight. Oathhh gets the root, and Quig there to bail him out. A Runic Bomb for defenses as Baskin gets a pick on Ducky.
Yeah, Ducky had to keep Baskin out of that fight or things get much worse there. Paul and Cyno nearly able to do it on their own. Imagine how much different it would have been had Hades jumped into that back line. So Ducky rightfully makes the call to trade out himself. Fortunately for the Eldritch Hounds, the trade probably just favorable. Taking CycloneSpin off the map means there's not a whole lot of threat towards Fire Giant. And so we find ourselves where we just were, what did I say, 9 minutes ago last time? 11 minutes ago. In that both teams are just hovered around the Fire Giant, still waiting for that one critical die to fall. Put them in a position where they can look towards the objective proper. Certain resources have been burned. No beads on Cyno means he's a little bit less safe. No relics on CycloneSpin means if Oathhh could find him, likely could just do it to him on his own. Paul steps up, make contact with Oathhh once more. Robin's damage is deceptive, isn't it, J-Mag? I mean, 1 second, you're full HP, the next, already down to half.
So is, oh my god, Baskin. Okay, he does have Poly. That makes sense with the Hades.
Yeah,
but
that's not tricking anybody. We knew that was happening.
We look down the middle, we see 5 damage items, and then Tainted Breastplate, maybe a little bit more defensive, but we know what a Hades can do. We've seen it many a times in the past. The one thing that is back up, it's been 6 minutes since it happened. Alternate timeline now for BennyQ has come off its cooldown. Not often that we see that happen. Usually that alternate timeline is the last line of defense, the last push for a team to win. Usually we don't get an opportunity to see it happen twice in a game.
Yeah, but we knew how evenly matched these two teams were, not only in this set, but also throughout the entirety of this year. Have had a hard time beating each other consistently. Last time around, it was Styx Ferrymen, and put the total set score in their favor with a best-of-1 tiebreaker. The Eldritch Hounds trying their absolute best to start off on the right foot here in this best-of-5. 43 minutes in, and neither side once more confident in their ability to pull the Fire Giant. We've seen now both teams try their best to split the map. Oathhh does it around left. Cyno attempts it in mid. Neither side capable of doing that either. If Fire Giant is this impossible, you gotta just look somewhere else, right? Neither side has accomplished a whole lot here, but the concern being, if you try and do something somewhere else, maybe you just lose the Fire Giant. And if you lose the Fire Giant, you perhaps just lose the fight. And if you lose the fight, that's the game. And so, with that doomer line of thought there, neither side willing to vacate the Fire Giant pit. And so we continue the dance.
Doing a lot of sitting around the campfire so far here in the last 12 to 15 minutes of the game for these two teams. Both been singing their songs towards each other, but only been able to find a couple of kills throughout all of this. It has not really net a Fire Giant since that very first one 20 minutes ago, nearly from the Styx Ferrymen, and Ferrymen with that weren't even able to take Phoenixes. That was a defensive Fire Giant. It's the Hounds who have been able to take left side bird, mid bird. So I haven't been able to break the base on the right side of the map just yet, but now as we sit 45 almost minutes into the game, this 5,000 gold means nothing at this point. Everybody's got their relics upgraded, besides Cyclone. He's the only one who hasn't, but likely invested into elixirs at this point through. So now it comes down to who can hit their buttons a little bit better, as opposed to who has the massive gold swing, the massive advantage in XP. As we approach this 45, this is a place that the Hounds have been very comfortable in their last couple of matchups. They did it against the Wargs, went towards some later games. Even in their regular season, have been pushing towards the depths of some of their matchups.
Some nuance in the playfield here. Finally sick of staring at the Fire Giant, a new locale for the engagement. A little bit further towards the Ferryman as Baskin finds the silence on the Oathhh, but it's a turn on the Cyno.
And immediately Oathhh goes in with the ult. Cyno will be able to dash out with that volcanic lighting, but that's now ults again off the junglers. The Eldritch Hounds take that as a single win, but now Quig's out of position. A lot of CC towards him, but not a whole lot of damage. It's a lot used to try and stop this Atlas, but Quig, he's got a lot of defense to his name. That E-Stack's giving him a lot of HP. And the Hounds can once more reset, but this time starting up the Fire Giant.
Fire Giant pulled and space created. Reset once more as Aror steps himself forward. That's a lot of damage.
Gets pulled back by Quig. Immediately has to use the dash out as Ducky can try and keep things going. Oathhh in the 1v2. He takes down Paul. Can he fight back against Cyno, though? Gets the surge for a little bit of extra movement speed. The team is there to bail him out, and Cyno on the run. Oathhh able to get out while Ducky and Coast take the 3v2 in the jungle and absolutely decimate Baskin's HP bar. Coast able to find the damage up towards CycloneSpin. He's trying to fight back. The silence is there from Aror. The body blocks are there, but Aror gets yanked back into his own death. Coast with the double kill. CycloneSpin, the door's been open for him to be bailed out by Cyno, but with 3 gone and 5 still up for the Hounds, it should be a beeline towards either a bird or a fire.
No relics available for CycloneSpin. Cyno, no relics either. Why go back for the Fire Giant? You've got a Runic Bomb in pocket and a full half minute to play with on a weakened bird in mid.
2 versus 5. Quig's low. Oathhh goes in, but he gets rooted immediately. Bomb has been used there. The Bird is down. Now it's 2 versus 5 at the Phoenix. The Eldritch Hounds been waiting for their opening, and they were granted to it thanks to Oathhh. Cyno tries to dive in. Cyclone can't even stand up to Oathhh, and Coast goes on a killing spree to end the game. The Eldritch Hounds start out the set with a Game 1 win.
The Eldritch Hounds, through discipline, the word here for game number 1, wait out their opportunities and eventually find it here. Oathhh takes a 2 versus 1 in mid, deals with the 1 himself, and baits the 2. Clean stuff to the jungler of the Hounds, but that's just one, a first step of many in a best-of-5 set.
Yeah, still have 2 more wins you have to go with. You're no longer on your match point. Okay, we got our 1. We just need the 1 more after that. Got to get a little bit further through. But they're going against a team that knows how to play these tournament styles, these teams that like to go to the 4 or 5 game style here. But the Eldritch Hounds, they sit around and wait for 15 minutes around this Fire Giant, waited for their 1 opening. It's given to by their rookie jungler.
It is. Oathhh has a phenomenal game here on the Ravana. Not only does he find that 1 team fight in the end, but it's also a whole lot of small engagements that start to add up slowly. A lot of the relic burn came from this Ravana. He was leveraging the safety of that pick. Yeah, I'll jump into the back line. Maybe Baskin will jump on me, but I've got overhead kick. What are you going to do about it? Not a whole lot. He just walked out for the most part.
And with it, the Eldritch Hounds are able to take game number 1 of this best-of-5, the semifinal of the SMITE Summer Masters. Can they keep up the trend? Will the Ferrymen fight back? We'll find out on game number 2 right after this break.
Don't close your eyes. Wait until the night is over. I'll show you paradise, but hang on just a little longer. I will be yours, you will be mine. Let it unfold, the letters intertwine. So don't close your eyes just yet. Just yet. Show you Don't close your eyes. It's not even the midnight hour. Hold on and hold tight. Stay awake with all your power. I will be yours, you will be mine. Let it unfold, your letters intertwine. So don't close your eyes just yet. Give into the dark and I'll give my heart. Give into the dark and I'll give my heart. Give into the dark and I'll give my heart. Yeah, I'll give my heart. Give into the dark and I'll give my heart. Give into the dark and I'll give my heart. Don't close your eyes. It's not even the midnight hour. Hold on and hold tight. Stay awake with all your power. Give into the dark and I'll give my heart. Give into the dark and I'll give my heart. Give into the dark and I'll give my heart. Yeah, I'll give my heart. It ain't about fame, it ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex, is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. You, it's all about you. No matter what what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money. It ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. You, it's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take.
Well, it's a fantastic game there from both these teams, honestly, even till the very end. But one team does come out on top, and that is the Eldritch Hounds. It's a colorful win, is the way I would describe that. You know what else is colorful right now? A lot of fantastic skins that you can get in SMITE with the Color Forge event. It's beautiful. I mean, there's Fenrir skins, there's the Raw skin, there's tons that you can get. And of course, as of right now, you can get it for its best value, whether you want to get it in just the bundles alone or hit it with the buy all. This is the cheapest you're going to get it in the 10.6 update. As you can see in 10.7, 10.8, and 10.9, the price is going to be rising. You can customize each event skin with dyes, so again, it's going to give you a lot of customization over already what is a customizable thing, right? A cosmetic skin in the game. They look fantastic. You can see some of the Fenrir ones right there. They are amazing. I am a big fan of the Raw skin, and that's just because we got to eat ramen, and that made me very happy.
Spicy ramen, man. Yeah, it's a great skin.
And look, I mean, honestly, they're fantastic skins as well. So again, right now you can get it buy all 3,000 gems, or you can buy the individual bundles for 1,500 if there's just one god that's standing out to you above the rest that you just really want. So make sure you get in on it while it's the cheapest that it is, and then make sure you stick around with us as we break down this first game trailer. First off, long one, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they drag it out, it goes into the 40s. And then on top of that, it's back and forth. I mean, it feels like, okay, yeah, oh, right, Hounds are winning this one. Okay, never mind, Ferrymen are winning this one. Every other fight, it felt like somebody was popping off. Some fights, it felt like both teams were popping off.
Yep.
It was, if you're just a general fan, you're not rooting for either team, that was a great game to watch.
It was, and in this case, unfortunately, one team came out on top, and I have a lot of questions for... I mean, it seemed to me, because, like, of course, you have Baskin on the Hades, and he's popping off, he's going full damage, he had a massive ultimate in one of those FG fights, so my guess is Cyno said, I'm going to build tanky so that we have two tanks, like that was the mindset behind it, but it seemed like the Pele build just did a whole lot of nothing, really. I mean, he was, at one point, Oathhh 1v2'd, killed Paul, and then Cyno's like, don't worry, I'll trade. And then couldn't, because this is it. Let's watch. Let's watch a complete 1v1. Right there's no one else in sight. Oathhh gets the better out of this fight. Paul says, "Don't worry, Cyno's gonna clean it up." And watch. That's it. That's all the damage he did at a level 20 Pele. That baffles me. So I'm thinking either A, Baskin needs to be on tanks, and give some sort of damage over to Cyno. Or B, you could build hybrid. That's what Oathhh did. Oathhh had a hybrid-style Robin build, 2 sort of tank items, then rest damage, where it seemed like Cyno said, I'm going to go, I guess in this case, 2 damage items and the rest tank, which did not end up working out for them. I think if Cyno did build a little bit more tanky, he would have been able to make some saving plays, especially around the Titan. He had ult. He had to get as much damage off as he could, and it just wasn't there for me. And again, I don't want to harsh on one pick too much, because I feel like there was a lot that the Ferrymen could have done besides that one last fight to really change something around. But as a Pele, no less, you don't have that much CC. It just feels like 1 to 2 more damage items could have made the difference in a couple of those fights.
It was just one of those moments where several times it was just a little shy
Yep.
of making something great happen for the Ferrymen. On the other side, we saw a lot of greatness. I mean, I can't count how many times Ducky was called out. I do have to give credit to Baskin. There were some absolutely nasty Hades ults that happened throughout that game. But unfortunately for the Ferrymen, nasty Hades ults don't always equal a win. And so now they are down 1-0 as we get into picks and bans for game number 2. Ferryman, first pick this time around. And so far, Trelly, we are repeating history. Ra, Yamoja, Hell, and Iset, the 2 bans from each team. Ferryman first with the Ra Yamoja, Hounds second. But Raven makes his way onto the list for the Ferryman, and I'm wondering if Jorm is going to make his way onto the list here for the Hounds. What do they value? What do they let through? They do ban the Thor, so Jorm's still available, but Raven taken away. They saw what Oathhh did. They're not going to let him have it again.
Yeah, I actually thought it was going to be the Hounds that would ban away that Robin, but it looks like we don't get to see because the Ferrymen don't value the pick too much or don't have anyone that wants to play it, and they do just prefer to grab Baskin, that Jormungandr, which I think Ducky was able to do some good damage on as well. The disruption, the safe, reliable poke, that sort of thing, all going to be decent for late game. So the Ferrymen are going to have no problems there. My question now becomes, do you switch up your whole game plan after having, your solo lane taken away, and I guess your jungle as well, given the bans there from the Ferrymen? Or are you going to go run a similar composition as last, just, switching out those 2 picks? Because I don't think there's too many lane oppositions that play like Jorm does, right? Where you just have this, the most you can get is, I think Wukong plays very similarly, where he's got decent poke, incredible survivability, and he's hard to gank. Those are the kind of same play styles, except you're losing that magic damage. So maybe Oathhh goes to something different. We know that he's been playing things like the Wukong, for example, so that still could be something in the Hound's wheelhouse. But the Jorm pick so far has stumped them.
It's been difficult to deal with on a lot of instances. Jorm just does a lot of good as of right now. So we'll see what they choose to handle it with, and it's going to be double Hunter up front. Marty and Hachi locked in alongside each other here for the Hounds, Trelly, and I'm going to be honest with you, we've seen just enough of these not going into the role that we thought they were going to today that I'm not even going to predict who goes where. I'm just going to say it's double Hunter.
Well, it's got to be Benny just because of the copy pasta. If I forget what the whole thing says, but basically it ends up with I'll be with my boy Benny on Martichoras. So that's how it ends. I don't know. I'm not in Twitch chat too much, but I assume Benny takes that one back. And if you want the magical jungle, now would be the time to do so. And they will grab the Hebo. Looks like they don't want to put the prioritization towards Wukong. They fear the number 1, the silence from Ganesha. That could be annoying, finding the stealth and just CCing you in place. And number 2, Set does have a decent time in that matchup. Oh, okay. Billy posted the whole thing for me. If BennyQ and my girl both drowning, and I can only save one, catch me at my girl's funeral with my boy on Merlin. But Martichoras in this case, because last game it was Merlin.
Yeah, and you know what? He does well on both picks. So I'm going to give him some credit. Hebo, fun fact, me and you were talking about it earlier. Don't know why I was posting about it 9 years ago, but 9 years ago today, I got Hebo to level 10. So there's some history for Smite for you.
Yeah, Gore really posted on Facebook,
yeah,
finally, and just posted a picture of Diamond Hebo.
We both looked back at it. That would have been 2014. And I sat back and I went, I was a loser. But the good news is I met my wife about a month later, so things were looking up pretty good for us. Sun Wukong gets locked in.
And Gore doesn't have Diamond Hebo anymore. Don't worry, guys. He lost it.
I lost it. Yeah, that's actually what happens when you get married is you lose your diamonds in Smite.
Like
She does legitimately have more diamond gods than I do, though.
She probably has more stars on Neath than you have on anyone.
She has more stars on Neath than I have diamond gods.
Yeah, I would assume so.
And then more diamond gods than I have maybe anything at this point. I mean, it's insane. Erlang Shen, Ratatoskr, banned out by the Hounds in the second phase, and then Atlas Terra, banned out by the Ferrymen. Sun Wukong gets locked in. You were talking about him a little bit earlier. You said if you're going to go for something that has that same presence or similar presence to a Jormungandr, all the gods on that list for physical, you wanted magical jungle. They gave you the magical jungle. Now they're giving you the Wukong as well. You liking where the Hounds are going, knowing that they've gone for a pick that you were already kind of vibing with.
Yeah, I do like the Wukong here. It fills the same role, same style of play, but I do think that, and this is what I like, the Ferrymen have went to the tankier style of jungle, but it's on a tank, right? Nike, if you're gonna go, why pick Pele to build tanky when you can just play the tanky warriors, right? Like if you're gonna pick the assassin, you can go your full damage, have the same level of success, or it seems like this is Cyno's play style, and he's sticking to it. And I don't knock that at this point. If he's gonna go something like Nike, if he wants to build tanky anyways, because he feels like Baskin is doing enough, and he feels like Paul and CycloneSpin are doing enough, then why not just lean into the tank style of play? So if that's the case, I don't hate it too much.
Nike, Jingwei, you had kind of mentioned for the Ferrymen. Charlie, Aphrodite gets locked in at the very end. Now, so this gives us, and this is the lineup, right? Wukong, solo, Hebo, jungle, Marty, mid, Afro support, Hachi, and the carry role. Now, I'm going to tell you something about the Aphrodite, and I'm going to let you talk about it, because I might be a little harsh. But I'm just going to give you numbers. Quig has played Aphrodite 6 times.
Yep.
Quig has a 0 win rate on Aphrodite, 0%. Has not won a single game.
Right.
Has a 0.3 KDA, and they lock it in right here.
Yep.
Those are all facts, Charlie. I'm gonna just stay in the realm of facts.
Well, if we're just spitting facts,
yeah.
Marty is also a 9% win rate so far this tournament out of, I believe, 11 games. So the facts say GG, go next, Hounds, you're done. But I think there's a little bit more at play.
There's a little more. It's called oh my god, I blanked on the word. Now I'm a fool.
Context clues?
Context!
Yeah.
There we go.
There is. Gorge puts his head down. There is context, and I think that having Afro being able to kiss to a Hebo, there's some strength there. You know, having that safety, having that one-shot capability, and the fact that Oathhh hasn't even died this set. I'm pretty sure he was 7-0, right? So he's been playing extremely well already.
Yeah.
He's been able to find that same level of safety. I think having the Afro and, you know, it's not just the Afro, right? The Afro win rate might be bad, but Afro plus what? That's what I always look at in this case. Having a Hebo, having the Marty, having the Hachiman, you've got more options there. So I like this. Not better than their first draft, but it's hard to get better than your first draft. You know, it's game number 1. Yeah. All that stuff starts to get taken away. Now you have to sort of get the table scraps and try and put a comp together. And this doesn't look like table scraps to me. You got Marty, you got Hachi. It's looking pretty strong.
Well, so you like it as a comp. The question is, do you like it as a comp into the Ferryman? I guess, you know what? You don't even get the answer. We'll just find out by going in to game number 2 to see, can the Ferryman tie things up or the Hounds take a 2-0 lead?
That's right. Can the Eldritch Hounds extend this to match point, or are the Ferrymen going to be able to take us to at least a game number 4? It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here for game 2, though, to see if we can make it to that potential game 4, or if we might be looking at a game 3. Chat still puts a bit of favorite, at least over towards the Styx Ferrymen. Still putting a little bit of belief in the Jormungandr that's seen a lot of success so far today. I think 100% win rate in the games that it has been picked, if I'm not mistaken. And then Cyno going back to the Cyno Classic, what he started off this season with, the Nike jungle here for the Styx Ferrymen.
Say what you will about Cyno. Brooks Matty. My boy is not a quitter.
Nope.
You know, the fans begging him to play anything but these Warriors. His win rate, begging him to play anything but these Warriors. But you know what? He's not going to back down. And I think there's a certain beauty in all of that. The unwillingness to allow new information to change your outlook is certainly one of the qualities. Anyway, Eldritch Hounds have also got themselves a composition that has not seen a whole lot of success according to the stats either, between the Marty and the Aphrodite, but I do kind of just like the Eldritch Hounds draft. Aphrodite plus Hebo feels like an incredibly potent composition. Ducky, I think, will probably struggle in that for the most part. Sun Wukong's job is jump on enemy mage and be as annoying as possible for as long as possible, and then get into a somersault cloud, back to base, teleport in, and do it again. No enemy mage to do that to, though, means that he'll probably spend the majority of his time chasing down a Jing, which is an unfun task to be given. So we'll see how things tend to pan out. If this game goes to the absolute latest, I think I do just prefer the Eldritch Hounds draft there, but the ability to get to late is certainly in question. I know we had some fun, or at least I did, at the expense of Nike Jungle. Certainly capable of getting things started early, though.
I think brought up by the desk, and maybe to kind of reestablish that emphasis, is that it was a Pele last time for Cyno, but he built it like it was a warrior. When 2 damage items, well, 2 true dedicated damage items, and then kind of a hybrid one whenever you think of the Dawnbringer, and then just defense for the majority part. So maybe tap into some similarities of that build. Maybe could work out, at least fairly well for this Nike. Nike feels like that god. You want to dive into the backline with the Dawnbringer, pop in the middle of 5 people, and get a whole bunch of prots and movement speed. So we'll see if maybe he kind of goes along that same line of thought, that same build path and mentality, but as far as the dual lane's concerned, it's been not a lot of fun for Aror and Cyclone, neither here in the mid 2v2. It has been all advantage for the Eldritch Hounds in pretty much every lane except for solo.
Yeah, second verse, same as the first as far as duo is concerned. And CycloneSpin going to make early use of that Jingwei passive. You can send her back to base as many times as you want, but at most we'll lose maybe 2 minions to that tower. Maybe 3 or 4 gold, but experience, not a concern. The Cyclone has already made his way back. The only thing he will lose out on is the ability to contest neutral farm. The Eldritch Hounds have already taken that for themselves. Where would the Styx Ferrymen put their pressure, J-Mac? That's where I'm putting my eyes. Rotations towards Aphrodite in the early game feels like that's always great. It's not until like 3 points in a Lovebirds that heal is something that you're overly concerned about, at least in combat. Out of combat, it's one of the most annoying abilities to lane against. He's just going to re-sustain any bit of poke you toss his way. But as far as actual killing intent damage, Aphrodite going to struggle to stop that, at least until she ticks over to level 5. And Cyno has got decent lockdown on the Nike. Could head there. Will never ever go towards Soul Lane, I'll tell you that. Nike into Sun Wukong, worthless. That's not stopping anything Ducky wants to do. So right side of the map, I imagine, largely ignored by both junglers. But if one were to show up, Oathh's got a little bit more kill pressure just by nature of being Hebo and having 4 or 3 abilities, excuse me, that have all got ultimate damage numbers. Otherwise, maybe rotations towards duo lane, namely for the Ferrymen. Eldritch Hounds, they can go mid or duo, as far as I'm concerned. The only reason I wouldn't really imagine we see Nike go towards mid too often is that self-banish in Death from Above. Just have Marty remove himself from the playfield, and all of a sudden Nike just doesn't really have great answers.
And I think kind of dialing in on the Marty, we saw 2 games of Marty today. Didn't do so hot in those ones, I believe. That attributes to the 9% win rate that we have seen so far from him for this tournament. But it's been a lot of Marty by himself as the lone hunter for a team. It seems the Hounds are one of the few teams that are still playing this Marty not only as a mid laner, but as a second hunter for the team as well. We've been seeing, like I said, a lot of Marty by himself. Very few double, and even when we have been seeing some of him double, he's still been going over towards the dual lane more often.
Yeah, I couldn't say exactly where that shift had come from, because I'm still of Marty mid supremacy belief, right? Like if I have a Marty on my team, double hunter draft, I'd much prefer to see him towards the center of the map, just because having the center of the map be safe is so valuable. Picks in mid could lead to early tier 1 towers. It's one of the easiest towers to knock down in the early game. And losing out on that makes it difficult to defend either the Pyromancer or the Gold Fury. So having someone that could just keep those waves out while simultaneously returning damage from a range, applying poke, or even have pretty consistent kills secure with the help of a jungler. Death from Above just does immense damage. We talk so often about its defense shred, but also shreds HP. Means that I think Marty finds his home here. Whether or not he's going to have an easy time up against Set, TBD. Set, decent poke potential, but we've seen double stacking build from Marty a few times. If it's going to be Soul Eater in second slot, any bit of the poke skewer from range, likely just re-sustained on wave. And game 1 has left a lasting impression on me in that I think this is one that, again, could probably lean itself a little bit more so towards that late game. Especially considering both junglers taking a very relaxed pace here. Only one of the junglers, I think, has onus to get involved. That's Nike. You're not playing Nike for her 40-minute mark, right? You do play Hebo for his 40-minute mark.
I think when we panned over to solo for the brief moment watching Baskin, clear out a Bastion, and Ducky sitting on her tower might have been the least emotive solo lane that I've ever witnessed. Which is just a Sun Wukong standing there staring at a Jormungandr clearing out wave. And just going, yep, this is where I live for now. Wait till he leaves, I can come back and help clear up. But interesting to point out for Ducky, though. Did start in towards at least a tier 1 magic defense item and then immediately pivoted towards physical defense in the Glad Shield. Picks up right after, so maybe realizing that there's not as much to worry about magic, or maybe more worried about potential rotations there. Not quite sure, at least, where the mindset comes in from the Glad Shield rush after magic defense.
Probably went back to base and could afford Glad Shield and said, well, Baskin's not going to solo me. Hubris before the fall, but I tend to agree. Jormungandr's probably not going to solo a Sun Wukong. Threat would have come from Cyno, but having a little bit of additional power and a little bit more poke probably favors Ducky as well, so we'll see if it comes back to bite him. I'd be surprised if it did. Glad Shield also just giving over some CDR means that you'll have an easier time dealing with those waves. I'm looking at Oathhh, though, who has made a rotation over towards that right-hand side. Could just be for the farm. Seems to be the case as of now. Takes it, resets himself, so neutral's over to the Eldritch Hounds on the right-hand side. And neither side willing to pull the trigger. I feel like we said that a lot in game 1.
Yeah.
Should we retire the phrase? Because I feel like we're going to be leaning on it here in game 2.
Jump the gun?
Maybe.
We still stick along that same thought line, but just a little bit of different phrasing for it. Styx Ferrymen, though, do take the shield buff over on the left side of the map. But it's about all that we're going to see. No real action kicking off just yet. I mean, even in last game, at least early throughout, we saw a couple of mid 2v2 fights within the jungle. That was kind of with the double assassin style, though, of the Styx Ferrymen back when at least Cyno was building a little bit more into his damage on that Pele. This Nike maybe a little bit slower to ramp things up. An Oathhh on the Hebo. We know the late game carry potential this god can have, but we've definitely been seeing spikes of early game aggression from him, try and get your first couple of kills, get those items online. Particularly once you get about that third slot there. That's when we really start to see the bump up in DPS of this god.
The mid-jungle combo of the Styx Ferrymen, though, off to a slight lead throughout the early. Already level 9 on Cyno. Paul's been sitting comfortably at 10. Benny just now cresting that hill. And so, that leads me to believe neutral farm, for the most part, has been going over to the Ferrymen, or they've just been splitting farm a little bit less efficiently. Quig been hovering more so towards mid. Aror has just been in the duo lane so far this game. First rotation out happening right now. Where does that leave CycloneSpin? He's been forced back to base so often that likely a little bit further behind in gold. Benny, first target, but so survivable.
Gets an ultimate from his support, but 3 versus 1 makes for an easy picking for the Styx Ferrymen. Even with all the immunity in the world, the self-banishment, it's just not enough when there are 3 members of the Ferrymen chasing you down. It's the Ferrymen again, similar game 1, they strike first blood.
Yeah, beads lost, undying love lost, and death from above. None of it enough to save him from all of that dive potential. Cyno blinks forward, connects the ultimate. The Sentinel of Zeus slows there, and the rest of the team able to secure the kill immediately afterward. Maybe a miscommunication. Quig uses Undying Love to give CC immunity in order for BennyQ to get up into the air, but if Benny's using beads anyway, if you shift around the PEMDAS a little bit, I'm going to latch onto this J-Bag. I don't get much action in these sets. I'm going to latch onto it. If they shift up the PEMDAS just ever so slightly, put Undying Love on the tail end, maybe you survive that fight, but hard to say with 3 members of the Styx Ferrymen healthy and happy to dive that tower. Where does that leave us now? Slight lead continued for Paul, level 11 to the 10 of Benny. And a set with a lead can be very annoying to lane up against. If Benny's forced back to base continuously, could create some opportunities for the Ferrymen around either the beacon as it spawns up shortly, or potentially even the Gold Fury, which could go very quickly with the help of Dharmic Pillars.
Might be the last person that Oathhh wants to try and square off against right now. Cyno's already got defense online with the Arc Druid once more on the Nike this time. Dive in towards CycloneSpin, knockups there from himself. to bail out. He'll be able to escape the dive of the two. While Oathhh still fighting against Cyno, and that's a losing battle he's fighting at this point through. Needs some backup from the rest of the team to really start to get some damage up. At least against the jungler of the Ferrymen. Rather healthy so far on this Nike. He's been able to get things rolling for his team. 1 kill for the Ferrymen in at least the pocket of Cyno. Some backup from his mid and support. Now where will the Ferrymen go? They got their 1. Now won an important one to try and keep BennyQ at bay in mid, but as we've seen from so many mid laners, sit back, wait till 25 so minutes in the game, you nearly get your 6 slots up, and you're just another hunter like any else.
Yeah, no matter what, I think we will get to the point where Benny will be at least even with Paul, barring some crazy swings in the team fight, and I just don't see that happening anytime soon. If it's going to take that many resources to shut down Benny, Aror won't have a whole lot left to burn objectives. CycloneSpin's been largely dealt with by VaporishCoast, who has made his home on the enemy team's tower line. Perhaps a Stygian Beacon fight could be the difference maker here. So that starts to spawn up very shortly. First team on the scene will be Styx Ferrymen. No response from the Eldritch Hounds.
So 15 seconds out. So Quig and Oathhh, a little bit of time to rotate through. BennyQ went back to base. Starts working up on a fail knot for himself. Already has at least fully stacked Transcendence working on a Soul Eater, so a lot of power about to be afforded to him. But with the Beacon online and the Eldritch Hounds now on the scene, we actually do see a standoff. A 3v3, in fact, sitting around that side. But CycloneSpin, the first of the hunters to rotate out of the lane, will at least have the man advantage for the Hounds, as Cyno and Aurora, I should say. They'll put out some big poke. Even Baskin has made his rotation through. Now at Ducky, a full 5 versus 5 for the first Beacon. This might be one of the first that we've seen so far with this new mechanic. The pillars in the backline, BennyQ in the sky, Coast on the horse runs out. He's able to get away from Paul for the moment, but Paul's going to chase him down and pick up his second kill now for the team. And now Ducky, that's his decoy that gets taken down. He's up on the cloud, able to jump back through. But Paul on the set. It was a quieter game number 1. A much more vibrant game 2 for him.
Yeah, Paul was just waiting for any carry that he could jump on without a lot of risk to him. If I jump on Oathhh and he knocks me up in crushing waves, I'm just dead. If I jump on a Benny, he'll go into death from above. I jump on a Coast, he's forced to retreat on a horse. Does that, gets exactly what he wants. Forces in a numbers advantage, and the Styx Ferrymen, with Dharmic Pillars, absolutely shred that enclosed teamfight space. Quig, forced to use the ultimate defensively, should be able to make his way out of here. Should, but won't.
Cyno misses the ult, but he's got the rend after. So it's Beacon, 2 picks, and a Gold Fury for the Styx Ferrymen. That's now net them a near 3,000 gold lead to start out game number 2, a much faster pace. And that's saying something considering game 1 wasn't really that fast to begin with, but 3 kills out now for the Ferrymen. Hounds have come up empty in their team fights, but I think you're right to say Aurora on this Ganesha, the pillar placement in just about every one of these fights, even all the way back into game number 1, have been so crucial for him and his team to find success in team fights.
They have been. The front line of the Eldritch Hounds tries to create space, doesn't want to walk through Dharmic Pillars, but is forced to nonetheless. Ducky then immediately up into the Somersault Cloud as he had taken too much damage. BennyQ was disengaging with death from above. VaporishCoast was ulting out. Everybody scattering, nobody returning damage, and Styx Ferrymen just walk themselves forward until they eventually hit pay dirt. Now with no neutral objectives on the map that are feasible, barring Pyromancer, but it doesn't seem like either side overly willing to move towards those. Where does the fight happen? It's in mid.
Oh, no, Quig got thrown right on top of the pillars. Oathhh is here to try and bail him out. And that third body is just enough, and now Cyno's here as well. 3v3 in mid. Won't be 3 for much longer. Quig low on HP. BennyQ half poke damage from Paul. It's really starting to sink in exactly what he can do. And now the Pyromancer started up by the Ferryman.
Okay.
Paul just trying to see if he can get any of the Hounds to step forward. It will be BennyQ. A lot of damage back through. Paul's got to teleport himself out, and that may have just given an opportunity to at least pull the Ferryman away from the Pyromancer just from BennyQ's poke.
Yeah, Spinner even makes a rotation as well. Cyclone on the right-hand side loses out an entire wave to tower. So that was a concentrated effort to take down the Pyro, but Benny's damage on a Paul, just enough to keep them from actually committing to the objective. And so small win there for the Eldritch Hounds, namely VaporishCoast, who should be nursing a pretty significant lead at this point. You can see it reflected in itemization as well. Not only the one level, but finished up that dominance. I mean, that CycloneSpin is not favored in the 1v1. Hasn't been so far. I mean, look at the towers. VaporishCoast has been accosting the veteran ADC of the Styx Ferrymen. And there hasn't been any rotations to stop them. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of concern on the Ferrymen and with the amount of pressure that VaporishCoast has been outputting so far. Cyno happy and content to stick around the mid lane for the most part, play around Paul or Aror. Since leaving the lane at about 8.5 minutes, has not gone back. So VaporishCoast, he's right. He's been here for 16 minutes, and why would he leave?
Let's also include, the 20-some odd in game 1 that he has been there. He's effectively spent an entire game's worth of time at Cyclone's Tier 1 tower. Both in game 1, now here in game 2 as well. Tier 1 tower removed. So once again, CycloneSpin forced to sit at Tier 2. Rotation from Oathhh will strip away a purple buff and continue to spiral that lead further in favor of the Eldritch Hounds. And again, it's not like there's been a whole lot of fighting over in duo that's been able to net coast that kind of a win. It's not like he's gotten any kind of advantage. In fact, he's died once. Quig has died once. Yet he's still getting at least XP and gold up over Cyclone. Pyromancer does go to the Styx Ferrymen, another neutral objective for the team. I just gotta think you gotta send someone over there to deal with Coast. At least put a little bit of scare to him. Threaten him, say, hey, we're willing to come over here, because so far we have not seen it from the Ferrymen.
No, I think the Ferryman had said, well, you're Jingwei, right? So he's not going to kill you. And Cyclone goes, well, no, he's not going to kill me. And you can just fly back into your tower, right? Like, yeah, so you're not going to miss much farm. Why dedicate the time to rotate over? And Cyclone, I suppose, forced to suffer in silence on the left-hand side of the map. With Primal Fury back, though, that should be enough to drag the rest of the Styx Ferrymen over to Cyclone's side. Perhaps an opportunity to play with his allies. Cyno's got the rotation back. Best case scenario, force ult, but I don't think there's a whole lot else.
Oh no, the stun hits Cyno. But still an ultimate, just to make sure that VaporishCoast is out. That's one major resource through. Teleport stopped by taking out Tier 1 tower, Eldritch Hounds. Fighting back in mid now. Have removed their second tower of the game. But the Primal Fury now started by the Styx Ferrymen. It's not taking a whole lot of damage, though. 4-man rotation from the Eldritch Hounds. Solo laner's nowhere in sight just yet. Baskin, first one on the scene, but Paul half HP. Cyno finds a triple ultimate in the backline and gets 2 ultimates out of it instantly, but it's a full collapse, and BennyQ gets the Undying Love, but does he have the distance to get out? No! Cyclone's got the stray auto to find their pick. Dive under the Tier 1 tower by Baskin. Will use the last of his World Serpent shots to get back to the beacon.
And the Eldritch Hounds, very aggressive pathing through the jungle there. That 3-man core trying to work past that Oracle pit towards the bottom end of the Gold Fury. Get caught out. Styx Ferrymen playing very, very aware of how the Eldritch Hounds were trying to route them in that engagement. Instead, flip it on its head. Still showing some presence, though. Maybe a bit of a threat towards steal.
It's a slow to burn Fury. Putting a lot of damage towards the carries. And a fight over Beacon, Quig and Oathhh getting the better end of at least the initial cap. But now the Ferrymen with 5 strong, they can rotate through. Push that back their way. Ducky's going to go in, finds the stun onto Cyno. Coast pumping out autos, just not doing a whole lot of damage. Jumps in, doesn't get much. Now Asunder will force the ultimate out. Ducky up on the cloud, jumps back down himself. And CycloneSpin in the middle of 3 in the pack. Has to ult away, but Auror's got caught out himself. He's got nowhere to go. The pillars dropped. But it's the first kill of the game for the Eldritch Hounds. And a beacon to boot. The Eldritch Hounds able to fight back.
Yeah, Cyno thought he was a bit tankier than he was. Takes way too much and forces a rotation from Aror. Left high and dry, Aror dies alone. And it's the Eldritch Hounds, in just showing presence around the Fury, able to defend it, take the team fight afterward, and this time more decisive. The Chaos side will knock down the Primal, grab themselves the beacon, and a significant win to bring us back to an even game state. That's what I would have said if Doug didn't pull up the charts. I didn't realize experience was so heavily in favor of the Chaos, around 4,000. We got 1 level here or there. Ducky nursing the 1, 2 out of the jungle, and then a bit of parity outside of the duo lane. Actually, 2 levels for Quig, too, who has been doing very well on this Aphrodite. Styx Ferrymen, it felt like they had all the momentum for 20 entire minutes, and it's crushed by 1 fight over to the Eldritch Hounds. But will the Hounds be capable of doing much more now? The only thing I could see them taking down easily is maybe this Pyromancer on spawn or a Tier 1 on right. As far as Tier 2 pushes or even a Fire Giant pull, It won't be easy.
Baskin might be under fire under his own tier 1 tower now, but with it sitting at a quarter HP, don't imagine he expends much of his body to try and defend this one. Will submerge himself, but with BennyQ nearby, tier 1 tower down. He'll at least pull himself back up, get stunned, hit by a Sunder. There's 5 of the Hounds on this side, but instead it's a turn towards Aror. Gets on Pillar. Triple knockup is big to start things out, but Oathhh is now low in HP, and Cyno has turned the fight back in. Ducky crashes down and coasts on the horse to try and retreat. The Hunters team back up with their support, but the poke from Paul has just been unreal. Ducky, half HP, he is forced back, but the Ferryman can keep charging in. Paul is healthy, but he's a lot of damage in return back. Cyno trying to keep up his poke, but it's just not enough. The Eldritch Hounds, they lose one, but are able to pull themselves away.
Great peel there by Quig. Just perfectly timing those kisses to get the movement speed on ideal targets. The healing as well, making sure that VaporishCoast doesn't fall too far. Pyromancer, though, the target of the Styx Ferrymen, showing a bit of presence, but once more, it's the Hounds who just show up.
Hounds are down 2 people around here. VaporishCoast is just now getting back. Quig is low, has the ultimate to stay alive. We'll use it right at the end. Cyno drops his ultimate. Ducky's now in the middle of everybody as well. Quig taken out by Baskin, and now Baskin can fight BennyQ on his own. It'll take Oathhh to show up and help him out, but it's too little and too late. The Styx Ferrymen strike once more and take down 2.
Paul's finding way too much value on this set right now. Has just gone unchecked on his dive. 2 team fights in a row. Benny and Quig fall down. 30 seconds on the respawn. Oathhh had just been on the mend. Walks out of base just in time to watch his allies fall. Didn't even have ultimate back up at the time, and so was not quite able to fight himself in. 6 Ferrymen grabbed themselves another Pyromancer and put a second Runic Bomb in the pocket. Plenty of towers to collect gold from, or maybe even a Fire Giant if they so choose. One of the benefits of having a tank jungle is just an additional tank, which means tanking up these objectives or trading aggro between Cyno and Baskin and Aror means that those neutral objectives are not a massive threat. You can hold on to that aggro for a good long while. But the Eldritch Hounds have still been showing a good deal of fight back, and even with that 3 versus 5 on the Pyromancer, put in a good deal of damage. Seems it's a king protection composition, and the king is not Oathhh, surprisingly, on this Hebo instead. Benny, been the recipient of a good deal of peel so far. As Oathhh finishes up this next item, though, things could change. A little bit more penetration, some power. Charon's coin, very valuable.
So we'll see what Oathhh can now do once he does get that power spike online. Ducky actually ends up selling that one tier 1 that he'd been holding on to for such a long time. Still holding on to primarily defense. Paul wants to take this tier 1 tower. Oathhh shows him that you can't just walk into a tower for free. He's got half of Paul's HP, puts the set back. And now he's set up. Beacon about 2 minutes out from its respawn. Maybe a little less at this point through. And the Eldritch Hounds, they're stepping up. They were willing to fight a man disadvantage, and it seems that they're setting up to do so once more.
Yeah, this time, though, with all their teammates alive and healthy. No Aegis on Benny, though. Means that if Paul's allowed to jump into the backline as he has been in the last couple of team fights, Benny will struggle to walk himself out of this one. Instead, neither side too gung-ho to move in towards the Oni Fury. Perhaps concerned with a Fire Giant pull on the other side, or not exactly aware of the positioning of each other. Will start to slowly move themselves throughout the map. Oathhh forced back to base here, needs to finish up that power spike. Instead, now it's a 4v5 once more for the Eldritch Hounds. It's Bumba's Spear finished, actually. Finishing up that starter item instead. It's a little bit more penetration, a good deal more power, some sustain on these jungle camps too. So the longer the fight goes, the more it'll favor the Hounds. Not just thanks to this Aphrodite, but also because of this Bumba's.
So now it's the Ferryman to pull the Fury. Paul standing by as a frontliner with his team. Basket throws out some poke, and the Hounds step forward, but the Fury is reset by the Ferryman, not wanting to pull it entirely in the face of the Hounds. Trying to see if they can bait maybe just one body forward, but with so many rotating over to the left-hand side, it's going to come down to Ducky for a steal or maybe a wraparound by the Eldritch Hounds. Fury at half, but reset once more. The Ferrymen are just unwilling to commit to the pull.
It's not exactly unwillingness so much as it's inability, I think. Where's your secure? Who's creating the space? It'd be so difficult to just do the Fury in the face of the Hounds. And so, forced to back up once more. Hounds trying their best to generate pressure on map have foregone the center of the map. And so, the Styx Ferrymen will put themselves in position to take one more beacon. But the Hounds don't keep up their pressure. I thought tier 2 for beacon trade, try and fall back immediately afterward. Concerned with the collapse potential. Fall back and it's beacon for nothing. A significant win for the Ferrymen.
Cyclone shows presence at the tier 2. And that's enough for the Hounds to go, oh, well, somebody's here. I guess we can't do anything. They back away. The Titans will be set to spawn here in just a few seconds. It'll be over in the left side of the map where these Titans start running down their lanes. But everybody else is grouped up, well, elsewhere. Over here in the middle and over towards Pyromancer that's just recently respawned itself as well. The Titans are out. They'll do their own little battle over on the left side of the map. Don't see any person aside from maybe Oathhh who would want to make a rotation that way, but even still, going down a man advantage with your Hebo being the one on the left side doesn't feel the greatest for the Hounds.
No, and if you send Ducky, the guy with teleport, he'd be there for a while trying to deal with the Titan. We've seen teams essentially just allow the Titans to run their course, as opposed to actively getting involved in their skirmish. Pyromancer pulled, this one finished by the Styx Ferrymen. Another Runic Bomb in pocket, that counts up to 3 now. 3,000 true damage on structure or neutral objective, as Cyno is the one to tip the balance of the left side battle. If he shows himself here, the Eldritch Hounds will know they could potentially even move in towards the Fire Giant or start sieging this tier 2. That's one member exposed on map, now 2, as CycloneSpin joins them.
Aror and Baskin. Baskin gets sundered, immediately goes into the ultimate. Pillars do so much to Quig and BennyQ, and now Paul is here to just W-key to the backline, but with an ultimate from Benny, it scares him back. The Chaos Titan sent back to base, but Ducky's still all up by himself. Oathhh is here to try and play the bailout. Does find a knock-up onto Benny with the water spout. Onto Paul, I should say. Paul's not giving up. He is still pushing forward with this team.
Yeah, Paul has been leaping in aggressively, but the Eldritch Hounds have not found an answer just yet. So, it's Titan push on the left-hand side, successful. CycloneSpin absent from the team fight as he deals with the PvE. Now joins his team around the Fire Giant, and the Eldritch Hounds are still licking their wounds.
BennyQ not going to be here. 5v4 around the fire. Quig already at half before the real fight has even started. Cyno goes in with the ultimate. Paul dives through and gets both ults out of the mages of the Eldritch Hounds, but now their support is already gone. The Cert spawns in, and that's the go button for the Ferryman. The Ducketster is now down, and the Styx Ferryman up 9-1. BennyQ going to take care of the Titan, but he's going to lose out as well as the rest of his team on this Fire Giant attempt.
Man, Oathhh on this Hebo has just not got a whole lot done, has he? All these crushing waves used defensively. Picks up Blink. I'm not sure I've seen him use it just yet. Styx Ferrymen have done a great job finding him in the team fight, forcing him to use all of his resources defensively, even distracting Quig there, who has to pay the iron price for his jungler's positioning, support down for the next 20 seconds. All the while, the Eldritch Hounds and BennyQ, in particular, forced to defend on that left-hand side thanks to the work that CycloneSpin had got done just previously. Benny does deal with that Titan, but not before his tier 1 tower has dropped to about 10% HP. But with Benny on the opposite side of the map, how do you defend the Fire Giant? You don't. You put it on all 5 of the Styx Ferrymen.
Do manage to get at least an Oni Fury. Get some enhanced minions rolling down a couple of lanes here for the Eldritch Hounds, but Styx Ferrymen have complete control. And to answer your question as to probably how many crushing waves have been hitting from Oathhh, how many abilities in general have been hitting, well, if you pull up the player chart, player damage chart, I should say, not many. 6,000 damage. The next highest above him, Cyclone on the Jing Wei at 8,000, but only a few hundred damage above your supports at this point. Oathhh has not really seen a whole lot of impact on this Hebo.
No, and that's a true 5-slotted Hebo at that. Just has finished the Charon's coin. Finally. Just as that last team fight had ended. So a little bit more penetration means that he has got threat towards some of these tankier targets. We'll see if it's enough to put up a defense as Cyno just goes in.
Finds another ultimate in the middle of 3. Ult from BennyQ, not enough, but it's a dive in. Ducky off the cloud finds one, but he's stunned. Forced back out. Undying Love just to keep him alive in the fight. BennyQ does get by the knock from Cyclone. And the Eldritch Hounds, they lose out on their tier 2, but they are able to take down Cyno, who's been one of the more difficult players to knock down.
Yeah, 2 HP bars to play with means that Cyno gets a whole lot of leeway in the engagement. Finally, a Sunder well placed, though, by Quig. Gets rid of that second HP bar. And it's an overcommitment from Cyno. Trying to deal with Oathhh. Does land the leap, but the rest of his team much more concerned with the actual structure. Knocks down the tier 2 tower. Oathhh once more. I don't think he got any damage off in that team fight either. Sitting at the 6100 still, but in surviving, does enough for his team and holds on to both Blink, Beads, and his ultimate. Blink, Water Spout, Crushing Wave, I don't care who you are, it's going to hurt.
Well, tier 2's traded between the two teams. No Fury to back up to. The Eldritch Hounds will get their one prize of the tower and their kill on the Cyno. Remove the Fire Giant from him, but Fire Giant's not going to be around too much longer for the Styx Ferrymen. Instead, it's now group over towards Pyromancer. Paul first on the scene. The Eldritch Hounds as a team, the first one to fully group up. Cyno still on the way. VaporishCoast as well through. Aror, another pillar drop to the back line. Paul and Baskin. Look at the damage output by Paul. Baskin just walk up a massive sunder. That hit, I think they hit all 5 people. BennyQ's in the sky. Cyno is not going to give up this chase, and neither is Baskin. BennyQ gone. The damage from the back, from the frontliners, I should say, of the Ferrymen have been insane. The damage from Paul has just been unmatched. The Eldritch Hounds can do nothing but fall back.
Man, that is tough. The Eldritch Hounds just group so heavily there that Skewer rips through all of them. Spit from Baskin hits everybody. And now it's the Styx Ferrymen who had been holding on to all of their runic bombs for so long, finally given an opportunity to use at least one of them. Mid-Phoenix in exchange for BennyQ as well. I mean, in exchange, wrong wording. As well as BennyQ, I should say. And the Styx Ferrymen can fall back to their consolation prize of Pyromancer and replenish the runic bomb they had just used.
Pyromancer, yep. Once more for Ferrymen. And our first significant lead of the game, Miff. So we're 6,500 up, which doesn't seem like a whole lot, especially once we're already 32 minutes in. A lot of builds are finalizing for the carries at least. As far as the immediate one-to-one matchup, Cyno and Baskin probably at least the better end, the better receiving end of that allocated gold to themselves. Baskin's been doing a lot on this Jormungandr, but grouping up as 5 as the jungle, the fact that Paul, Baskin, and Aror were able to hit every single person with damage on the enemy team, not a great way to start up a team fight, not a great way to try and retreat from a team fight that could have broken out. The potential collapse by the Ferrymen, but 2 members missing, unlikely to commit to a full fight here in mid.
Yeah, I don't even think they had like water carpet up there either. So if water carpet was up, it makes sense. Like you're all 5 stacked because you're taking the additional movement speed out, but that one was just unfortunate timing for the Eldritch Hounds, and perhaps the most valuable Sunder usage I've ever seen in Smite. Baskin hits everybody. But at the end of the day, it only nets them just the 1 bird. Mid-Phoenix, not the most valuable Phoenix either. Maybe one of the most difficult to knock down, but still easy to defend while simultaneously showing presence around the Fire Giant. 5 stacked. In the jungle are the Eldritch Hounds. Baskin reveals himself in mid, but far enough away that there's not a whole lot of threat towards him. It's a play that is unique to Martichoras, his ability to spawn up those grass and keep you guessing on where the team is. It's no longer a guess, though. Baskin's got eyes on everybody. I'm keeping my eyes on Cyno. Watch his pathing through the jungle. He's going for the deep flank.
As Paul dives in, Cyno blinks into the middle of 4, gets the ult on 3, but Ducky is forced up on the cloud early in the team fight. The Eldritch Hounds lose out on 1 big resource for their fight. In fact, they lose out on a couple. Oathhh goes in with the ultimate, but doesn't find a whole lot of damage on what he's looking for. Instead, it's all about Baskin. Killing spree for the solo laner and still charging forward. Quig's got nowhere to go. Oathhh is out of the fight, and he's going to bank BennyQ at least on hoping that Quig can stay alive. But it's just way too much damage coming from Baskin, coming from Cyno. That's a double kill for him. Paul goes on a killing spree of his own. It's just Ducky left to defend, but against 5, not a snowball's chance in hell this Sun Wukong fends off the entirety of the Ferrymen. It's game number 2 going to the Order team.
That Hebo play just not exactly what the Hounds had wanted there. Tries his best to get something started, and I think the idea is correct. Oathh's thinking to himself, look, last 20 team fights we've taken, I eat a leap from Nike, I'm forced to ultimate defensively, I have to go back to base and I'm worthless anyway. Let me try and get something done first. Let me deal the damage myself. Goes in with the crushing wave. If he hits 2, if he hits 3, great. I think he hit 1 and it was a tank. It was Baskin who was charging up his World Serpent anyway. dives into that back line and shows you exactly what Oathhh was trying to do, just as Jormungandr. The Hebo pick, I think, begins and ends the analysis. It just didn't do enough.
No, it didn't really get a whole lot out of the Hebo. Felt like miscommunication with the Aphrodite at moments too, as well, especially during the early game skirmish. I think back to the BennyQ play a little bit earlier on around the beacon. Just felt like nobody was really on the same page with this kind of composition from the Eldritch Hounds. Everyone trying to protect themselves and not really kind of communicate through there. Styx Ferrymen, they let Baskin do a lot of the hard work during that one.
Oh, that's right.
Get a few big spit puddles, get some big sunders out there as well, and then Paul, Cyno there just to get the cleanup kills at the end of the day. Styx Ferrymen, they take game number 2, they tie up the set. We'll see if they can take match point and put us on match point in game number 3 right after this break.
I shouldn't want you, I shouldn't need you, but I'm afraid that's not up to me. Cause when I hear you sing through my speakers, it's like my mind takes a hold of me. I've tried shutting you off for some time now, but I'm still hearing your voice in my head. Oh, I wish I was more than your fan now, and that your voice came from here in my bed. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, singing to me. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, making me bleed. You're in my
Well, it's a tie set here after I would call just a dominating performance by the Ferrymen. I mean, kills, gold, whatever you want to call it. It is all on their side. And Trelly, it is, I mean, from beginning to end. It is kills, it is control, it is dominance, it is probably some other word that has very synonymistic, that's not a word, meaning with whatever all these others I just said, where it is just the Ferrymen play better.
Yep. I think I'm done. I've been on the desk for a while now. I've had to fake like I like the Afro pick many times. I've put my foot down.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm done acting like it's good. I'm done with it. It's not good. In this case, I think I was very hard on Cyno in game number 1 because he picked a damaged character and built full tank, but he picked a tanky character and built full tank this time, and it works out so much better. The Nike was a night and day difference. Baskin on the Yorm went insane, and I think the biggest difference maker, the night and day difference maker, was that Oathhh on this Hebo was unfortunately shut down, just non-existent. You know, the BennyQ on the Marty was also taking a lot of this aggression. It just didn't seem like the carries on the side of the Hounds could survive. And because of that, there was just not enough damage. There wasn't any fight back. Everyone, I mean, Paul on the set, Baskin on this Yorm were just running the show, just diving as much as possible, all because Cyno was creating so much space. I mean, he would blink in Sentinel of Zeus and say, all right, let's go, team. Chase them down. I'll get their escapes.
Did it several times. I mean, even there, you can see chasing down Benny, forcing him up into the sky before he even has the opportunity to try and retaliate. It is very much, I think, the representation of it. Anything that was offensive or could be used offensively for the Hounds had to be used defensively and had to get them out of there. It is not an opportunity. You know, Quig 0-4, BennyQ 0-5, most of them just unable to get the ball rolling. Meanwhile, on the other side, much like you had said, 3-0-11, the set looks really good. 3-0-7, CycloneSpin looks solid. But the 6-1-8 from the jungle, or the 3-0-10, just everybody looks really good for the Ferrymen. Very involved, very controlling. And when you've got a control in a game like that, sometimes, I think we've talked about this in the past, if you're the Hounds, you just hit the reset button. You say, you know what? That one got away from us. Let's move with a different mindset into game number 3, try to get things back under. But as we've seen today, tie sets, this next one can be a real pace setter, right? Not just for picks and bans, but also for the length of the game, the style of play, a lot of things that can come into it. Things that weren't banned in game 1, suddenly you're going to be getting banned here. I mean, to the point where Set has had some really good performances. We had just seen Pele maybe not have the best performance, but today has had a good track record. We'll see maybe how they shift some of these up. Ravana banned out last time. So opportunities for these teams to make more specific ban adjustments. And they will swap sides one more time. Hounds will be first pick for game 3. And Charlie, they're going to ban Hell. Anything that you want to see change in the bans?
If I could see... Well, because the Hounds are first pick, it's a little bit differently. I think that at the moment, it's on the Ferrymen to try and change things up in the bans, because, you know, if the Hounds wanted to, they could just try and force the Ravana or the Set or the Jormungandr. So in this case, not too much. The Yorm was banned away. The Ferrymen don't have the opportunity to try and grab it, so that's a smart call. The Hounds, they don't want to deal with Paul on this set, and they obviously don't want to first pick it, so taking that away is a good look. That was the one pick I would have called for if the Eldritch Hounds didn't want to grab the set, was, hey, if you're not trying to play it, just take it away, because of course Paul has a great time on it. It's so incredibly different to kill. His positioning is always top tier, so taking that away, probably a good look. I wonder, though, if the Ravana is banned away here by the Ferrymen, or if they're more worried about something else. In this case, the Yamoja. It's taken away, so the Hounds have that option. If they want to try and go to the Ravana, they certainly could, or they could try and put some prioritization towards something like the Ganesha. Wow. I mean, definitely a contested pick. Did not think it would be first pick material, but my guess is they think that no one on the Ferryman's going to grab it. And if Baskin doesn't take it to the solo lane, we know that Cyno likely won't take it into jungle, so that Ravana still could be picked up in the top 2.
We've seen some really oppressive play from Ganesha. You had mentioned the silence earlier, but I feel like, and this is something that Ferrymen have been able to run and find a lot of success with, and the only reason it's them is because nobody else is also running ESET alongside the Ganesha. Most people aren't even running Ganesha. So that's something the Ferrymen have done, the double silence, CC control that it brings.
Yep.
It's just a lot to handle. So I'm really interested in what the Ferrymen are going to do in response. Conversation a little bit about Ravana. He's going to get ignored. Tyr and Martichoras locked in for the Ferrymen. And it's the top 2 here, Trelly. Simple as that.
Certainly is. They called the bluff. They said, hey, we're not going to first pick Ravana. We got a good feeling you won't pick him either. And the Ferrymen say, you're right. We just went Tyr, which has been not so great this weekend in particular, but last week had some great performances out of the solo lane. So definitely a strong grab there for Baskin in the solo lane, as well as the Cernunnos. So the top 3 from the Eldritch Hounds. Not exactly the order I thought, but definitely 3 gods that I expected. The Erlang Shen, though. A pick that has been interesting. Not so much damage-oriented, definitely more of a hybrid auto-attack and CC setup build, and that's kind of Cyno's MO so far, right? Has been, I'm going to be a tankier, maybe an assassin playing as a warrior, or just playing a tankier warrior, and providing CC for my team.
Yeah.
Paul's going to follow up, Baskin's going to follow up, Cyclone's going to follow up, that sort of thing. And honestly, as far as junglers that provide CC, not many can do it the way Erlang can.
So we'll see, I guess, if he has the performance we saw at a Panatom or some of the performances that we saw last week.
Yeah.
Very, very different in terms of what they provide for the team Ferrymen. In the second phase, ban out Merlin and Sun Wukong. On the other side, Baba Yaga taken away, as well as the Hebo. Something that they're trying to isolate specifically Paul on in this case. The Ferrymen go for the Atlas, leaving the option for, let's say, double Hunter available for him if they so please. Throw Paul onto Marty, or to lock in something a little different towards the bottom. Charlie, I'm going to ask you.
Please do.
The mage, let's call it propaganda. Where do you land on it? How do you feel about mages right now?
I still think that if you're going to build mages with that health steal build with E-Staff and Charon's Coin and Soul Reaver, that sort of thing, mages are still certainly strong. It just seems like most teams are leaning on the late game shred that Hunters provide, which is why Double Hunter has been coming up now and again. But it's not the end-all be-all meta, which is why we do see the Discordia pickup, as well as the Serqet. So likely Ducky taking that Robin over the solo lane, despite Oathh's great performance on it in game number 1. More CC, though. I mean, the Serqet has been one of Oathh's go-to picks for the entirety of this phase, even before last phase.
Yeah.
He's been looking good on it. And the last crab is going to be the Zhong. Interesting. Not a pick you love into things like Serqet, into all this CC, but has tons of AoE damage if you're able to keep your positioning down, or in this case, if Cyno on the Erlang and Baskin on the Tyr are diving so deep and getting all these abilities out, Zhong can just blink in for free. If this pick is facilitated, Paul can just run the show.
Something that can absolutely decimate it. I'm going to be honest, though. If I was going to put my money in this set on where Zhong Kui was going to get locked in, it feels like a BennyQ pick through and through. So Paul playing it, something that he's been successful on in the past, though, Trelly. It's not uncommon for him, which honestly just if it's a god in Smite, Paul can probably play it, and he can probably play it better than most people.
Oh, yeah.
So odds are he's going to look good on this one. But as you had mentioned, maybe some tricky things to overcome here. And if he's struggling maybe dealing with some of the CC, does he have enough around him to maybe help with that? Right, Tyr, some Peel later on, Erlang for the setup, things like that?
They definitely have a lot of CC. The Ferrymen have drafted a comp that is going to be very good at trying to deal with beads. I just think that the Hounds, it was a smart pick to grab this Ganesha so early on. A lot of what the Ferrymen want to do, in my mind, relies on, getting up close and personal, getting in, blinking in with Erlang, blinking in with Tyr. And you don't really have beads more often than not. Of course, you have the option to just go blink beads, but even so, no CC immunity there for Erlang. He's going to want to make sure that he's got beads up constantly. So the Ohm from Ganesha, I think, does get some pretty big value. But if you're asking, is there enough Peel to keep Paul alive? I think there always is. It just seems like the Ferrymen play through Paul a good portion of the time.
Plus, Zhong Kui, kind of tanky. There's some things that can deal with him, but he is big. And he's going to let his presence be known on the map. So for Ferrymen right now, I'm wondering. And actually, you know what? I'm going to expand it even further than that. I'm going to keep it a little more vague. Which one, if you're looking at these two rosters, has a distinct advantage to set themselves ahead in this set?
if you're talking about early game aggression, I always lean towards Serqet, just
Yep.
because level 2, you have so much, not only just relic burn potential, but also kill potential. If you can find some follow-up, it's not like Discordia is going to provide little damage, right? She's got some CC as well if you're able to channel your abilities together. So level 2, pre-level 5 fight, of course, I give some credit over to the Hounds. Not to say Erlang doesn't bring that as well. It's just that he doesn't have as much damage as he once used to have. So maybe the Ferrymen play a little bit differently. They could look towards solo lane. They could look towards those dual lane ganks. But early pressure, yeah, lean towards the Hounds.
Well, watch them early for the Hounds, late potentially for the Ferrymen. We'll find out who takes themselves up in the lead for this set in Game 3.
That's right, Game 3, a very pivotal one now for the Eldritch Hounds and the Styx Ferrymen to see who's going to be one game away from moving to the finals and who would be one game away from dropping down to the third place match. Both those taking place tomorrow. It's Chimac, Mifflin, and Doug here for that game number 3. And a bit of a flip. Game number 1, we saw Quig take the Atlas. We saw Aror on the Ganesha, now a complete flip. And also, a dead 50-50 on the chat. Indecisive as to which advantage goes towards which team.
I'm with them. I'm with them 100%, man. I mean, these teams are just so evenly matched. Feels like individual plays are what's going to win the day as far as macro is concerned. Both sides, given the opportunity with an early game lead, have not quite been able to extend it to a clean blowout like we've seen from some of the other teams today. Neither side really showing any weakness either in the late game. So individual plays, I think, win the day. Can BennyQ step up on the Discordia? Is Paul going to have a legacy game on Zhong Kui? Does Oathhh do more than 7,000 damage? Stay tuned and find out.
Well, let's hope yes on Oathhh doing more than 7,000.
It was 8,000 last game, I think. I'm being unfair.
I mean, it was 7,000 right before the last team fight.
There we go.
Then he gets a big ults onto one, a couple of abilities, and then game over at that point. But getting 7,000 shouldn't be too difficult on a Serqet. We've been seeing a lot of semi-tanky builds on the God, allows them to stick around in the backline a little bit easier. It feels like it's right up Oath's alley as well. I mean, this is a pick he's gone to multiple times throughout the phase. Before he was even SPL, back when he was still kicking in the SCC, a pick that he went to many times as well. So it should be a good fight. Let's kind of get the ball rolling a bit early, but pressure, at least in the mid lane, we'll go over to the Ferrymen. Pressure in duo, though, still sticks to towards Eldritch Hounds.
CycloneSpin loses out on the beads very early on here. Could be a bit more threat coming to him later. I mean, that's a concerning beads, actually. He was like already in his tower and full HP. Maybe a misclick from the Styx Ferrymen's ADC, but at the end of the day, we'll create a bit of opening here. BennyQ as well, similarly struggling in his lane. With Cyno on Erlang Shen, we haven't seen it in a while. This was one of Cyno's favorite picks. Back in the auto-attacker meta, the Chop Chop Osiris Erlang Shen supremacy, he was firmly within those two. Those two were firmly within his god pool, I should say. And so, with Erlang Shen on a bit of a resurgence, no surprise to me that Cyno's taken him here. It will struggle a bit in keeping up with Serqet's jungle clear. Serqet just so good at clearing out the jungle, rotating towards these lanes, leveraging that mobility, and not missing out on any farm on map. And Erlang Shen used to be able to do that in a Mannequin's Blade world, but Mannequins isn't exactly as good as it once was, so the jungle is where Cyno's headed with this build. It'll slow him down a bit, so maybe a little bit more PvP on the mind of Cyno, whereas Oathhh, he'll spend the next few minutes farming up.
I think that's what I'd also bring up as to which kind of Erlang Shen game we're going to see. The ones where it was a bit more of a sit back and not really get a whole lot of things rolling. Are we going to see more along what we saw a little bit earlier today where the Erlang Shen was doing really well for itself? It's to be determined by Cyno, and also maybe to be determined what style of build that he goes for on the Erlang Shen as well. Does he go for that more auto attack style, stay very, very damage oriented, maybe one defense? Time will tell as the build goes through. Oath's able to clear out the mid-Harpy camp. Splits them a little bit with Cyno there at the very end, but does manage to land a taunt onto Cyno, and it keeps Oathh alive.
Oathh actually moving in towards Cyno's side of the map. I thought it would just be confirmed blue buff and be happy there was no fight headed your way. Seems that will be the case. So just trying to keep eyes on Cyno, make sure that invade wasn't headed towards him. That's all Serqet really needs to do. Until you get a few more items online, a little bit of penetration, maybe some CDR, then you could start utilizing the true damage, the 100% anti-heal, and you become a threat on map. Whereas Erlang Shen, he's pretty threatening as is. just has really good poke potential. The HP shield and turtle form means that he's not even really leveraging his own HP bar when he decides to initiate. Would give an advantage over to Cyno in the fight, which we saw briefly on that right-hand side mid-camp fight between those two junglers. But now we have finally hit that level 5 point. Ultimate's available and will become available quickly to everyone as they clear out this wave in the duo lane. And now Oathh's got a little bit more oomph in his team fight. Has a little bit more pick potential with the help of maybe an ADC or a rotation towards Baskin. Ducky's got some chase down potential. Oathhh brings a good deal of kill pressure to just about every lane.
I guess it's then the question of, well, which one of those lanes does Oathhh go to? You try and jump on Paul, get some picks on the Zhonghui early, try and mitigate some of Paul's effectiveness as the game goes on. You go over to Baskin and try and keep this tier in a compromising spot. Not the easiest task to do, but with the Ravana, you have a lot of damage. Maybe, as you say, go over towards this dual lane and try and keep, well, CycloneSpin at his tier 1 tower, the same spot that he's been the last 2 games, no matter the lead, whether it be Eldritch Hounds or Styx Ferrymen. It's been where Cyclone has kind of been almost relegated to. VaporishCoast has been consistently on that tier 1 tower line. Now with the Jotuns online, he's got a little bit of CDR in the build. Maybe we see him trying to make his first rotation to one of these lanes.
Yeah, there are no easy ganks, but maybe if Ducky's getting the better end of Baskin, could put in a little bit of poke there, keep him around 60%. All of a sudden that Serqet combo and that true damage dot would even chase him through that CC immune ultimate and that leap away. So tier safe, but not 100% safe. I think the most difficult lane to gank would probably be this Zhonghui, just because he's got defense in the passive and the AoE damage of that ultimate constantly applies to Serqet even while she's on his back. It would make it difficult. The concern is the turnaround fight, not so much the inability to kill Paul. Duo lane, though, I think a great target. Jump onto Aror before he stacks up the Gauntlet of Thieves, or maybe finish off CycloneSpin before he's allowed to head back to base and start stacking Transcendence.
Or maybe a 3 versus 2. Root is good onto Paul, but now it's a Lawbringer in by Baskin. The Golden Apple is out on top of Baskin to keep things back, but Ducky's got to keep up the chase on Paul. Goes to the overhead kick, but he's pushed against the wall, and BennyQ, he doesn't get any bailout. Cyno's going to chase, but it's first blood over to the Hounds, and now with Quig here, Cyno's got nowhere to go. A lot of damage thrown back through, but it's not quite enough. You need the help from Oathhh, from Ducky, someone to try and take out Cyno. He'll use the Mink form to get away and path right back to his tier 1 tower. It's only 1 kill. It's in the pocket of the Hounds this time.
That was so nearly a turnaround. It maybe still could be. Aror. Eyes for Benny. Damage not there. Dash would have done it, but Quig playing spoiler will keep Aror at bay. And a rotation from Oathhh might actually put some threat towards him, but not enough mana, and so should be a reset back to neutral unless Auror's got anything left in the tank, and he has not. Quig, though?
Throw back to Quig.
Nah, he's got to be dead, too. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
Quig will be good.
Yeah, he's
got a lot of HP.
That's a tank.
He's got some Thieves X online, some HP, some prots.
Well, yeah,
Plus,
9 stacks? Pff, chilling.
And Paul's only got 1 item. If we're like maybe
Chilling.
another item or so back, maybe a little worried towards Quig.
Well, it's Doom Orb in first slot for the Zhonghui.
That's different.
It is different. Chase down potential, penetration power, I mean, you got it all. Maybe sacrificing a bit of survivability. But what I was trying to get into, and I won't have an opportunity because Cyclone, he's perhaps got a bit of help here.
Well, Bead's going to be used by Coast. Quick dash out, lock behind the pin, makes a chase out still. VaporishCoast needs a bailout, but he's got nothing left to help himself out. Ult gone, Bead's gone, HP expended. The Styx Ferrymen come up with their first kill.
That is 2 games of conditioning, J-Mac. That is 70 combined in-game minutes of conditioning, where VaporishCoast has just been allowed to exist on the enemy tier 1 tower. Just been allowed to have a little siesta at CycloneSpin's expense. And finally, Cyno decides to rotate through and make use of all that conditioning. VaporishCoast very easily shut down with a bit of help there. So, Styx Ferrymen find their fight back. Maybe some more here. Quig will silence out that pool. Should be just fine. And the fight fizzles.
Now, maybe Quig and company keeping a roar here, does find the root, the double root through, and now that Oathhh is shot up, misses the taunt, but he goes in for the ultimate, locks him on top of the Dharmic Pillar, and a quick pop after. It's 2 now for the Eldritch Hounds. Fast rotation from Oathhh nets them their second.
That was dangerous once that taunt had missed. Very nearly able to make his way out, but Aror caught by the ultimate nonetheless. an easy lockdown there, thanks to those Dharmic Pillars also shredding his defense. The Eldritch Hounds catch out the support of the Styx Ferrymen. A lot of fighting happening, but not a lot of whole objectives going down. Does Benny survive this? Barely.
Taunt from Oathhh may have just been enough to make sure that he doesn't go down, or at least no further cooldowns from Paul expended. But BennyQ holds on to his beads. Didn't have ultimate for that.
We're fighting everywhere.
But Paul is starting to show what damage Quig has. Unfortunate for Oathhh, he does get picked up. This could be
jump.
a turnaround. He's not very tanky. He doesn't have any cooldowns left. He's waiting, trying to buy a moment for anything. His dash, his leap, whatever it may be, just comes up in time. And Quig with the silence just to make sure there's enough time out.
All the while in the duo lane, Cyno once more makes use of that conditioning, catches VaporishCoast, getting a little bit over aggressive. And that Cern notches his second death. CycloneSpin getting a bit of help here in game 3. And Marty benefiting from it, already a level lead for the ADC.
Now Ducky, what will he be able to do on this Ravana? When I think of the Ravana performances over the course of week 1 of Masters, probably the one that stands out the most to me does come out at least from what Ducky was able to do. Now we did miss the action over on the left side because everything happening in mid. Fortunate for us, we have a great production team. They're able to bring us that replay for Cyno. And wasn't even all the way at the tier 1 tower. This time just gets caught out in the middle, maybe unexpecting the damage output that Cyclone has. And bees are down from the last time through. It's an easy pick with the double ult combo.
Man, Death from Above just does so much damage, and with the dash had already been expended, easy for CycloneSpin to line up all those shots. Cyno as well uses the 9-turn Blessing to tank up that tower very well. The Eldritch Hounds now have to find an answer to these rotations. Maybe a little bit more vision on the left side jungle could prevent some spills like that. Or perhaps some counter rotations from Oathhh, but for the most part, Oathhh has been relegated to peeling out for his allies or making sure Paul isn't allowed to walk in towards the enemy tower. So, where can Oathhh go to get proactive? It's not going to be easy shutting down this Marty anymore. Nearly done stacking up that Transcendence and already finishes the Soul Eater too. That's a lot of sustain.
It's going to be hard. Trying to go up against this Marty. I think you're right to say maybe wait till an ultimate's down, but Cyclone's using that for getting the kills usually at that point. So maybe trying to continue to push BennyQ's lead over in mid. Only about a half level between him and Paul at this point, but now with another 2v2 over on the left side of the map, Cyno has definitely stuck around this way a little bit more. Cyclone, maybe him and Cyno had a little talk between the games, said, look, man, Coast has been here the entire time these last 2 games. Should be an easy pick for you. Starts it out, fighting mid though. Paul goes for the ultimate right away. Mitigates so much damage from Oathhh and BennyQ. Golden Apple is out, but it's only going to clip the wave. A lot used by Benny and Oathhh, but not much gained from it.
Yeah, and that's Paul having not backed in like 6 minutes either. It still was just Doom Orb on that Quig, so now with Charon's coin, even more difficult to chase him down. Benny taking a lot of damage here, but nobody there to finish off the kill, and with Quig hovering nearby, we'll have just enough peel, I suppose, but Aror keeping me guessing. Thought maybe he'd go even further into that tower. What do the Eldritch Hounds do? What can they do to slow this down, J-Mac? I mean, the Styx Ferrymen starting to pull themselves ahead just off of pressure alone. There's a lot of mental damage too. Oathhh now on 3 attempted ganks has been crushed in his aggression, twice onto Paul and once into the duo lane. It's been a while since he's seen pay dirt, whereas Cyno has found a couple of impact kills now onto VaporishCoast. Could be that the Styx Ferrymen just kind of spin their wheels for a little bit, wait for some neutral objectives to spawn up. They do exactly that. The beacon will go to the Chaos, and no fanfare.
Now we do look at the XP across the board. While it's still at least a level down for Coast, it sits dead even on the charts. It's about 1 up for Quig in the support role, 1 over in the soul lane. Ducky on this Ravana has been getting the better end of farm up against Baskin. It's gotten a few more totems. I say a few. It's 7-2 on the total count over on the right side of the map. This Ravana has been able to have an impact at least in that set of neutral farm and over here on this. And I'm wondering if that's where the extra bit of gold bonus that the Eldritch Hounds have. Because remember, First Blood Bounty did go to the Hounds. It's about 450, 500 gold, but another 500 just in that time frame, despite the kills being so even. The Hounds are keeping up in farm. If mostly at least at the expense of Coast falling down twice in the duo. And that's really where the only pressure has been from the Styx Ferrymen, has just been on the Coast in the duo lane. Oathhh picked up on the top side of the map, but doesn't need to use anything to get away. It's only Aror standing by.
And so nothing gained here. Oathhh simply dedicating a bit of his time to try and bail out his ADC. Won't find too much with Aror hovering there, and so heads himself back to base. Does either team have an advantage right now in objectives? Neither one of these compositions screams objective comp to me. Quig with Dharmic Pillars might give the slight edge over to the Eldritch Hounds, but when you take into account mid laners, neither Zhongqi or Discordia exactly a confirmation mage, neither one of them exactly a burn mage either. So where do advantages lie? I think the Styx Ferrymen, in a 5-on-5 engagement, the combo of Atlas plus Zhongqi has just got to be disgusting, right? All that objective burn plus massive AoE persistent damage from Zhongqi would make it very difficult for the Eldritch Hounds to take a fight in these narrow jungle corridors. And so you got to look towards the picks. And I think the Eldritch Hounds have got themselves a very strong pick composition between this Ganesha as well as the Serqet. The amount of lockdown, single target lockdown that they have got is through the roof. But those two have not really paired up with each other. We haven't seen Quig and Oathhh maneuvering the map together, looking for those opportunities for the most part. Fights are really just happening in the lanes, and if that's the case, it seems like the Styx Ferrymen are going to have a slight advantage.
Oathhh, though, trying to put some pressure on the left. Cyno rotates over, gets a little bit of a spotting of Oathhh. Forced to use that taunt defensively to carve himself out a path to escape. The Eldritch Hounds still playing this slow, and even despite still no further kills happening on the map, they continue to push up their gold lead. Remember, it's 500, and then it was 1,000 earlier. Now we're at 1,500 and still climbing up. The Eldritch Hounds just finding so much extra farm, seemingly out of nowhere, because the Styx Ferrymen have been so active across the board.
Yeah, the Ferrymen have taken just about everything that isn't bolted down, green buff included. Invade successful there as the Eldritch Hounds turn the corner and see none of their farm available to them. Ferrymen, though, have just not been able to get too much accomplished, have they? The Eldritch Hounds still nursing a slight gold lead as of now. VaporishCoast even having fallen down twice. Not that far behind on CycloneSpin, and as far as boxing potential goes, might even favor VaporishCoast and his damage output in these team fights. Dominance plus Executioner, that's a whole lot of penetration, so the tankier targets of the Ferrymen will have a hard time moving up to him.
Group up around Pyromancer, but not much to be had right now. BennyQ still going to stay in the lane. Same with Paul. So once Coast and Spin now join the fight, a 5v5 around Pyro. 16 minutes in, it gets started up. Silenced out by Quig. Sunder in the backline from Aror, but it's Ducky and Oathhh distracting Cyno all the way back. Double taunt in by Oathhh, and a golden apple as well. The pillars drop through, and Aror is the first one gone. But the damage from the Atlas, from the Zhongqi is starting to do its number towards BennyQ's health. Quig still healthy, taunted in by Cyno, but Ducky is there to try and bail out. It's not enough though. 1-for-1 trade, and still looking for more. Ducky has not given up. He's still pushing up. Baskin's got no escape, and Cyclone goes into Sky. BennyQ came back in, and is immediately escorted out by the damage of the Marty. The Styx Ferrymen have found 2-for-1, about to be 3 with Ducky in the middle of the Fire Giant pit. He's using the fire to try and help bail him out, but that's not enough. It's a double for Cyclone, 3 for the Ferrymen.
Man, the Ferrymen just absolutely rout that team fight. Oathhh struggles to find a priority target. Paul, once he goes into his ultimate, nobody wants to stand near him. Creates so much space for his team. Baskin as well. Fearless is just on point. And it's the Pyromancer as the reward. Team fight plus objective, both to the Ferrymen, brings us back to a neutral state. My heart goes out to Quig. I felt like Quig had great impact in that fight. Gets meditation on his entire team. Dharmic Pillars well placed. Sunders connect. But the damage was not quite there. Now that Ducky's got Pridwin finished up, maybe that's enough. Seems like Oathh's working towards it as well. But it's a very tanky composition here from the Eldritch Hounds. Even their dedicated damage dealers going a little bit more so towards utility. It's E-Staff into a little bit more HP for Benny. Quig's full tank. Oathh's full tank. Ducky's full tank. Good luck securing your kills with all these defensive-minded players. Styx Ferrymen, keep it easy. Immediately just shut down anybody who step up, and even with the tankier builds, they've at least got some defense shred to make it work out.
Gold Fury, though, to the Ferrymen. Beacon spawning up. Quig's already on the scene along with BennyQ. A couple of members of the Ferrymen standing by, but Might just give this one up unless we see a rotation in from Cyno. Now a Ducky teleporting in, 3 versus 3 towards the beacon. Baskin steps up to slow things down, but Ducky standing by. Might just scare the tier out, while meanwhile Coast, well, he's been having a whole lot of fights this game. Not many have gone in his favor, but this is the first one that he's able to turn back through while Ducky and Oathhh team up against Paul. Ultimate is there. The double stun by Paul sets up for his escape, and Oathhh is now forced out. Baskin dashes forward, but the full force of the Hounds have now shown up, and the beacon has been capped off.
Surprised to see the Ferrymen catch and release there. Aror finds the pickup. Cyno still has ultimate, but no damage towards VaporishCoast, who simply stands his ground and says, look, you can hit me with all you want. I'm just going to do more, and does exactly that. Cyno unwilling to return damage into the enemy ADC, and so it's the Styx Ferrymen forced to retreat as the Eldritch Hounds take a lot of positioning here. Ferrymen haven't retreated for long, though. CycloneSpin makes a rotation towards mid, keeps the pressure up.
Ult by Quig. Maybe trying to keep Aror locked down, maybe hoping BennyQ's ult was coming back up in time to follow up, but not going to be there. So decent cooldown. Now expended by Quig. Oh, this goes in against Paul. No ultimate available for the Jean Quig. Could find a pick, but it's another big stun on top. And the Aegis used by Paul. No follow-up afterwards. Mid laner was gone. There's only Quig nearby. Tried to get something. Did manage to at least get Aegis.
Yeah, getting that Aegis, I think, impressive there. Paul maybe concerned about Dharmic Pillars. Maybe it wasn't communicated properly. They had already been used as Oathhh. Now starting to stack up a little bit more damage, but is he bitten off more than he could chew?
He does get pulled back by Aror. Fast jump out and just barely 100 or less HP ult. Whoa, another close call by Oathhh. He's got a juke and jive everything thrown at him, and he's able to worm his way out. The Eldritch Hounds jungler lives once more.
That does cost Cyno his blink as well as his ultimate. Aror his ultimate too. But with no neutral objectives on map, both Pyromancer and Fury not available. I don't think there's much the Eldritch Hounds can do to leverage some of those resources being removed. Rotations towards Paul still good. Paul's got ultimate this time around, but no beads, no Aegis. If BennyQ's nearby, a taunt from Oathhh and ult from Oathhh might just be enough. As Mirrodin is the item of BennyQ's choice, and maybe a book in the next slot. Soul Reaver, potential. A little proc build here for the Eldritch Hounds mid laner. It'll do a whole lot to some of these larger HP bars.
Yeah, a lot of very tanky targets. Decent bit of pen, at least to start out. Gotta see a little bit more, especially if you want to try and fight some of these frontliners. A lot of cooldown in the build more than anything, so a lot of ability spam.
This magic's going to be so
for
unruly
BennyQ.
and so often.
It's going to strife so many times. It's going to throw out so many apples. They're so chaotic. The Eldritch Hounds, though, they might want to step up to this Pyromancer. This one's going over to the Ferryman with no contest, but Baskin standing by. No ward to spot him out until just now. Pyromancer over to the Ferryman. No contest. No step up from the Hounds. Not even an eye of threat coming from them to slow this one down. The Ferryman, they pick up their second Pyro of the game.
With the game as even as it is, I don't dislike the call from the Hounds to just go ahead and let that one go. VaporishCoast too far away to get involved. Ducky doing his own thing in the soul lane. Oathhh was hovering the left side, so had the Eldritch Hounds decided to defend, it would have been a slow conveyor belt, which just does not add up to a win there in the team fight. And so lose out on a Pyro, lose out on a bomb, but keep the gold lead to 1,000 as opposed to losing some lives and potentially a Fire Giant. I think the correct call from the Eldritch Hounds. Styx Ferrymen, though, do a good job of desyncing the neutral objectives with Pyromancer off. Could just go ahead and start grouping up around this Oni Fury and forcing a team fight if they so choose. And team fight, I think, prime on the mind. Paul's got his relics back. You've got both of your Sunders available on the side of the Ferryman. Dawnbringer's just been finished as well. Cyno, clearly a massive fan of this item. A lot of utility available to the Ferryman, a lot of initiation. And so long as Paul is alive, they've also got the damage.
Yeah, I think 5v5 team fights where we may see some of the value of this Jean Quig with that ultimate. Just see how much that Paul is able to do once he's got more than just one or two people diving. Because it's been consistently Quig and Oathhh where at least Paul has gotten the brunt of his damage through. A little bit on towards Benny as well. We've been seeing, I actually saw nearly a solo kill earlier in the game by Paul. Bailed out by at least the teammates on the Eldritch Hounds. But Paul's got a lot of damage in his build too. He's got a lot of procs. Has that E-Staff, has At least the Soul Reaver already online. So you're going to at least be matching some of that proc style that BennyQ is providing for his team too.
Yeah, but with a little bit more damage behind it, do more as opposed to ChronosPen, it means he'll be casting less abilities, but when he does, they'll hit much harder. Even just throwing out the Exorcism tag as poke could find a good deal of value here. That ability slept on a little bit in that it does immense damage, but so often loses out on some of that value as every one of your abilities essentially consumes it. 2 or 3. Oni Fury pulled. No vision for the Hounds. No rotation for the Hounds either. I think we're looking at another free objective.
Ferrymen have gone rather unchecked on these ones. So Oni Fury to the Ferrymen. Beacon's not even up for the Hounds to take as a consolation prize. Pyromancer was taken earlier. The Hounds just given up. Now 2 objectives. Without any form of step up, any kind of fight back. The Styx Ferrymen are reaping from those benefits, but it's got to be mentioned that even with all these objectives that the Ferrymen are getting, Myth, not even 1,000 gold up for the Ferrymen at this point. We're 24 minutes. For all intents and purposes, this is a dead even game.
I wonder, though, if the Hounds from dead even aren't even willing to defend the Fury, where is the defense? Are you going to keep giving over these neutrals? Pyromancer spawning up very shortly. Do you want a 3rd Runic Bomb in the pocket of the Ferrymen? Are you concerned that heavily with the ability of the Ferrymen to team fight? And if that's the case, you got to think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
If you want a team fight, Beacon might be the place
He hit
that
all
we
3?
see it.
Look at that.
Card ticking away. 10 to 20% HP on nearly everybody. Ducky gets picked up, pushed under the tower, can barely get the ultimate off in time, but now Cyno and Paul are here to make sure he goes down. One more ghost, notches a double kill for Paul. The Styx Ferrymen pull out the 5v5 and force the Eldritch Hounds to fight, and it's a losing fight for the Hounds.
All right, I get it now. I understand why the Hounds didn't want a team fight. That was ugly. The Ferrymen just do it to him. The CC chain onto Ducky clean. The Sunder to remove all that defense made him squishy, and now it leaves Oathhh in a hero play position. Well, I'm not sure there's a whole lot Serqet's going to do on her own.
He's already taunted. Now he's going to be shoved around by Baskin. Root is there. But Baskin doesn't care about that damage. Oathhh might want to worry about it. This Fire Giant goes over to the Styx Ferrymen. All 5 plus kill on 2. Nets the Ferrymen their first significant lead and really the first actual major lead of the game. So we crest now 3,000 from that team fight. Plus, add a 3rd Pyromancer and a 3rd Runic Bomb to the pocket of the Ferrymen.
And just as the Titans spawn as well, let's group up on it. Play with it. Fire Giant on 5. Gold lead. Power Spikes. Hit. Relics still available. And you get to play with the Titan. This could be one of the more impactful Titan sieges we've seen so far. The Eldritch Hounds' base defense isn't weak, but if you've got a Titan tanking a tower for you, you're going to be able to stick in there for a good long while. Best defense in a Titan siege is a good offense. If you can make contact with the enemy Titan first, apply some damage to it before it gets in towards your Tier 1, Tier 2, or Phoenix. It would make it that much easier to defend, but are you able to step up? The Eldritch Hounds seem to think yes. Keep your eyes on Cyno, though. Hasn't got Blink, but that 9 turns Blessing still a very strong engage tool.
Aror and Oathhh square off. Titans are being taken out at least by Cyclone. The Styx Ferrymen have the advantage in the fight. Oathhh throws the ultimate onto Paul, and Atomic Pillar used, but it's a double Fearless by Baskin to really kick off this fight. The beam lands in the middle of all. Paul is nearly out. Ducky trying to finish up, but he just can't. It's Quig, the first one gone, and Cyclone trying to knock down VaporishCoast once more. All of the Hounds forced out. Double kill for Cyclone. Titan still standing. Tier 1 tower knocked down by the Ferrymen, and no chance that BennyQ can stop this Tier 2. It might not even be able to stop the fight of the Ferrymen. This Titan push is now net 2 towers for the Ferrymen.
And the siege continues. Paul slowly waddling his way back towards the rest of his team, but unneeded with all the Runic Bombs in pocket. 1 expended. Titan's still healthy, and 20 seconds to play with on respawn.
Paul's on the way. Titan down to a quarter for the Ferrymen, but BennyQ's down to nothing. It's a collapse on the mid laner, and the Chaos Titan still pushing in. Order side team's got to do something. Baskin gets thrown into the fountain, and that's the retreat call for the Ferrymen. They lose their frontliner on being a little too far forward when Oathhh is standing nearby.
Speaking of Oathhh, let's go all the way back to how that team fight starts. It's an ultimate from Oathhh onto Paul, but Paul's all the way in front of his Tier 1 tower. He's in a very safe position, so Oathhh lose out on one of his best team fight tools, and the Styx Ferrymen say, oh, word, Paul's good, let's fight.
Oh, and speaking of fight, it's immediately brought to Coast once more. The pillars are not enough to keep either of the members of the duo alive. The Styx Ferrymen collapse in as Oathhh stands by and watches as his team crumbles to the Styx Ferrymen. Add another fury to the pockets here. The Ferrymen is primal fury under their eye.
There are monsters in tall grass. That's a lesson I learned all the way back in the late 90s thanks to the Nintendo. Seems Eldritch Hounds missed out on that one. Quig and VaporishCoast just walk through and get jumped by the Styx Ferrymen. 30 seconds in the grayscale to think about their errors. And still more gold available to the Styx Ferrymen. They take the Fury. I'm thinking they're probably going to get this tier 2 as well.
Still have all structures on the right side of the map. If they want to add even more gold to their pockets. But tier 2 might just be at least the final push for now. Still Fire Giant for a little while longer on the Ferrymen before that buff falls off their waist. But
look at the gold.
It's going to take a minute to spend up the nearly 3,000 plus gold in every single member of the Ferrymen's pockets at this point through. They'll head back to base and finish up some of these crucial builds.
Man, Paul was so excited to get back to base. He didn't wait for the rest of his team, spent it up. So now that's a full stacked Zhong Kui with relics coming back up very shortly and a red buff around his waist. Well, he was doing pretty decent damage beforehand. I'm thinking he's doing crippling damage now. And the Eldritch Hounds are still struggling to find an answer to him. And I'm not certain that they've got one. If Oathhh and VaporishCoast are both hitting Paul at the same time, the team fight had already gone crazy because how often are they going to be playing together? But that would be one answer. I think it really is just VaporishCoast, the only member of the Eldritch Hounds that's got enough damage in build to legitimately threaten Paul. Otherwise, the DPS race from this Zhong Kui just favors Zhong Kui against every other member of the Hounds. Could be true of the entirety of the Ferrymen as they take their 5th uncontested neutral objective. This time, though, it makes a little bit more sense with 12,000 gold separating these teams. Fire Giant, though, I think the Hounds have to defend. And let me, we've got a moment. Let me explain that. The Eldritch Hounds are not favored in a defense. It's long shot odds in a defense on the Fire Giant. I'd say maybe 8-2 favoring the Ferrymen in that neutral territory. But also the Ferrymen had crushed you so handily on Siege that if you give over an enhanced Fire Giant, you got to think it's just going to go the same way. So don't give that one up. Take the long shot odds, I think.
Very questionable ultimate by Oathhh. Maybe thought Coast was a little closer for the turnaround follow-up, but plenty of CDR in the build. Oathhh will get that ultimate back online for next fight, but might not be here for the Fire Giant. Eldritch Hounds, they've got one person in this jungle to try and step up, and it's just Ducky. And those are long shot odds for Ducky to steal, and maybe he's got some backup from the rest of the team. Paul keeps him slowed down, and ultimate out from Ducky will bail him out. But now it's Baskin. He's found the double. Oh, BennyQ caught unaware entirely. Throws out the apple, and an ultimate from CycloneSpin to separate the team fight once more. But BennyQ is collapsed on. Even with the strife, it's not enough as Cyno closes the gap. Not just only his 2nd kill of the game, but it's number 13 for the team.
I think that's just game sense from Baskin. I don't believe they had a ward on that corner. No, they do. Baskin, of course, prepared for that one. And a double stun immediately into the pick onto the mid laner. The Eldritch Hounds try and defend the Fire Giant, but slow on the uptake, get routed on the rotation in. And so the Styx Ferrymen now have essentially hamstrung them. They've cut the tendon. There's no way the Eldritch Hounds can defend 4v5 on the Fire Giant. Even with all those ultimates down on the Ferrymen, you're still concerned about Paul getting that back up quickly. And Oathhh takes a good deal of damage from just CycloneSpin, so if he reinitiates, he realizes now, 1, not tanky, 2, well, you're already down to about 80%, so previously not tanky and now also low HP. I think this one just has to go to the Ferrymen.
Might be a repeat, though. Ducky stepped up. Oathhh versus Bastion. Oathh's losing that fight. Quig's got pillars coming up in just a moment. Maybe waiting for that opportunity. Throws the Sunder only against Aror, and a pillar on top of Fire Giant. But there's no damage going back to Fire. Instead, it's all directed right back at Quig. Ducky dives in with the ultimate, but Cyclone takes to the skies to try and shred away some of that health. Ducky picked back up and thrown to the wolves. Paul on a killing spree, and the Styx Ferrymen back on the Fire.
Quig still low HP, but maintaining his positioning. Benny no golden apple, but also still aggressive, all the while just standing on an enemy ward.
He's gonna do it to him again. Baskin over the top finds 2 again. And there's no way that the Hounds can keep fighting into the front line of the Ferrymen. Baskin has just kept 3 people effectively out of this fight by himself.
Yeah, Oathhh zoned earlier, and then this ultimate there to stop another 2, and the Styx Ferrymen finally able to knock down the Fire Giant. Enhanced Fire Giant, by the way, no backdoor protections. Means you don't even need to bring the minions with you. And with like essentially 2 or 3 auto attackers here if you want to count Cyno with this tankier build. Gotta think these Phoenixes will go down pretty quickly the second the Styx Ferrymen can make contact with them. Base defense from the Eldritch Hounds. It takes some miracles, I think. VaporishCoast, a 2-3-man ultimate maybe. Strife's got to connect with priority targets. Maybe you can catch Paul before he restacks all his ghosts, but I'm thinking Paul, already starting to move in towards the minion wave, will have his full defense available to him as well. And this is 10-6, so Fire Giant lasts a lot longer than maybe you'd become accustomed to in patches previous. So they're allowed, the Ferrymen that is, to take their time as they start to approach this left side bird.
I was wondering where they were taking Chester there for a moment. Wrapped him all the way to the Gold Fury, kept him alive at the Gold Fury, then put him right at the bottom of the shield buff for the extra boost in speed to head right. Well, I thought it'd be head right over to the left side Phoenix, but seems that the Styx Ferrymen have different plans. Group up inside the jungle. Maybe that does end up being their ultimate goal, but Cyno's all the way in mid, pushing up the wave. He's got Oni minions now ready to go. And the Styx Ferrymen with a 15,000 gold lead pushing in to this Phoenix. Full build starting to come online, so that gold meaning a little bit less, but that's still elixirs, power potions, potential for the Ferrymen as they go for a awkward 3-2 split. Well, oh,
nope,
excuse
not
me,
awkward.
what? Never mind. It's not awkward. It's awkward for the Hounds, if anything. How did he just get double fearless by Baskin when he's walking into your bird? 2 Phoenixes down. The Ferrymen in one fell swoop have knocked away 2 members of the Eldritch Hounds. It seems an ultimate from Cyno there to help him out. Pulls him out of Phoenix, sets up for the Fearless, and the 6 Ferrymen can move into the Titan, waiting for the minion wave to jump in. Paul off to the side, no ultimate available, but Cyno can keep going. The pillars, and a lot of damage, so back Aurora's low. Aurora's nearly out of this fight, but the pillars are not doing enough damage. The ultimate dropped by Aurora, Cyclone forced to the sky. The 6 Ferrymen, they cannot push into this Titan. The Hounds have pushed them out.
So low HP are the Ferrymen. And that's it. I think you're right. There's nothing left in the tank here. Cyno and Aurora have to resustain slowly. But there is at least a consolation prize on the right-hand side, left side, and middle. Phoenix already taken, but Tier 2 still stands here. Grab that one. Why not? Pyromancer. Another Runic Bomb. Couldn't hurt. Would certainly be able to secure you a little bit more damage once you start to approach that Titan room again. But that was as picturesque an initiation as you could have. If it's a 9 turns blessing from Cyno into a double fearless into Paul's infinite damage, the Eldritch Hounds, Oathhh, and Ducky given no opportunity to fight back. I believe Oathhh had already used the beads. Neither ultimate from Ducky or Oathhh get channeled because they weren't allowed to press buttons. By the time they had touched the ground, they were already 6 feet under it. And so, the Styx Ferrymen make it look easy, breaking the base of the Eldritch Hounds. And the Hounds get a wake-up call. Okay, well, if Enhanced Fire Giant goes to the Ferrymen, seems like we cannot stop them. Best case we can do is fight from within our own fountain, and that looks good for the Hounds, but I'm not certain they'll have too many more opportunities at that. And so, we find ourselves in a similar position as previous. If Fire Giant goes to the Ferrymen, I think that's just gonna be it. So the Eldritch Hounds will likely have to defend in neutral territory.
Look at the elixirs of not power on the carry for Paul here. Defense for both
Baskin
him
got one
and
too, yeah.
Baskin. It was already hard to kill Paul without Tanky was his passive. Now throwing in some extra prots and some mitigation. Feels like it might be just impossible. Cyno tries to drag Oathhh further in. Golden Apple off the mark. But so is the taunt from Cyno's ultimate. That's 2 for 1 trade as far as the ults are concerned. Silver lining for the Hounds. They got the beads off of Cyno.
Beads off of Cyno, but Cyno's essentially just another support as far as I'm concerned. That Exian kin size, don't be fooled. He's not landing too many auto attacks. He's there for pins and 9 turns blessing. And so, I think losing out on his beads probably just fine here. The Eldritch Hounds, on the other hand, don't exactly lose out on too many of their value relics. It's just Oathhh. twice now. I was going to say just his blink, but now bead's gone. That one is value. Oathhh not allowed to initiate in any of these fights anymore. Would likely just be immediately turned on. And so the Ferrymen, I believe in just taking the beads from Oathhh, can go ahead and just grab themselves a Fire Giant. No way they step up. Hound's going to let this one go.
Quig's got pillars.
They wouldn't.
Tried to use it last time.
J-Mac, they wouldn't.
The thing you got to be important here is you don't let Baskin double dunk your backline again.
Oh, they would.
You can't let him happen 3 times in one game. Baskin's just going to bully Oathhh. That's a repeat of the previous fight. Quig steps up. He's still got bubble, so still some safety to his name. But you got to keep your eyes on where in the world Baskin is on this tier. If he's within 100 meters, whatever our unit is in the game.
I think it's called units.
I'd say if he's within 150, you probably want to back away. Because that Lawbringer is ready to go every single time.
It is. Fire Giant pulled once more. And Oathhh, who had been accosted by Baskin, leverages the double sustain itemization to re-heal all of his wounds. And Fire Giant pulled once more. Golden Apple connects. That might actually stop it.
That's a lot of damage to Aror. He might be forced back to base. 50% HP on the Atlas and a reset from the Ferrymen. Eldritch Hounds, BennyQ finds some good damage. And the birds have respawned in. If Duncan keeps this minion wave out, and he should be able to, no problem. We've essentially reset to where we were about 6 minutes ago.
I was so incorrect, so viscerally incorrect. Not only would they and could they did and they should have. The Eldritch Hounds step up to the Fire Giant and defend, maintaining their base, but can they do it again?
Well, they're going to have to. They're going to have to do it without Ducky for 30 more seconds. His teleport's not available. It's going to be a 4 versus 5. Aror thrown up into the sky. And no, trying to find the taunt. Does get it there. But it's an ultimate into the back by Baskin once more. Finds good damage on Benny. Gets the Aegis and the beats from him.
Benny.
And BennyQ is nearly out. Can Cyclone find the shots? No, he's too far up in the sky. And just too far away. Oathhh wrapping around the backside. Buys time for Ducky to show up to the fight and gives BennyQ a chance to reset.
Man, just off the mark. That death from above, just out of range. 1 tick of damage is all it would have taken to have finished off BennyQ. But instead, a reset to neutral once more. And your concern, J-Mac, the multi-stun from Baskin, it connects, but fortunately for the Hounds, CC immunity was already pre-channeled because they were worried about all the other CC that was stacked on top of them. And so, find some high-value relic usage to maintain their lives. BennyQ can't pull that trick off again, not for another 90 seconds. Both beads and Aegis off the table.
Only CC immunity he's got left now. He's winning channels that ultimate himself. Oathhh on the far right. Cyno has found him, but so have the rest of the Ferrymen. Baskin over the wall. It's found
Again.
BennyQ, but it's only Benny this time. Paul in the middle of 2, but he's not taking as much damage as maybe they would hope for. Now the third rotating through. Paul has got to go down with how many of the Hounds have surrounded him. And it'll be a pick for the Hounds. 68 seconds till Paul is back.
Paul isolates himself in the fight, and finally the Eldritch Hounds find an opportunity to fight back in. Fire Giant still alive, but Quig down to sub 50% HP. Is he willing to tank it up? Styx Ferrymen. 50 seconds left on their mid laners respawn with the 4-man core that is still alive, healthy and happy to defend.
Cyno could have the wraparound. He's got ultimate. There's still 3 of them for the Ferrymen. Meanwhile, only 1 left for the Hounds. The Fire Giant has started. Baskin, he's got ult back. BennyQ still without beads, without Aegis. The Fire Giant is not dying
Is that
as
it?
fast as the Hounds would hope. BennyQ still inside the pit, but now it's a turn and burn onto Aror instead. But the apple is off the mark, but the rest of the damage is right on cue. The Eldritch Hounds have taken their second pick, but they're not very healthy. They can't stick around. They've bought time, and Paul will be back up in 10 seconds.
But a full minute on Auror's respawn means you can reset and still play with the 5 versus 4 advantage. This time around, though, one of the 4 will be Paul. And Paul is certainly much more valuable in the team fight than Aror would have been. So the 6 Ferrymen essentially sub in 1 member for the other. And it's a blanket upgrade. Damage output going to be so much higher here. The Eldritch Hounds. Can you actually do Fire Giant? Or do you have to replay the exact same play, which is pull fire, generate threat, wait for someone to walk in, and jump onto him? Last time it's Aror. This time it'll likely be Baskin leading that charge. And here's the thing about Tyr. He is very hard to kill. You can't CC him for long, and he's got 2 dashes to play with.
And then the ultimate as well. Baskin meets Ducky. Fire Giant started by Hounds.
Cyno too.
Only 25% taken away. Now down to half. Cyno finds a taunt into one in the back line, but immediate turnaround by the Hounds that forced him out. Oathhh catches him out from his dash, and Cyno is forced to fight back, but it's a dunk back in. Knock, knock. It's Baskin to the back line, but the damage is just too much for him. He's locked down by Benny, and Ducky nearly takes him down.
Got him.
But Paul's got a lot of return fire for the Styx Ferrymen to keep alive, but look at the chunk damage that BennyQ's got to return right back to him.
So what was previously a 5 versus 4, originally it's Paul off the map, then it's Aror off the map, now it's Cyno. But the Styx Ferrymen trade 1. Oathhh, jungler trade across the board. Styx Ferrymen, I think, maybe happy to take that trade. Oathhh was one of the primary threats to Paul, now off the map. Paul just going to wait on his ultimate to come back up. Maintains his relics throughout that as well. Both carries of the Styx Ferrymen do. Beads and Aegis available on both of them. Means that the Eldritch Hounds are really going to struggle to secure some of these kills.
Unless they can find Baskin by himself. Half health away for the tier. Teleport used to get back. Now it's going to be a walk back for Baskin, but it's still a 4 versus 4. No real advantage for the Hounds. And a longer respawn for Oathhh, which means that Cyno will show up to the scene just a little bit sooner and set ourselves once again back into neutral territory. Once again around the enhanced Fire Giant. Those birds that were taken 10 plus minutes ago by the Ferrymen have now healed back up to the fullest that they can. So Pyromancer is a consolation prize for all the madness within the jungle as Styx Ferrymen pick up a second runic bomb for Cyclone.
Cyclone's holding on to 2. I'm not sure that that's ideal, but maybe it doesn't matter because Baskin's making hero plays. Stun connects. Benny down to half HP. Quig just a little bit healthier than that. But it's Beads off the Discordia. Easy target now for the Ferryman.
Benny's got to be so mad about this. Like, dude, the Solar just keeps ulting me, man. He just keeps going only for me.
And then
but
the rest of the
working.
team's like, yo, he's hitting all of us, buddy. All right,
Yeah.
here's the thing. We all got hit,
It's
okay?
not just you. Get to, take the blinders off a little bit. Everybody's getting affected by this tier. And rightfully so, with the build that Baskin's got, it makes it feel so tanky until those Sunders from Quig and Ducky start connecting. Then it feels like it's much easier to take down these more mobile, these more tanky targets on the Ferrymen. The same can be said back to the Hounds, but haven't really had an opportunity to see some of those Sunders get used from Baskin or Aror to try and sway the team fight back for the Ferrymen just yet.
Baskin's got ult again, man. It's already back up. He could do it again, and this time Benny would have to react ultimate mid-air. When Baskin is mid-air, have to go into the golden apple. It's a hard ask, I think. Styx Ferrymen see an opportunity to get involved here. Baskin leading the charge. Blink it from Cyno. Pin off the mark.
He's gone to the back line. He's found 1, but Cyno is down to half, and it is 2 fighting off against 5. Baskin out of the fight. BennyQ finally gets his revenge against the frontliner of the Ferrymen. Aurora is low. The ultimate fires through as a recall now for the Ferrymen, but Cyno's been caught out by Oathhh. The 1v1 turned into a whole team swarming in. Cyno's got nowhere to go. The silence locks him in place and knocks him down. 2 away from the Ferrymen, and the Hounds push to the fire.
The Eldritch Hounds bait in the Styx Ferrymen. It looked like a clean initiation. Baskin and Cyno on the same page, but no pin from Cyno. And Baskin ults in. It connects, but no follow-up. They're all peeling for the Erlang Shen. And the Eldritch Hounds slowly fold in on the Styx Ferrymen. They take their 2 for free and a Fire Giant to boot. And now it's the Eldritch Hounds who have to approach the actual bird. Still 2 tier 2 towers still standing. We're 47 minutes in. Didn't expect that. It's been a while since I looked towards that side of the map, J-Mac, and it's been so much pressure on the Eldritch Hounds. But now for the next 40 seconds, the Ferrymen will have to defend without Cyno.
15, less than that now for Baskin till he's back. Backdoor protection's not a factor. Aurora's just going to try and disrupt things the best that he can. He's doing quite a bit of damage. If Paul could find a way into the back, could be a lot to pull back through now. The Eldritch Hounds, they get the mid-Phoenix, but maybe not willing to stand up now with Baskin on the respawn. With the terror that Baskin has caused to the back line of the Hounds, maybe a wise call to back away and strip out what is left of the jungle on their retreat home.
We could at least grab the Fury. I mean, you're already here, fellas.
Yeah, grab it as you go to the Phoenix.
Yeah,
maybe.
we'll get it on the way back if it's still there. Doubtful the Ferrymen step up to the Gold Fury pit. Would think Golden Pocket would suit you well on the way back to base, though, where you can spend it. Instead, the Eldritch Hounds take a slow play here, and with so much time left on Fire Giant, there's still a minute and a half left on this power play. might be able to knock down another bird. We've had plenty of opportunities to see how the Styx Ferrymen siege, and it went well, so long as they got the PvP first. I think the Eldritch Hounds, maybe more so, interested in splitting up the defense. If Oathhh can distract individual members, anyone besides Cyno would be incredibly valuable. Keeping Cyno out of the fight, I don't think it is an equivalent exchange for Oathhh, who is the majority of the kill pressure onto Paul. And so, we'll see who will be the answer. It is Cyno in the 4-1 split. Seems like Baskin I'll be making that rotation as well. If Oathhh can keep both of them here, that's massive.
Quig's got the bubble. The Hounds grouped up as 4. And the 1v1 of the junglers skews a little more in favor of the Ferrymen based on the position and their quick adaptations to moving between the two Phoenixes. The Eldritch Hounds, though, taking their time. Fire minions now pushing a minion wave on its trek to get to the Phoenix. Coast pops his potion, and the Hounds can move forward. Sunder connects onto 2. Ultimate from Aror. Fires through to the backline. Only hits Benny and Coast. A little bit of damage towards Quig. But Oathhh has been sticking by this mid-Phoenix and is causing a distraction for the Ferrymen.
We'll know when the Eldritch Hounds are really initiating. It's all down to Quig's ultimate. It's such a great space creation tool in these Phoenixes. And now it might just be the time. A rotation from Paul buys that opportunity.
Well, there's the pillar. The apple still connects with the roar in the back. It's not enough to get the kill, but it also gets an ultimate out of CycloneSpin. Paul has now popped through, and he's got a lot of damage to the Coast and Baskin. Cyno is gone. Paul is gone. Coast has found one, and Ducky may just find another. Baskin knocked down. The Hounds were on death's door just 15 minutes ago, and now they have swept it back. A two-man defense for the Ferrymen. It all comes down to their duo to defend the Hounds, but with a Titan at half HP, with Cyclone isolated from Aror, it's game number 3 and put on match point for the Hounds.
The Eldritch Hounds, discipline once more, drag the game to its absolute limits, and it's the Styx Ferrymen who jumped the shark. One poor initiation in mid cost them everything, and the Hounds come out on top here in game number 3. Big bounce back there from Oathhh after that pretty poor Hebo performance, being able to bounce back, make things happen on this Serqet. Massive. Takes the 1v1 up against Cyno, by the way. Gets lost in all that pandemonium in that last siege, but wins out there and cleanly takes the game.
I mean, you got to dial back to that first enhanced Fire Giant that the Ferrymen had gotten. I'd say, okay, it's a weird little 3-2 split they're pulling. And the moment that I finish that sentence, 2 members of the Hounds are dead. It's a 5v3 at the throne room. And the Ferrymen don't push in. They take too much damage, Aror gets chunked down, they're forced back and say, okay, just wait for the next Fire Giant through. The next Fire Giant, unfortunately for the Ferrymen, never came.
No, there was no opportunity for it. The Hounds, 2 on the ball there. Adaptation now in the court of the Ferrymen. They got to figure out an answer.
Eldritch Hounds now 1 game away from meeting the Oni Warriors in the grand finals. The Ferrymen have got to take 2 in a row to do so. Will the Hounds win it out? We'll find out in game 4 after this break.
It's true. Yeah, I know you said, baby, this is final. And I blame myself. All that's left of me now is an animal. And I cry for help. I wish my call's gonna reach you. Give it my all, 'cause I need you out. Let it go, let it go, let it go till I get you alone. I can't help but howl like a wolf. Howl like a wolf. I wish my call's gonna reach you. Give it my all, 'cause I need you just for beginners. Ain't no winners, it slips through your fingers. I ain't telling no lies. So F all the drama, F the karma. Just do what you wanna. Promise you got time. Be you and keep looking forward. Don't you look backwards and you'll be fine. Come through and say what you need to. Don't let them put you down. Baby, let me tell you what it feels like. Being independent, no trouble inside. It's like magic, living like a pet. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Let me tell you what it feels like. Being whose mama, yeah, treat yourself right. It's like magic, living like a pet. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Come get your future. Know you wanna, she'll never betray ya. She ain't telling no lies. So break the glass ceiling, find your meaning, make truth out of dreaming. Yeah, baby, let me tell you what it feels like. Being independent, no trouble inside. It's like magic, living like a pet. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Let me tell you what it feels like. Being whose mama, yeah, treat yourself right. It's like magic, living like a pet. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Be you and keep looking forward. Don't you look backwards and you'll be fine. Come through and say what you need to. Don't let them put you down. Baby, let me tell you what it feels like. Being independent, no trouble inside. It's like magic, living like a pet. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Let me tell you what it feels like. Being whose mama, yeah, treat yourself right. It's like magic, living like a pet. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life.
Can't take the heat? Then get off the battleground. Smite Season of Souls is here with the hottest and spiciest discounts around.
Now that's spicy.
Between June 13th and June 25th, gems are up to 33% off.
It's spicy. It's not that spicy. It's not that spicy.
That's not all. Chests are also 50% off, including the new alignment chests. Are you good, evil, lawful, or spicy?
Ooh. Ay caramba. Muy caliente.
Did I even mention that these gems are 33% off? No.
Now, did we mention that gems are 33% off?
Spicy!
And if you want more, we've got more.
No way. That is spicy.
There's double worshippers and party up bonuses during this event.
I didn't do this for you not to buy gems, especially when they're on sale.
So jump into game and get all these spicy bonuses right now. It ends on the 25th, and you don't want to miss out. Oh, that's spicy.
That's right, the gem sale. Now, Trelly, it does not come. I checked, I've double checked and triple checked.
Okay.
When you buy the gems, I'm sorry to say, it does not come with a free bowl of ramen.
But
that being said, you can buy the ramen raw skin.
There it is.
With the gems you get on sale while they're on sale. You just need to make sure that you're getting in on it now. That's the thing. That raw skin, it may be the best thing that's happened to my work life over the last couple of weeks. To get to, I mean, that was some nice ramen.
It was spicy.
Spicy.
Much like the discounts, as we kept saying, was a very fun bit to film.
My favorite part is that is actually genuinely how Mifflin sweats.
Yep.
It's like, guys, he's a little self-conscious about it, so like let's not mention it too much, but it is sometimes actually a problem. We have like wet floor signs everywhere. It's crazy. Luckily the AC is pumping today, so everybody's
we're all good.
Good, dry, and safe. But yeah, no, a lot of things to buy with discounted gems, and a lot of fun in that game that just shakes out there. I think that we get to see 15 minutes, let's say, maybe 18 minutes of like even gameplay, and then about 20-ish, maybe even another 15, depending on how you want to slice it, of the Ferrymen just playing really well, Trelly. And then whatever the end is, the last 10 minutes of gameplay where the Hounds decide to be the Hounds.
Yep, it's the way I describe it is whenever a game like this happens where the Hounds, I believe the phrase the casters use, were knocking on death's door, which is certainly what it looks like there. And then it jumps to 41 minutes the next time they're even in a situation where they could possibly find some sort of safe plays. It seemed like Baskin was having such a good time. Paul was actually getting some great dives in with this Jean-Qui, and of course, CycloneSpin on this Marty was absolutely popping off. But for me, it was Oathhh late game finding so many crucial CC. BennyQ, despite some whiffed ultimates, did find some very impactful apples towards the end of the fights, and it's just threw the early game out the window. Doesn't matter how dominant you are for the first 40 minutes of the game, if you can't end, it just becomes relatively even there. And the Serqet was a problem. Of course, BennyQ on the Disco was a problem. Everyone on the Hounds, they were able to just hang in there, so to speak. And because of that, the Ferrymen did all that work. And for what? Just to be down 2-1 in this situation. So the Hounds, I'm not sure if the Hounds feel good after that, though. You know what I mean?
No,
like you would like, number one, to not fall down that early, or I guess relatively late. In the grand scheme of how late that game went,
True.
It wasn't actually late game, but still 30 minutes late game. So you don't want to fall behind, and there are still some changes surely to be made there on both teams. But at this point, win's a win, right? You're in the semifinals, knocking on. You were knocking on death's door. Now you're knocking on the set point. Gotta be feeling pretty good.
It's time to see what they have to offer to us. So far, it's been first pick central this set. Whoever's first pick wins. Hounds games 1 and 3. Ferryman game 2. And maybe potentially here in game 4, as we jump into picks and bans, Ferryman will be the first pick team. And like you said, I'm excited to see what adjustments they have. Has to be said, though, CycloneSpin was like, what, 6-0 and 8 second damage in the game? Unfortunate that you fall, right? In moments like that where you're having such a great performance. Just some unfortunate scenarios in the late game. See the adjustments they make. Ra, Yamoja, and Raven banned out by the Ferrymen. Having flashbacks to game 2. Other side, Set, Hell, and TBD for the Hounds. Jormungandr, something that has been pretty highly prioritized.
Makes sense to me.
This week and last week, and he's had a great performance.
Both of these teams have both been loving
Yeah.
the Jorm, so taking it away, definitely a smart call, especially if you're not first pick. I wouldn't mind the tier run back, but not going to be the call. This is a pick that the Hounds...
Yeah, Baskin looked nuts on that.
Yep, I think that this Ganesh pick has been bouncing back and forth for good reason. I forgot to highlight it just because there was so much to talk about in a game like that, but Quig on the Ganesh was finding some massive ultimates. It was usually the engage or the disengage, I suppose, to split up a team fight was throw up the Dharmic Pillars, and then BennyQ would throw an apple down Main Street, and that was kind of the play. So now, make sure to grab that for yourself. The Styx Ferrymen grabbing the Ganesh. Would you have guessed going into this weekend that Ganesh would be so highly prioritized? I mean, it was definitely a top support pick, but certainly not. We gotta they're fighting over first pick Ganesh. That's wild.
I feel like if you had told me it was going to get top 3'd by the Ferrymen every game, I'd have believed that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because that tracked with what we had been seeing. If you had told me, okay, now in this set it's going to be fought for first pick between them and the Hounds, I mean, you know, Quig obviously had a Ganesh coming into this, but nobody other than Aror was really playing it. That's definitely caught me by surprise as well. But it's been fun to watch, and Auror's going to have it back this time around. Thor and Hachi are the answers, though. Thor has been banned out and strictly taken away from Baskin up to this point. Hounds can throw it into the jungle, right? Oathhh has a pretty mean Thor. They could take it into solo if they want to. Ducky has a history of playing this pick.
Yep.
How do you like the Thor now that it's finally made it through?
To be honest, I'm not sure. If it goes to Ducky and if it goes to Oathhh, it's just two different things in my brain. So I'm going to wait to see the rest of the draft before I give you the full analysis, because Thor, as a pick in general, can be very strong. It really does depend on what you're picking the Thor into. Now that Hebo's here, I like it a little bit better, right? I think the Thor wall, the Thor dive, gets a little bit more value onto a pick like that. Trying to force. I mean, we saw when Oathhh was on the Hebo, if you can make him crushing wave defensively, if you can make him ult out instead of saving those beads, a lot of what he wants to do in a team fight really does drop. So Yeah, the Thor definitely goes up a few points in that regard, but still does depend on whether that Ducky solo Thor, like we've seen time and time again, or the Oathhh. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see that. The Hachi and the Merlin, I mean, we've talked about those picks plenty of times in the current meta and the previous meta. Take a bit to get online, but certainly no slouches once it comes to late game.
Still an 86% win rate there for Merlin. Does pretty good, as it turns out. And as we had mentioned, at least in the original copy pasta, the one that was sent to us just last desk,
Yep.
Merlin is in there just as much as maybe Martichoras. And so with Merlin locked in, feels good for the Hounds. Feels like a solid top 3 for both squads. Rat banned out by the Hounds as we start off the second phase. And Trelly, the other aspect of the conversation, you know, we have to take into account the time. I saw a yawn from Cyno. That's what got me thinking about it. 8 p.m. on a Saturday. Some late night smite for these boys. And we've seen a lot of these guys. They're playing late night smite anyway when they get home. But competitive. Been a long day for them. Going into game 4. Long set. A lot of concentration. Could be affecting them a little bit there. Nike banned out by the Hounds alongside that Ratatosker. Atlas and Terra banned out by the Ferrymen. And the Maui, and I'm gonna steal a direct quote from what I heard earlier, which was, "Why would you pick Sobek when Maui's in the game?" I think that's something, I want to say it was Quig or one of the Hounds in the break room after what was an unfortunate Sobek game from Jake earlier.
Yeah, and I don't think they provide the exact same thing, but one is infinitely safer, which is exactly what Maui is, so I can see that for sure. Great engage, great beads burn here for the Hounds. Question now becomes, what do the Ferrymen go towards? I assume that's Paul on the Hebo. That is my gut instinct. There still could be some change-ups there. Maybe Cyno surprises us all and takes that Hebo into the jungle. Would not be an obvious play if that is what happens. I still think a tanky warrior is probably what we're in line for, just considering how Cyno's been playing so far. And with the Nike being taken away, with something like the Raven taken away, Cyno is missing a few of his tankier picks that he likes to go towards in the jungle, right? Especially if he would have to go up against that Thor, which again has not been revealed to us yet, considering the draft that the Hounds have went for. But the top 3, it has plenty of range damage. I think Dharmic Pillar is one of the longer range support abilities you can just drop to split up a fight, get some good damage. You build a couple damage items, can really be a threat. Marty, we just saw what Cyclo can do on a pick like this last game. So it would not be terrible to see one of these tankier warriors that can really facilitate those two and just let Paul and Cyclone and, of course, Baskin do what they do best.
Well, they only have a little bit of time left to try and get it in for the Ferrymen. And like you said, the pressure, I think, to make the right decision and a good decision on top of that. The Wukong, the Erlang Shen, so exactly what you were asking for. You get 2 tanky warriors.
Yep.
They get to come in, be the front line, the setup, machines for a Hebo and a Marty.
All right. I wanted to know where this Thor was going. A tier lock-in would facilitate that pretty well, and has a great matchup into Hebo. Not the best into Ganesh, though. You know, the Fearless is a very long-channeled ability that gets ohmed out very easily. That silence can be annoying. There's a reason this pick has been so highly prioritized so far today. Of course, you've got plenty of peel already with the Sun Wukong and the Erlang Shen. This is what we were talking about. Tanky warriors to stand in your front line and make sure that Paul doesn't get just free dived and Cyclone doesn't get his ultimate forced. So picks like the Maui, the Thor that can poke from a range, have that range CC, the landfall ultimate, you can go without committing your body. The wall from Thor, you can just throw at a distance. Those kind of things get value here. What's going to follow up with those beats down? Tier could do it, but we're having question marks. My guess is, I was gonna say, is the question mark, dude, I could take the Thor. Maybe we don't need tier. Maybe you go the Thor. Maybe I go Serqet. That is the call. Oathhh said, never mind. Don't you can have it. Take the Thor. I want the Serqet. I had a good performance on it. We need more CC. Let's do it. So now Ducky goes back over to his Thor solo.
Not a very inspiring. Okay, he's just got to scratch his eye. I was like, that doesn't look as inspired.
No, he's locked in.
Man, the smile from earlier, he's gone now. And instead, He has come to dominate the lane. Thor going into solo, going up against presumably the Sun Wukong. You had kind of talked about Thor against the Hebo. You had talked about what he can bring, I think, in some of the team fights. How do you like him in the lane phase?
Thor up against Wukong or Wukong up against Thor, same thing to me. It's just, hey, if Thor hammers, he could be ganked. He's not going to get soloed, though, right? It's all about where is Erlang, where is Serqet. Wukong is a much easier time just going up into the somersault cloud, getting out of trouble. Thor does not want to waste his ultimate every time he hammers on a wave, looking around his corner to see if there's going to be an Erlang blinking on him, that sort of thing. So Ducky's been playing this pick a lot. And more often than not, I watch him. It's very common for him to throw a couple wards just in the lane just to make sure that he can clear the wave effectively and not have to worry about throwing his hammer. And as long as you do that, should be just fine. But, you know, I think there is still an ability for Cyno to get active on that side of the map regardless. If he's not hammering the wave, he's going to be losing a little bit of farm.
So, Serqet, Merlin, things... honestly, I'll even throw the Thor into that conversation. Things that have been very successful for the Hounds in the past. Things that we expect to continue being successful into the draft that the Ferrymen have. Do you expect Serqet to be able to have the same control that we've seen in the past?
Definitely. I think it has a good matchup into Hebo, has a good matchup into the Erlang Shen, and I mean, anything that can provide CC, get in, get out, is going to be solid in this meta. Of course, Oathhh has just been, I mean, on point so far this set in its entirety, but the Ganesha is still difficult. That's my one question mark is, of course, are you just getting silenced every time you get to the backline? If so, you got to make sure your beads are up, got to make sure you got some CC immunity, that sort of thing. If that's the case, then Serqet can have a field day. If Aror's on point, things like the Serqet get a little bit more difficult.
And that's where some of the trouble can maybe really spark, I think, for the Hounds. We've talked a little bit, I think, about the Ganesh matchups. Maui, you had kind of mentioned what his strengths are.
Yep.
I guess is this early-oriented, mid-oriented, late game? Are we going another 45 minutes?
I mean, I probably, honestly, like the picks are not telling me that.
Oh,
it's
that's just like the history of the day.
It's the stakes of the day. It's exactly what's on the line for both of these
Stakes
teams.
could go real good right now.
Yeah, exactly. It does seem like both of these squads just feel a little bit more comfortable sitting back on resting a bit. Considering the Ferrymen had so much of a lead and then ended up dropping it, I imagine they'll play a bit slower, right? I don't think they're going to be blinking in early, going for risky plays. They probably just want to hold this one close to their chest and just try to get to late game.
Yeah, 25-minute failed Titan Siege doesn't sit that well with you, especially after losing the game later. Like, if you fail at 25, win again at 50, you're upset, but you're not devastated. Now, maybe a little bit devastated. We'll find out how much that affected them as we jump into what could be the last game this set with J-Mac and Mifflin.
Will the Hounds close out here? Will the Ferrymen take it to 5? Both those questions and more will be answered here in game number 4. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here to bring you the action for game 4. But Miff, I want to put a little bit of emphasis and weight maybe on what could be at stake for the Hounds if they make it to Grand Finals. Talk about a Grand Finals that we have for us. An undefeated 15-0 Oni Warriors team from inception till now, haven't dropped a single set. And then a freshman squad, 3 players brand new to the SPL, came out 5-5, 5th seed throughout, had a great startup phase for these rookie players, and now potentially 1 game away from making Grand Finals of their first major tournament as SPL players. What a storyline we have going into tomorrow.
And imagine a world where the Eldritch Hounds make it and they win, right?
Even
stop the streak.
God, that's such a good combo for them.
That might just be enough. Might just be enough storyline to make me biased. That might just make me root for the Eldritch Hounds if they were to make it through. Here's the thing, though.
I might just buy a jersey.
I root against any team that plays against the Oni Warriors secretly. I harbor hatred in my heart, and I like to see good things broken, and streaks are amongst those good things. But that's a conversation for another day, tomorrow. Instead, right now, we've got to get the Eldritch Hounds and the Styx Ferrymen, and I think very interesting compositions here. Cyno goes back towards the Erlang Shen, so expect more of the same. A lot of early pressure, which will slowly fade into becoming an initiator come late game. Oathhh still on that Serqet. But the mid laners, I think, very different because Paul is on one of his signatures, and he makes it happen so early. Paul, sick of the pace of the set so far, decides to take things into his own hands and shoves BennyQ down at the first wave, second wave, doesn't matter. Pre-1 minute.
What just happened to BennyQ's health bars?
He got hit by abilities.
Gets smacked. Cyno snacks his pin. Paul gets a knock-up, couple of water hand shots after, and a lockdown right outside the tower. BennyQ had beads for all
who's
of that.
next?
Now Ducky might be going down. Okay, so the desk just said you don't got to worry about solo kills in solo lane. We nearly have one there. And maybe a second one now for the Ferrymen. Oathhh able to jump away, but Cyno, he's got the pin. Not the follow-up, though, from Paul. Now narrowly avoiding death twice in the mid, or once in the mid, I should say, and once in solo.
You can't trust Trelly on the desk, all right? I used to trust that guy, and then he gave me he's led me astray just really only the once, but I've held it against him ever since.
The ultimate grudge.
Yeah, I mean, don't tell lies to me. He said Naruto was peak, and I couldn't abide that. Otherwise, Trelly's been pretty good, and I think his analysis on the desk, obviously secure here, very solid. He had said we're going 40-something minutes again, though. I'm thinking the pace has picked up a bit, but I'm still not going to argue against him.
Look, if the Hounds have anything to say about it,
Okay.
and they walked into this set saying we're going 5, but they also walked into it saying every game's going to go 40. They haven't led us astray on the latter half of those just yet.
Oh, man.
And we're on pace with a potential 5th one, though.
Surely they'd win this game given the opportunity.
Opportunity.
They wouldn't throw it just to take us to 5.
No, I don't think
Of course
they would.
not.
I don't think they would intentionally do that.
Unless?
Nah, no,
Yeah,
they
no
did
way.
that one. But Oathhh still trying to put some pressure against Paul here in mid. Gets the beads away from the Hebo. Important. As we start nearing these level 5s for the jungler, as BennyQ and Oathhh start to ramp themselves up a little bit, try and find that pick onto Paul, but you gave Paul a signature pick in this Hebo. One of the phrases I used to say back before I joined SPL, back when Hebo was meta and that Paul was playing all the time, was when your back's against the wall, you give Hebo to Paul.
That's pretty good. I like that a lot.
And they used to win with that one.
You could have just
A
said
lot.
that now, and I'd have been like, yo, let one rip in about 40 minutes, okay? No one's going to remember.
We're going to save that one when the 6 Ferrymen are pushing down Titan. Paul's 9-0.
Oh, that better be your end call. J-Mac, if that's not your end call, in the off chance of a Styx Ferryman win, I'm going to be really upset.
Man, he almost got a penta with it the week before. No, it wasn't Masters, so I think it was the last week of SPL. Nearly got a penta on this pick.
And you didn't let it rip then either?
No, because he didn't get the penta.
Oh, okay.
And their backs were against the wall. They were winning that game pretty handedly.
Okay.
And then won that set.
Well, now we're on set point, so I think, it stands.
Oh, no, it's playoffs. Man, we're already through playoffs. We're past the whole season.
Yeah, this is SMITE Summer Masters semifinals.
Week 2.
Yeah, week
Semifinal 2. Man.
Yeah.
Time flies. It's July next week.
It sure is, buddy. It sure is July next week. I'm going to reroute us in
Good call.
in
good
SMITE
call.
conversation. I'm going to try to anyway. Where do I go? What do I talk about? What is it that is most pertinent on our screen right now?
What interests Mifflin the most?
Man, I'm really thinking about the first team fight that is probably coming in about 10 minutes. Can't talk about that, though. So instead, let's talk about power spikes early. Erlang Shen already finished up the Executioner. I'm surprised that it's Executioner in first slot, legitimately. Usually, kin size seems to be a little bit earlier prioritization. That maybe lends me to think that he's going to start rotating over towards the duo lane a little bit sooner rather than later so that someone can benefit from that XE passive. But into VaporishCoast, can you really kill that guy? Hachiman's just going to hop on the horse. Maybe Quig's the target. I wouldn't hate that. See Erlang Shen try and accost Quig.
We see Quig go to the Maui, something that we haven't seen as much of here in year 10 of SMITE. Took a little bit of a backseat after receiving some nerfs coming into the new season. Few players have brought this pick out. They're still been making stylish plays. Doesn't matter how much of the rest of the kit and the numbers you tune down, as long as you still got that landfall ultimate, you can make some hero plays for your team, get some big setups. So we'll see what Quig's able to do on this Maui selection. Ducky might just be losing his blue buff. You can see him staring through the wall, watching as his blue buff potentially gets taken away. If it gets pulled out just far enough, Ducky might not be able to try and take that one out, but blue buff invade is good. Paul loses beads once again as Quig and Oathhh steal away a green buff.
So next rotation from Oathhh might just be able to do it. VaporishCoast, first gank comes his way and does what all Hachiman do, hop on the horse. Horsey, horsey, don't you stop. Handyman's in the studio here today. And he makes his way out of there. The Eldritch Hounds ADC safe once more, but an opening now again. If Cyno could make that rotation. I'm not sure that Cyno really will, though. Feels like there's so much peel potential from this Maui that even with the ultimate off of VaporishCoast, it would still be difficult to lock him down. if we're going to see any aggression, I think it's coming from the Hounds in the next few minutes. If we see any aggression in the next few minutes, I should say. It's coming from the Hounds. I think it's headed for Paul.
We'll see where the Ferrymen do elect to go with. At least the builds, the pressure more than anything. Cyno did go the Executioner last game in first slot. And started going some defense, mixing in the kin size. I think third item was there. And then we saw, I believe it was the Pridwin Dawnbringer combo from him. Kind of round things out. We'll see if he goes along that same style of path. And see if he can maybe get that same level of pressure. Because last game, I mean, if we dial back to game 1 and 2, it's Coast sitting on tier 1 tower line for 15, 20 uncontested minutes, both games. Game number 3, Coast says, hey, I've been doing it all set long so far. I'm going to set up tier 1, and then what happens immediately? Cyno rotates over, gets 1 pick, comes right back over, 90 seconds later gets the 2nd pick. And Coast has got to play a little bit more passive. Now we're seeing maybe Coast get a little bit more in check, saying, okay, I got away with it a couple times, got punished for it last time. Now we'll sit back through. BennyQ, though, taunts it back by Cyno. Back up here from Oathhh. Turn and burn, even with the Dharmic Pillars there. Cyno still trying to take down BennyQ. Oathhh able to find one, and now the full duo has rotated over. Landfall pulls Aror back in. He's stunned out, but it's Cyclone dealing damage to the backline. Now Cyno's found Coast, forces the horse out, and Quig now stuck in the middle of 4. There's a bailout from Benny. Triple pull in, and Paul, even with the combo, it's not enough. Quig has just enough health left at the end of the day, and no one falls down in the 4v4.
What a crazy exchange between these two teams. I had thought maybe Cyno was dead. Oathhh had ultimate there, and he decided to use it before that first ability would have prevented the 9 turns Blessing heal. Instead, use it on Aror for self-peel. Disengages immediately afterward. Paul slightly off the mark there with his ultimate. Doesn't have the damage to secure any kills himself. So, although it is constant fighting between these two sides, neither come out on top. And instead, it's a reset back to neutral. All the while, though, Baskin trying his best to get aggressive, attempts another blue buff invade. Ducky able to secure this one himself, and the Eldritch Hounds find a bit of equilibrium. But it's the Styx Ferrymen who take the majority of farm that was available on map, putting themselves at a slight lead.
Quig trying to go for an invade to be a nuisance around the purple buff, as all supports love to do. But with the body blocks by Aror and Cyclone, unlikely he'll be able to get in and take that buff away. The silence from Aror all but guarantees that now. Styx Ferrymen holding on to their small lead, that first blood bounty paying, at least for most of that lead that they have. Experience, only about 1,000 this early in the game. That's not anything too crazy, too crucial so far for the Ferrymen. It's mostly just a lead over the solo lane. Slight lead up, at least for Baskin, about a half level to 1 level over Ducky.
But Ducky isn't exactly playing Thor for the laning phase. That's not exactly what Thor is here for. Thor, out of solo, is all about the rotations. Can he get involved towards mid, put some pressure on the Paul? Can he just distract people on map while the Eldritch Hounds sneak themselves a Gold Fury? Cyno just a little bit too slow there with the pin. Maybe could find some pressure here. Benny isolates himself, but rejoining the team. Maybe some turn. Somebody help him.
Cyno walks through fire.
Somebody help him.
Somebody's got to do something. Paul joins in. Landfall doesn't pull anybody this time through. Paul able to snake away from that one. The Styx Ferrymen, they get away with the murder, but Eldritch Hounds do get the objective. Quig standing by, still taking some damage from Paul and the rest of the team.
Quig, get out of there!
Just walk away. You don't gotta stand there. There's nothing blocking your path at this point.
Whoa!
Styx Ferrymen, they get one, but they do lose out on gold.
He's gonna jump in, and Cyno was gonna get another free one.
He's crazy.
Look, Benny could have been saved. Benny was not just dead there. He passed back towards his team. I believe VaporishCoast was working on purple buff. Imagine there's just like, I don't know, a Hachiman ult for a slow, or maybe the pull from Quig comes a little bit sooner, or Oathhh connects a taunt. Instead, it's Benny fighting for his life, just wondering like, hey, guys, he dashed at me, he uses ultimate, he's standing literally in fire. Somebody help. Eventually, though, Paul secures the kill off the back of some good CC. Speaking of, receives some good CC himself, dropped down to about a quarter HP, but with a rotation from Aror, we'll find some safety towards the middle of the map. Styx Ferrymen and the Eldritch Hounds have really picked up the pace here. Maybe as many kills as we've come accustomed to seeing at the 10-minute mark so far this set, but the action has picked up its pace for sure. A lot more attempted fights, a lot more attempted invades. Both teams getting hyper-aggressive.
Usually between that 2 and 4 kills is kind of what we're used to for at least these first 10 to 15 minutes. So once you start getting to the 20 and beyond is where they start to ramp up in kills, but you're right to say that we have had a lot of fights start this game. A couple of near misses. Another purple buff attempted invade by the Hounds, but secured by Cyclone and Aror to make sure that they don't lose out on that XP. And VaporishCoast will resume his natural placement from games 1 and 2, pushing up minions into the tier 1 tower, taking bastions away, and setting up for shield buff. As Quig still sticking by over on this left side of the map, Oathhh rotating over to help guarantee that neutral farm and try and bring the Hounds back in this game.
Yeah, the Hounds are not so far removed from the match. Gold, I mean, not exactly out of control. 800, so between 5 members, maybe. We're talking about 2 or 400 or so in favor of just Paul there, who is 2-0 currently. BennyQ suffering at 0-2. Otherwise, a good deal of parity across the board. Styx Beacon up. Oathhh trying his best to defend and narrowly avoids the taunt.
Paul standing by in mid, trying to keep the rest of the Hounds out. But now to walk up into the Beacon. Oathhh half HP. He might not be able to stick around this fight much longer. Quig still charging up that hook. It's a slow start up, a slow ramp here for the Beacon. Quig trying to delay it as long as possible, but there's just no one nearby to help him out. And the Order side team, the Styx Ferrymen, will claim Beacon number 1.
So a little bit of additional structure damage, some global movement speed. That's 1% for each member there. The Styx Ferrymen will be just ever so slightly faster than the Eldritch Hounds. With all that said, it's the Ferrymen who rotate aggressively once more. Both Soldiers make their rotation that fight, but Baskin a little bit more willing to actually jump into that back line, tanks up the entirety of the control point, daring anybody from the Hounds to step forward. Ducky waits for an opportunity to ult, but was never presented because Oathhh had taken just a little bit too much damage before the skirmish starts in earnest. And so, the Eldritch Hounds forced to disengage, and the Styx Ferrymen take it with very little fight back. I wonder, can the Styx Ferrymen keep this pace, though? They've been playing very aggressively around their invades. They've been looking for opportunities everywhere on map. Primal Fury's up. Could be a target.
Baskin, Oxform to try and get out. Oathhh dashes in. Finds a couple of autos, but not going to use the ultimate to try and stop Baskin. Just Oathhh and Ducky, the 2 assassins, trying to deal with this one Sun Wukong. And both members of the duo lane of the Hounds dealing with one Martichoras. Gets the ultimate away from the Hunter of the Styx Ferrymen. Aror standing by to make sure no further pressure is put out. And to try and bail out CycloneSpin from that gank.
Ultimate trade between the Hunters. VaporishCoast uses his as well. Relics maintained by both, though. But it's VaporishCoast getting the better end of CycloneSpin here in game number 4. About a half-level lead now for the Hachiman. And Hachiman has always been one of the better boxers, at least since his most recent buffs. CycloneSpin on Maui. Not exactly a boxing pick. You've got decent poke from range, your ability damage very high, but you don't really want to auto-fight.
Feeds there for Paul. He's still got Aegis. He's doing a lot of damage back to Oathhh. The taunt misses, and it's Ducky up to the sky. Who is he going to bail out? Who is he going to dunk on top of Oathhh? He tries to go to the bubble to get back out, but it fades away. And now the Eldritch Hounds are forced to retreat as they're a man down in the fight.
Man, Oathhh, I love the idea. Waits out the CC immunity from Paul. Says, all right, when he's out of that, I'm just going to pull him in. It's going to be simple. The team's going to jump in, but just off the mark with that taunt. And so now it's the Styx Ferrymen with all the advantage.
Baskin to the back line. Paul also playing as a frontliner, but it's just for the damage zoning. And with the Dharmic Pillars out, Quig forced ult in place, but he's got nowhere left to run. His back's against the wall, and now it's the Styx Ferrymen in control of the Fury Pit.
Man, the Ferrymen are playing Devil May Care right now, just running it down in the team fight. Great placement from Aror. Secures that kill. Quig nowhere to run. And it's the Primal Fury over to the Ferrymen for all their efforts, pushing a pretty significant gold lead, considering the portion of the game that we're in. Only 15 minutes in, about 2,000 gold and experience. It's going to get worse before it gets better. The Eldritch Hounds, they have nowhere to go to even it back up. Pyromancer's not going to respawn for a moment or so. He can't exactly push into a tower just yet. And who are you going to dive onto the Ferryman? It's not Baskin. He's playing Sun Wukong, an incredibly safe pick. Cyno, relatively tanky already. Already tanky on Aror, finished up his sovereignty. And take a peek at Paul. Paul's always been cooking up something a little bit different. And this is a very different Hebo build. Has Breastplate of Valor and Ethereal Staff already. If it was hard to kill him because his positioning was perfect, it's much harder now because even if you close gap, he's also tanky.
That's why we call it the Paul special. Remember when we did one of our smiles and we saw a build and every single one of the casters went, this is a Paul build, isn't it? Because we just see a defense on a regular old mage.
If it's a Breastplate of Valor on a mid laner, it's probably Paul. Yeah.
It's got to be Paul. Unless it's like the meta where Hell was being played with just defense on every single option. But for now, the Eldritch Hounds down 0-4, down a little
Baskin
under
got that?
1,000 gold.
Nice.
Baskin out secures Ducky, but both of them playing on similar fronts of damage. Take a look at their builds. Both Bluestone for clear, but then immediately a Glad Shield and the Manticore spikes. Only delineation now is that Ducky's going over towards the earrings once again. Actually, that's
different. That's different.
Because at this point, you're not going for Feyblast. He has no benefit of that.
It's just got to be the MP5, right?
It's got to be MP5.
That bobble's good for MP5, especially if you've had your blue buff invaded as often as Ducky has. That's got to be it.
I don't think you go for Sphinx Bobble. I mean, the
Look at
earring
that.
gives you the nice MP5.
That's a lot of MP5 right there.
I think it's like 600 gold for that. It's a decent investment. Don't imagine he finishes that one out. We'll see.
You don't want to buy mana potions.
No,
it's like a
you don't.
permanent mana potion.
Yeah, essentially. And sell it whenever you're ready to go late game. But it's been at least one level lead for Baskin for quite some time over here in the Soul Lane. At one point I thought it was a half, and then I saw Baskin tick up to 11, while Ducky had just barely creeped up to 10 right after. So at least a full one level up for Baskin.
And that level lead for Baskin has allowed Baskin to play so aggressively in lane that Ducky hasn't been allowed to be Thor. Have we seen Anvil of Dawn towards mid? I don't think so, for the most part. Has maybe rotated towards the Pyromancer pit. That's about as far as he's made it. Otherwise has not been allowed to put any threat towards Paul. And Paul probably pretty happy with that. Being allowed to have both Beads and Aegis at all times on your Hebo means that you're allowed to play very aggressively on your Hebo, and that is Paul's MO. Speaking of Paul, looks like he's moving down that Obsidian Shard tree. Magic Focus finished up. That's a lot of power starting to stack up. And just in time, Beacon's going to be up very soon. Paul swings hard. Anybody who stands in front of him is going to wish they didn't.
He's already going to be capping out his percent pen as well, just with that in the Charon's coin. And save himself for whatever damage item he wants after. Second Beacon's up, and very quickly, second Beacon gets capped for the Styx Ferrymen. Now 2% total global movement speed and 10% structure damage afforded to the Ferrymen. With having this Marty, having Cyno on a auto attack style of God, means the towers won't stand too much up to the Styx Ferrymen, but therein lies where some of the trouble was for the Ferrymen in at least game number 3, was they were able to get the picks, they were able to knock down some of the birds. It was just the fights after, the final push to Titan, and then the team fights in the Fire Giant territories where the main struggle came through. For a composition like this, with Paul's ability to get a little bit more active on this Hebo, could be a way to pop back up for him.
Doug, can you pull up the charts again? Oh, I had let my brain slip. 4-0, every objective to the Ferryman,
and
it is dead even?
500 gold, but yeah, basically dead even for them.
Where are the Hounds getting all that farm? Who is it? Where is it coming from? I am failing everybody here as an analyst, but my brain was slipping. I was so certain the Styx Ferrymen had every advantage. It's got to just be the towers, right? Tier 1 in both right and left. Is that enough to make it up?
That's 1,000 of it, but does that make up Gold Fury? Well, I guess Pyro went over to Styx Ferrymen. One Gold Fury did go to the Hounds.
Oh, that's
so
right.
That's what they got.
That's right. That's correct.
They got one Gold Fury there. They end up losing BennyQ for it afterwards, and maybe losing Oathhh on this rotation. 4 to chase out a fast blink. Just gets him away from the taunt this time through. Styx Ferrymen use not only Blink by Cyno, but 2 ultimates to try and take him out. But it does cost Oathhh quite a bit as well. Beads and Blink now both down.
Has some conditional CC immunity on the Serqet, though. If anyone's nearby, can just jump onto them for a momentary reprieve. Won't be easy to leverage that if it's going to be a Blink initiation from Cyno again a little bit later, or even from range. Aror can connect that silence. CycloneSpin forced to rotate over towards right just to defend his tier 2 tower. And the Eldritch Hounds, they found what they want to do, and it's a whole lot of avoiding the team fight and looking for split push or grabbing the objective while nobody is any the wiser. Styx Ferrymen, though, privy to it now, have 20 some odd minutes of data on exactly how unwilling to take the fight the Eldritch Hounds are, will be forced to start answering some of those rotations from the Hounds, some of those pushes, I should say. But as the game has largely equalized, these next round of neutral objectives are going to be very telling. Are the Eldritch Hounds now willing to take a fight, considering it is largely an even state, or is it more so that you're waiting even longer? Is it only for that true 6 slot that we're going to look for these engagements? We'll get a good idea of it as this Gold Fury starts to be under the ire of Baskin, but maybe it's VaporishCoast who is under threat the whole time.
Quick ult out. Baskin's going to try and get him. Slow from the ult will slow down Baskin a bit. Gets beads away from VaporishCoast, but Baskin can chase this one to the ends of the earth. Not even a necessity for an ultimate that time through. Just walking down the Eldritch Hounds duo. The Hunter has nowhere to go. But one thing that caught my eye, Mifflin, while this Gold Fury starts up here for the Styx Ferrymen, we might have a chance to tackle that once these 2 objectives are through, is Ducky went for a different Pridwin upgrade. We've been seeing what I like to call the Red Win more often than not, but this time going for the opposite upgrade.
Is that Revenant? I'm still learning the names. Revenant, Pridwin? Help me out, Doug.
Yeah, a good hover on the Pridwin to give a selection. I call this one Blue Win. Red Win and Blue Win are the 2 ways through. Red, deal more damage.
Reverend.
Blue gives you a massive shield when you pop the one. 200% prot converted over to a shield, as opposed to the red, which just deals more damage over the bursts.
Yeah, you're still going to get the burst of damage with this one, but it's backloaded until after that shield disappears. Whereas the red one, it's, oh, I went in with my ultimate, and then also you took that massive damage immediately. This one backloads it a bit. I wonder if it's just enough, though, because the ultimate from Thor, you're probably going for the tried and true Thor combo. The dunk down, hammer, auto attack, wall, auto attack, all that. But that's a very long CC chain. Could potentially still find that damage consistently here. We'll have to see how that one plays in the next couple of team fights. Regardless, it will make him very difficult to shut down. And if the answer previously was, if he dunks anyone besides Paul, Paul kills him, I'm not sure Paul's got enough damage with this build to just punish Ducky immediately. He'll send him limping away, but he's not sending him to the grayscale.
We'll see how this one... God, Coast is going for the 1v1 again. Unfortunate, Cyno's here to uneven the odds. But maybe Coast can get out just fast enough on the horse, but no, he's got nowhere to go.
Way.
Paul is standing around the corner, and that's, by the way, 5-0 rampage for Paul. 6 kills in the game. 5 of them have been afforded to Paul. 1 assist so far to his name. Has been active on every single front of the game for Styx Ferrymen here in game number 4. It was a Fury by the Styx Ferrymen earlier, and now the Pyromancer was started by the Hounds. Could just go over to the Styx Ferrymen. The Eldritch Hounds not even really willing to step up here. BennyQ, Ducky so far back. Pyromancer still being held onto by the Ferrymen. But Quig, he's got ultimate at any given time. He can start this fight unless he's got to get out of here. Will swing away. Delays the swing a little while longer, but lands right into the pillars and right into death. Paul is waiting for him on landing, and he'll pick up a double while he's at it. Ducky stuck in the middle of 3. You already gave 7 to Paul. What's another one? Ducky, got to run for the hills because Paul's chasing you down.
Paul might be in a bit of threat here. If wall connects, that's good. Double tap, just off the mark. Good beads usage from Paul. Will keep him alive. Aror taking up the tower for him. Maybe could have been a structure knockdown. Instead, Paul eyes for kills, and why wouldn't he? 100% kill participation at 7-0-1. Would have liked to have made that an 8. But now Paul is walking a tightrope of, he is the most valuable person on the map. That's 1,000 gold to whoever kills him. Easily, right? I mean, there's just so much bounty on the head of Paul that if he falls down, the Eldritch Hounds will close up a good deal of the lead established.
Cyno shows up, expends the ultimate to get beads from Coast, but Paul is back, full HP. Oathhh forced the dash out. And the beacon that was started up by the Hounds now being turned back and converted for the Ferrymen. That would be all 3 stacks. A massive swing of both movement speed and structure damage afforded now to the Ferrymen. Quig walks up for a ward, but that's all that he can do as the Ferrymen cap off the 3rd and final beacon. And in just 30 short seconds, we'll have the Titans running down mid.
Eldritch Hounds now have a difficult decision. Do you defend the Titan? Are the Styx Ferrymen going to push with the Titan, or are they going to just use that as pressure on map to look towards the Pyro or potentially the Fire Giant? A little bit of added layer of entropy here to our Conquest game. The Eldritch Hounds will have to figure out a way to contend with it. Styx Ferrymen will remove 1 layer by getting rid of the Pyromancer just as quick as they can. Ducky and Quig, the only ones in range to defend.
Pyro nearly down. Ducky caught out from behind as Baskin gets the Tiger, and Paul knocks him away. Cyclone credited for the kill this time through, his first one of the game. And a Pyromancer, number 2 now for the Styx Ferrymen. And maybe a bit more. Quig stunned out. It's a 5v4, and BennyQ's all by himself on a tower. Flickers out. But the double taunt from Cyno, and nearly a double kill for Paul. Cyclone will grab that one away. And what could have been a 5v5 fight will now be 5 versus 2 as the Titans siege forward.
There was a gentleman's agreement at the top of this set, J-Mac, that there was going to be a slow, drawn-out pace. We'll farm it up. It's fine, guys. We'll 5-on-5, you know, skill-based, where it's all about teamwork. And the Styx Ferrymen say, well, you know what? Actually, we're on set point, and we'd like to win before that portion of the game and have absolutely expedited their pace. And now at 11-0, blanking the Eldritch Hounds here in Game 4, and a Fire Giant on the horizon. The Styx Ferrymen, I mean, it's long shot odds now for the Eldritch Hounds. This has been breakneck.
Styx Ferrymen, they give up their siege in mid to grab the Fire Giant. While they only take down the 1 tower, they do get 3 kills alongside it. Now extend their lead to nearly 8,000 gold and climbing. Still 3 tier 2 towers on the map. Plenty more they can add to their pockets. Another Fury that's respawned as well. The Eldritch Hounds might just have to go back to defense, which is where their strong suit lied in game number 3. It's what helped them defend at the Titan.
They didn't have to do it
Not
from like the
ideal.
26-minute mark onward, though.
No, they only needed to do it 1 time, but that 1 time was just enough. Then it came down to the fights inside the jungle. So for the Styx Ferrymen, where they have to maybe at least try and maybe clean up their siege against the Hounds.
Well, I think the CC chain that we saw affect Ducky just a moment ago might just be it. The Eldritch Hounds previously at least had the safety net of, okay, well, you know, if Ducky's frontlining or if Quig's frontlining, they can survive 1 rotation of abilities. It's just not true anymore. Baskin's not going to be healing here, affected by that Serqet ultimate. But over the wall nonetheless, and we'll find some safety. All the while, Fury goes down. Styx Ferrymen put the gold lead a little bit further in their favor.
The Eldritch Hounds will knock down a tier 2 on right. And the Ferrymen are actually backing at this point. The Eldritch Hounds have completely stunted the siege potential of the Ferrymen just by walking up, and a couple of members putting some pressure up against Baskin. Gets the ultimate away from him, and now the Ferrymen have to go for a brief reset. But with all 5 strong and healthy, relics available for everybody across the map, and only a couple of ultimates down, short to respawn back up for those at the least. We now enter another 5v5 defense. Didn't even realize this tier 1 was still standing on the right side. Thought that one was already knocked down, but it will be quickly as soon as the Ferrymen step forth in. Oathhh.
Whoa.
He's available too. Blink from Cyno to catch out with the pin. Paul's going to slow him down and knock him down. Cyno gets the next kill of the fight. 12-0. The Styx Ferrymen are just rolling through game 4.
8-0-4 for Paul. 100% kill participation maintained. 50 seconds on Oathh's respawn and 50 seconds left on the Fire Giant power play. Maybe the Styx Ferrymen have got enough in pocket to deal with this right side bird. 2 runic bombs in play. That's 2,000 true damage.
Simplify the siege. The Styx Ferrymen walk up. Quig misses with the ult. Coast is isolated in the back line. Ducky dunks down in, but doesn't find much. Coast now with nothing left. Paul, 9-0, continues his siege for the Styx Ferrymen. Take out the Phoenix, but with still 3 left alive of the Hounds, the Ferrymen back away from right side.
The Ferrymen are playing possessed right now. Perhaps could find a bit more. Baskin blows up their spot. He wants the siege. The rest of the team hiding in the grass would have liked the PvP. Instead now, it's the Eldritch Hounds able to utilize BennyQ on one of his signature picks. Merlin so good on base defense. Wouldn't believe it, considering how fast that right side bird had gone down. But that damage don't lie. He hits all the tanks there, and they're looking pretty weak.
Paul's got to be mindful now that Oathhh is back from his death and has returned from the grave. Still has both of his relics, beads and Aegis, available for all of the carries of the Styx Ferrymen. It was just Cyno using his in that last little skirmish on the right side of the map for that dive to make sure that VaporishCoast does not walk out alive. So right side Phoenix gone, still tier 2 over and left, but Fire Giant buff wearing off shortly. At least here for the Styx Ferrymen. No more Fury to go back to. They took that just a bit earlier, so just a regrouping of left and maybe one final push to knock out the last tier 2.
We'll see, because Oathhh is in no man's land right now. Did not spot the rotation of the Styx Ferrymen, and the Ferrymen Similarly, did not see Oathhh. Where does that leave Ducky, though?
Oh, he just hammered. Oh, no, he's backing.
He's not
He doesn't
shot,
realize. That's a knock up there. Silenced out. Can't even ult away. 3 in a row for Cyno. And number 14.
Wait, where's Coast?
In the kill column. Coast inside the jungle. Does he not even realize who is all standing by? Maybe doesn't even care at this point. Everybody on the Hounds so spread out around this tier 2 tower. Is Oathhh going to try and go in and make a hero play?
No.
Surely not against 5.
No, cannot do it. Just doesn't have the damage, doesn't have the allies nearby. Might now. 30 seconds on Ducky's respawn, but no Fire Giant at play.
Frenzy pop, Dharmic Pillars down. BennyQ nearly out of this fight. Quig down to a quarter, and Paul is chasing up. No way to stop this Evo, and ultimate defensively for the first time this game by Paul. A shutdown here would be great, but they just don't have the damage to do it. The Phoenix still stands, if only for an extra moment. The Styx Ferrymen with their mid carry nearly taken out will bail out with a Fire Giant buff no longer around their waist.
That was actually perfect CC placement from the Hounds there. Oathhh connects ultimate with Paul. Quig delays landing from his leap. Paul thrown into leap range, gets hit by the stun on the tail end. I think had stun not connected, Paul likely ults forward, so well played to the Eldritch Hounds. On the knife's edge, 1-2 deaths there could have spelled the end of the game. Instead, given one more lease on life here to try and find some sort of defense around the Fire Giant. Do you take the defense around the Fire Giant, though? Your composition on the Hounds is good at base defense. We haven't seen them really play around their 5-man defense and might not get an opportunity again as Coast just caught out.
And dead. Number 15 for the Styx Ferrymen, 4 for Cyno, and continuing forward. Baskin at the front line. Aror chases in. Sunder, silence, Oathhh knocked up, and dashes away. The Styx Ferrymen unrelenting on their surges forward up against the Hounds. Will be forced back to retreat. Fire Giant now back on the map, and it might force the Eldritch Hounds' hands to try and make a defense.
Eldritch Hounds showing a bit of presence here. Ducky has got that ultimate available still. Fire Giant not burning all that fast. All the Hounds need to do is delay it. If they could slow it down, Fire Giant will do a whole lot of DPS for them.
Ducky's got all ults up aside from Quig's at this point. He'll swing away while Baskin chases in the bird form to wrap around. Ducky's in the sky. He's got to find one of the carries. Paul doesn't have any of his relics, but he might need it for defenses. Cyclone has taken down Quig. Ducky nearly has dropped Paul, but he ults right back to the safety of his team, and Cyclone picks up the double kill. The Styx Ferrymen now 17, about to make it 18 if Ducky gets caught out here. Hammers, but it doesn't go very far. Aror will keep up the chase as Cyno runs back forward. CycloneSpin teams up. Ducky gets the hammer out, but it's all just a buy time for the rest of the team to come back up.
Yeah, Ducky will buy a good deal of time here. Hammer caught, though. Aror well placed on the silence. Delays Ducky's death no longer. 60 seconds of the grayscale now for the Soul Laner. Fire Giant was the original target and remains the target. Styx Ferrymen, healthy and happy, should be able to knock this one down. Only one in any sort of range is Benny, and I'm not sure I appreciate Benny's positioning right now. He was walking a little bit too close to the entirety of the Styx Ferrymen. Thinks about it, sees Fire Giant, says, yup, it's just as I suspected. They wiped us and they got the objective, and then resets himself. Dangerous. If anyone on the Ferryman had set up a wall, if anyone had set up some sort of front line there, likely would have just caught him. Fortunately for Benny, they were all on DPS duty. And the Eldritch Hounds given one more attempt at defending their base. Still not 5-stacked, by the way.
Nope. 15 seconds till Ducky is back. Oathhh on the left side. The siege already under the Phoenix. Quig, half HP, forced to swing away. Oathhh spotted out by Paul inside the jungle. Paul's letting him know that he is there. It'll be a mid-Phoenix for the Styx Ferrymen, and a retreat call now for the Ferrymen with Ducky on respawn. Not willing to take the risk with Aror low in HP. Will back away for an extra Pyromancer and simplify their next siege.
Yeah, Cyno's still waiting on some of his relics as well. 30 seconds on that beads means the Styx Ferrymen, with so much time left on this Fire Giant power play, 2 entire minutes, might as well reset, spend up some of that gold, grab yourself a power potion, maybe upgrade your last few remaining relics, and Cyno does exactly that. 18-0 for the Ferrymen. Unfortunately for Paul, doesn't get to maintain his 100% kill participation. I'm sure it's not going to affect his mental too much, but would have been a fun stat line to have. The Eldritch Hounds now, it's 99% odds. They are praying for that 1% chance that maybe Paul misplaces an ultimate and goes into the backline a little bit too far, or Oathhh finds a perfectly timed ultimate to catch out Baskin and kill him through the somersault cloud, or CycloneSpin gets a little bit overzealous and sticks around on Phoenix too long. There are opportunities, but a lot of them rooted in the Styx Ferrymen making a mistake. And when adrenaline's this high, when the stakes are this high in a semifinal match, I don't see the Styx Ferrymen fumbling from here. Just about keeping it clean, concise, and clinical. And so far, positioning, great from the Ferrymen. Stay stacked up as 5 and deal with the one last remaining bird.
Oni fire minions, both right and mid. BennyQ can clear out one. The other one might just push in. Keep a member of the Eldritch Hounds over to the right. 6 Ferrymen grouped up. Has 4 to the left, 1 in mid. Frenzy pop, a Sunder, double Sunder thrown through. Quig doesn't get anybody with the ultimate, but Aror is nearly out. He's taken down. Oathhh has found the pick that the Eldritch Hounds want, but the left side Phoenix has been removed. Ducky in the sky, he'll dunk down, but he misses Paul just out of range of finding the Hebo, but the follow-up would not have been there. The Eldritch Hounds, they lose their bird, and they nearly lose a lot of their Titan's HP. That was half its health by the minions.
But Paul does still use the beads, even with ultimate off the mark from Ducky. Paul respects the CC, loses out on that relic. 2 minutes until it's back up. An opportunity for the Eldritch Hounds to kill him before he can return damage, which is oh so important for them. Aegis maintained, though, means that Paul will have a little bit of say in the next few engagements. Nonetheless, the Styx Ferrymen reset themselves back to neutral. Won't be risking it now. They'd already accomplished what they had come for, which is breaking that left bird. Right bird, though, on the mend, means the Eldritch Hounds' map state not so different to what it was just a moment ago. Right side bird is the least valuable. Having it up and available, not exactly the biggest boon to them, especially considering the most valuable Phoenix had already been taken, the one furthest away from the Fire Giant. But considering the last couple Fire Giant defense attempts from the Eldritch Hounds, I think maybe a blessing in disguise. Well, we can't defend the Fire Giant. We have to keep these minion waves out or we lose. But this will also potentially, and I have to put that asterisk on it, potentially, force the Eldritch Hounds to group up as 5 and play that defense together. Because so far, it's always been at least slightly desynced. Maybe one member is off elsewhere, or one member is in the grayscale. Could happen again here. Ducky in some trouble.
Taunt on Ducky, root combo from Cyclone, not enough damage, but now to turn back around. Ducky dunks on top of Cyno, but the follow-up from the Hounds, not there to help aid, at least in the damage department afterwards. But does get a little bit away. Cyno now no beads, no blink for the next 90-plus seconds.
Is that an opportunity? Is that really the opportunity? Cyno's a tank. We've gotten to that point now.
Yeah,
Cyno is no longer one of the carries. Cyno hit Ducky. You wouldn't believe it. It was all CycloneSpin's damage. Getting the blink off him has taken away a bit of the initiation potential of the Ferryman, but you still have it from Aror. Dharmic Pillars from range has been very difficult to deal with. Benny's positioning got me concerned once more. Still has Flicker. Might just be fine. Seems like Fire Giant, the target here for the Styx Ferrymen. And the Eldritch Hounds, they're showing more presence further up than I thought they would.
Pyromancer for the Ferryman. One more Runic Bomb. One for both members of the duo lane this time through. And the Styx Ferryman, at least Baskin, so far forward. Paul's popped his elixir. He's moving forward. Quig gets hit by the water spout. He's got to move backwards. The Styx Ferryman buying time. Waiting for those minions to push up on left. Waiting to see where Ducky appears on the minimap once more. Teleport is available for the Thor.
Ooh.
And Ducky will continue to stay on the left side. That opens up the Fire Giant for the Ferryman. But it's only half HP. Baskin's in the middle of 3. BennyQ needs some help because he's being chased
Roar's
down
hurt.
by the frontliners, but Aror is going to be out of this
Poison
fight.
spread.
And the ultimate from Paul is off the mark. He's got to do the rest of the damage with the rest of his kit. BennyQ now, no beads, no ages. Paul still so low. Ducky, he can't get it done. Cyclone in the sky, raining hell from above, but it's just not enough. Quig is on the pull back to Cyclone, but there's just No follow-up. Now it's Oathhh to deal the last shot. 2 down on the Ferrymen. The Hounds hold on.
The Eldritch Hounds have made every single team that has ever beaten them absolutely earn it. Even from nearly being blanked, able to fight back from the brink. Fire Giant down to half with the Styx Ferrymen. Could not take the fight, could not take the objective, and could not knock down the birds. Base maintained by the Hounds, only one more fire wave to deal with. And it's Ducky already in position. 20 seconds left on Aror, 40 on CycloneSpin, and this is the last wave that you have to be concerned with. The Eldritch Hounds might have an opportunity to look at the Fire Giant.
It's game 3 all over again. We're almost smack dab where we were 40 plus minutes ago, and including time from the last one. A pick on a Cyno would be massive for the Hounds, but a fast beads gets him out. A taunt onto Paul might even be better, but Paul's able to get out. No beads, no Aegis, 70 plus seconds for Paul. Fire Giant started by the Hounds, but Baskin is right behind. He's keeping distraction, but how distracting can he be when it doesn't feel like he's all that tanky? Forced out, half HP, still has an ult with Aror back in. The Hounds back off.
That is a low-value Dharmic Pillars. Forced from Aror. Has to make sure Baskin makes it out alive, but that is a massive teamfight tool loss now. And the Eldritch Hounds have completely reestablished a good map state for themselves. We are back to a true 5-on-5. Differences being relics. Eldritch Hounds still waiting on a lot of those cooldowns. Beads for Ducky and Oathhh, so important. Benny still 30 seconds off of his as well. Whereas on the other hand, it's the exact same for the Styx Ferrymen. Paul losing out on both of his relics for the next 30 seconds. CycloneSpin in the same position. Which means, J-Mac, we can catch our breath. Neither side going to be too antsy to get involved in a skirmish, in a kerfuffle, in a tussle. Not for the next couple of moments here. But perhaps the scales could tip. Eldritch Hounds pushed up pretty far on the right-hand side, revealed themselves to the entirety of the Ferrymen, who also are privy to Oathh's positioning. Trying to catch out that Serqet. Difficult to do, but any damage that you hit him with will stick. Oathhh down to 90%. Cyno on the chase.
He didn't go very far. Blink for blink, though. Jungler's now out, but it's also an ultimate from Cyno. So now won't have that tool. That's staying for the next fight. Oathhh goes in, finds the taunt. On towards Cyno. Quig goes in, but he gets hit by the knockup. Ducky in the sky. Don't stab it. It only hits Aror, and it's now Baskin in the pack line. Gets up onto the cloud, but will he keep the fight surging forward? No, he'll back away. Both the pillars used as well from Aror, and the Styx Ferrymen and the Hounds are forced to reset once more.
The Styx Ferrymen, it's so dangerous, the game they play. The willingness to get aggressive. The Eldritch Hounds as well, that initiation from Oathhh. Even if it is a low priority target, the threat was very real. If a knockup connects from Paul, if Aror is able to close gap and connect the silence, would have just been Oath's life. This is not something you see often. Pyromancer pulled by one team, fired by the other, but it's Benny dropped low.
BennyQ nearly done. Pin is there, has to beads away. And Baskin keeping up the chase. The frenzy's been popped though. Ducky is trying to play spoiler. And a flicker from Benny gets him back to safety. But Paul now going back to base. He had to use beads during that fight to get away from the wall that Ducky had thrown out. The Styx Ferrymen and the Eldritch Hounds, both the mid laners, forced to reset. But it's another Pyromancer. We were just here 5 minutes ago. We return once more with now 3 runic bombs in pocket for the Ferrymen.
3,000 true damage in play. But 2 of those runic bombs are in CycloneSpin's pocket. And runic bomb does not have the same range as a hunter auto attack. It might be difficult for CycloneSpin to actually apply those in a good position. Getting it onto the Fire Giant, getting it onto a Phoenix would require him to essentially put himself in melee range. I'm not so sure that's exactly where he's going to want to stand. So we'll see how it plays out. The Eldritch Hounds don't seem too concerned, though. This is one of the best map states that they've been afforded so far this game. Neither side able to tip that stalemate just yet. The Styx Ferrymen likely replaying Game 3 in their head. This is the exact same position. One poor team fight could just cost it all. Every single one of them concerned with that. And all the while, still have to make these strides, still have to make these plays. Keep your eyes on Paul, though. 60 seconds on his beads.
Baskin barely gets up to the cloud. Aror throws out the pillars. Coast is pulled back in. Baskin keeps up the fight, but it's not enough. It's BennyQ low. Gets the reset on the timeline, but it's only to delay the inevitable. The Styx Ferrymen Take down 2. It's 70 seconds on Benny and Quig. But the Styx Ferrymen, they're not running forward just yet. It's a slow push up to these Phoenixes. They've all respawned through. Coast is back and healthy.
Oathhh?
But Oathhh is caught out
Oathhh?
in no man's land. CycloneSpin picks up the kill. 3 gone for the Eldritch Hounds. It's up to Ducky and Coast to defend.
There are still 3 runic bombs in play. This Phoenix, already weakened, just won't last that long. First one used, half HP. Phoenix still standing strong, but can they defend for 30 seconds? I don't think so.
The Ferrymen walk forward. VaporishCoast and Ducky. Can they hold up the defense? Ducky goes up to the sky. Coast inside of the fountain. When the Styx Ferrymen, when their backs are against the wall, you give the Hebo to Paul because he will carry you to the promised lands.
The difference between games 3 and 4 is the selection from Paul. A legacy game from the mid laner as the Styx Ferrymen push us to the absolute distance. I believe our first game 5 of the event. And I wouldn't rather have anyone here but you, J-Mac. What an absolute timeline we are in.
Game number 5 in our semi-final match between the Hounds and the Ferrymen. I mean, you look back at the history of these two teams. It was a 2-0 for the Hounds in their first meetup. Then it was a 2-0 by the Ferrymen in their next meet. Then it was a tiebreaker game won by the Ferrymen. And then, if I'm not mistaken, a 3-0 during the playoffs against the Hounds. This is the first time that these two teams have gone beyond just the initial, you need this minimum number of games to win. And what better way to do it than game number 5 to see which team face off against the Oni Warriors in the grand finals of Summer Masters. We're in for a treat here today, Mifflin.
We are. Excuse me, I'm disheveled. Bad hair day. Games have gone long, but it's been excitement all the way through here in the studio. Game 5 on the line. I think the adaptations are written on the wall.
Game 5.
Get Paul off the hell. Oh, wait.
Off the Paul.
Get the Paul.
Off.
You're going to get him off the Hebo.
Yeah, if you're the Hounds.
Yeah, got to get rid of Paul.
Yeah, if you're the Hounds, make
Break
sure the
his
Hebo
keyboard.
doesn't go to Paul once more. We're going to take a quick little break, recuperate, regenerate our strength, and get ready for game number 5, which is coming up right after this break.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you check. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy to find, don't mind my reactions. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, can't my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I go to church, please help me end up making this forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, I bleed, I'm off the leash, go down on your knees, I got PhD, I'm all that you need, just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
Well, that's right. We got a game 5 on the line. And Trelly, it's been a long day. There's still more ahead of us. And it's an exciting one at that. Look, game 2 and 4. Odd
When
or
were
even
those?
numbers.
I
Well,
don't
4
remember.
just happened.
Oh,
so
right. I remember that one.
I really hope you remember that.
No, I got
one.
that one. Yeah, sorry.
2 and 4 have gone over towards the Ferrymen. 1 and 3 went over towards the Hounds. It has been first pick all set. And we'll maybe talk about that a little bit later. Right now, who cares? There were 9 other players in this lobby. Who cares about any of their names? Paul. That's the only one that should be in your mouth.
Yep. Paul popped off on the Hebo. It was one of those picks that we knew he could play, obviously. Didn't know if it was time to bring it out. Didn't know if he was going to have that much success on it. Of course, Paul says, shut up, nerds. Yes, I'm going to absolutely pop off. The breastplate was really paying for itself here because they were just not able to kill him either. Sometimes he got very low. Sometimes his relics were pulled. Does that mean he's died? No. Paul just absolutely destroyed this game. I think the Ganesh was still one of the most impact picks in the entirety of this set so far. Aror was constantly on point. I almost said Rivers of Buke. It's been a long day. The Dharmic Pillars have been really able to split up these team fights, and I think keeping Paul alive, if that was the game plan, I mean, let's be honest, there wasn't too many kills in the entirety of the game, but still, if you look at who's doing the most damage, and you're like, hey, we got to kill that guy, and they still couldn't do it, that's a big issue. So there ain't no way Paul gets Hebo again in Game 5. There's just no way.
Now, here's the question. Is he banned number 1, 2, or 3? Because assuredly it's about to happen, right? Picks and bans, Game 5. And Trelly, this goes back. I'm gonna reset the stage real fast. First pick has won every game this set. 1, 3, and now 5. First pick for the Hounds. 1 and 3 were wins. 2 and 4 were wins for the Ferrymen when they were first pick. So maybe that's not dictating too much. Maybe it's dictating everything. We'll find out here and now. We were already seeing hell bans from the Hounds because nobody wants Paul to have that.
Yep.
After game 2, we started seeing set bans from the Hounds because nobody wanted to see Paul do that but again. And now in game 5, we're getting a Hebo ban from the Hounds because of what he just did. All 3 towards Paul. The other side, it's a little more tame. We've
Ganesh
got
ban.
the Ra,
Knew it.
Ganesh, and the Yorm, but that does leave the emoji open for the first time this set.
Yeah, but who cares? That's not Ganesh.
You're not Ganesh.
At this point, like if you
You're
don't
not
have,
even like half elephant.
that's what I'm saying. If you don't have 4 arms and can create Dharmic pillars, I don't want to talk. So the other towns, sure, they can have Yemoja, but it is not going to be the Ganesh. Of course, that's going to be an interesting one. First look we get to see. That is the first game so far this set where there's been no Ganesh, I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the first one there's been no Ganesh.
Well, Thor is the answer for the Ferrymen.
Martichoras.
And Trelly, very specifically, this Thor was something Baskin ran last week and looked incredible on. Marty run back. And very specifically, some successful games for CycloneSpin on the Marty. Something they could be going back to. Raven. Shelly, it's sometimes easy to forget the things that were super successful in Game 1, because I can't tell you when Game 1 happened.
No, I have no clue what that
But I do remember that Oathhh had a really nasty Raven that got banned a couple of games afterward for good reason. They've also thrown it over towards, I believe, Ducky, with a Serqet in the jungle.
God, no demon can
The Raven's going to get locked in, and it looks like Rom might be joining him. So far, what's the vibe check on the top 5?
Well, you got the Emogen play. Of course, I love the Robin run back and just trying to get Coast on something he feels comfortable with. On the Rama, seems like a good grab. Thor and the Marty is already very scary here for the Ferrymen. My question is, I was going to say, are you showing a Paul pick? Are you showing a Cyno pick? Looks to be a Cyno pick. Let's see how the rest of the draft goes through, because of course Paul has played it in the past as well, but still. Would Game 5 be when Cyno goes towards the you said jungle? Considering it's locked in, I do assume it's going to Cyno, but there could be some change up. I think the Hounds are probably pretty happy with this so far, though. They were able to grab the Yemoja. The Raven has had plenty of success so far, and of course, Ram is just a comfort pick, so they're definitely happy with that top 3.
Definitely doing a little mental readjustment there, I think, for the boys. Good coach work in the back for the Ferrymen. The E-set, like you said, presumably for Cyno here. Thor, I would assume at that case, then for Baskin. It's creating an interesting dynamic. After last game, I'm going to be honest with you. The only thing that's on my mind is what is Paul going to play? But plenty of other things to try and lock in, and it's also going to be Aror's pick. As bans come through, Ferrymen in the second phase get rid of Sun Wukong and Merlin to limit a little bit of Ducky, a little bit of BennyQ. Terra has been banned out by the Hounds. And then Baba Yaga, another proficient Paul pick that gets banned away. And so now the field is open. What's got the giggles?
We're this late where you can say proficient Paul pick, and
Proficient
it makes me
Paul
laugh
pick.
a little bit. Proficient Paul pick to
I thought you were
going to
giggle because there was there was a mage that was still open. And I was like, oh no, who am I forgetting?
No, I just imagined a proficient Paul picks a pack of pickled peppers. That's it. That's all I got for you. But I think banning out Merlin definitely a
appreciate
smart
it.
call. Yeah, of course.
That's why we pay you the big bucks, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Big time. Hindu said, and you keep those up.
You keep those up, there's a raise coming your way. And it's weird, he said it with a giant sack of money in his hand. I didn't even know they did that in real
Yeah,
life.
it even had the cartoonish dollar
Yeah.
sign. Is going to be the Horus, though, assumingly for Aror. Pick that we haven't seen too much so far, but, you know, as in the first set this morning, was bounced back and forth a fair bit. To the skies can be. I mean, we haven't seen too many of these patented Ferryman backdoor plays either. You know, they like to go for those wraparounds.
Good point.
Any team with Aurora adding to the skies to the mix can be nasty. I'm excited to see how they decide to use this later on when we get to 40 minutes, 45 minutes, when this game will inevitably actually come to its climax. But the Eldritch Hounds are going to go to the Discordia pick that I really enjoyed from BennyQ and the Bakasura. So Ducky will be taking the Robin, if that Baka gets locked in, I should say, and it does. And this is a pick that Oathhh has absolutely ran games with in the past. But I'm guessing he didn't go to it for some reason, right? Because it was available. It's not like it was banned out. He could have went towards this Baka, but just valued other picks. And it's going to be double ADC. Wow. So you got 2 hunters with the Marty and the Cern. E-set, again, assumingly jungle. And you got the Prot Shred from the Marty and the Horus. This is going to be an interesting late game dynamic. They do have plenty of objective burn and confirm here for the Ferrymen.
A lot of squishy nature of their draft, though, too, right? I mean, Horus, we talk about him late game. He's still going to do great as a support, but he is still a warrior. And so early on, maybe something that could be exploited. There's a lot of interesting matchups in this one, some that we haven't gotten to see in a while, Trelly. I think I'm going to look towards the jungle first, which is really just to ask. Bakasura, like you said, Oathhh has had really good performances on this in the past. Hasn't been going to it, whether for good reason or not, I guess we'll find out. E-set in the jungle, something that Cyno loves, but it is not known for being a hyper carry the way that a Bakasura is. What is the dynamic these jugglers are bringing to their teams?
Well, I can tell you that the E-set is not going to farm. Well, I can talk in absolutes, right, and say things that I know for a fact should be true, but in Game 5, after an 11-hour day, some
also
of those
after
things,
a shellacking in Game 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some of those things start to change a bit. So yeah, Bakasura should be getting an insane early farm, just dominating the early game farm-wise. Not really looking for too many ganks. You don't need to because you just have Golden Blades. You just run the camps quickly, eat minion. It's on such a short cooldown. You can go for clutch invades, that sort of thing. E-set, of course, is going to be playing a bit slower, look to fight around objectives, drop circle protection, go for that confirm for FGs, Gold Furies, Pyromancers, etc. That's how the Ferrymen have been playing. Last desk, I believe I said something along the lines of, ooh, the Ferrymen, they're on match point, they could lose here, they're probably not going to come out swinging, and then Cyno blinks in at level 2 and gets first blood. So, if that's the case, they still do have that ability, right? They could be looking for a blink in, spirit ball, that sort of thing to start off a fight. But you've got double ADC. Your strengths do not lie in the early game. It would be in your best interest to just sort of sit back and sort of watch what the Hounds want to do. But again, I think traditional Smite knowledge gets thrown out the window a bit in this situation that we're in.
Well, Trelly, it is Game 5. These two teams, again, for the long term, tie each other in Phase 1 in head-to-head. and then in plus minus. Have to play a tiebreaker game. Have to then play again at playoffs. Come here and play now and drag us to 5. Winner goes to the finals. So we might as well find out who it's going to be. One more game. Who better to take us through it than J-Mac and Mifflin?
That's right. A final game between these two teams. Throw out games 1 through 4. They don't matter any longer. And it's all down to one final win. Will it be the Hounds, the new kids on the block, go into the finals to face off against the undefeated Warriors, or will it be the tournament team in the Styx Ferrymen who always show up right when they're needed the most to be able to jump to those grand finals? It's J-Mac, Miff, and Doug one final time today to bring the conclusion of our second semifinal. Chat leaning over towards the Eldritch Hounds, even despite the loss in game number 4. Maybe some of the defense that's been brought back by them in these late games has given a little bit of hope over to Twitch chat.
J-Mac, all I know, and I know this in an absolute certainty, is that we've got some time to figure out an end call again. Let's cook something up. What do we got? All right. In the event of an Eldritch Hounds win, oh, man.
Step aside, old man. The future generation is now.
All right, yeah, and I want you saying all that. What about the Ferrymen? What do you got over there?
Hit him with they wrote it down. we can keep it that simple.
Oh, okay.
No, we got to come up with something out of that. We'll figure something out.
We got like 50 minutes. It'll be all right.
Somebody in chat come up with something. I'm sure they'll ping me in at least the production
Yeah,
Discord
chat,
with
come
an
up
idea.
with some sick end calls for both teams, and if production likes any of them, because they read every comment, I know they do, I'm sure they'll feed one to us.
But given the history of this set so far, Miff, that's at minimum probably at least another 35 minutes away.
At minimum.
Minimum. And with how important this match is for both these teams, the fact they've gone to the absolute brink every single time for the first 4 of this set, even with more of the breakneck pacing that we saw in game number 4, it still ended up dragging out. Coming up to these late game team fights. But it did all start with Paul on the Hebo. Got to 9-0 before the final push. I somehow called it exactly into existence. The Styx Ferrymen were able to prevail. Now it's the Eldritch Hounds trying to get their fight back. They've won games 1. They won game 3. History's indication that means they get the odd game, so they got a chance for game number 5. But Styx Ferrymen are certainly not a team to go down without a fight. But Oathhh going to keep up the chase against Paul. A root on top of Cyno. The body blocks by Oathhh. Not enough. Spirit Ball connects onto Oathhh. He's rooted in place by Paul. A lot of return fire. And now with Aror here, Oathhh is out of position. The knockup isn't there.
Oh, he's
the
fine.
slow is good. Jump, but it's a blink. Cyno blinks into the Spirit Ball. And it's first blood for the Ferrymen.
Cyno brings the unorthodox, but it works in his hands. The E-set blink. I did not think it would do anything until at least level 10, at least level 5, get the ultimate, but Cyno disproves that theory immediately and gets involved. Maybe if target selection was a bit more concise there from the Eldritch Hounds, things could have gone differently. Benny hits his entire kit onto Cyno, all the while Oathhh's chasing out Paul. Maybe if Bakasura were just hitting the guy that Benny was hitting, things could have been a little bit different. Instead, it's an overextension into a swift punish by the Styx Ferrymen. But early game has not amounted to a whole lot, even when they're blanking. I believe 15-0 before the Eldritch Hounds found any kill in their column. Still were able to bring it to the absolute distance. So I trust the Hounds to find at least a bit of equilibrium, because it'd just be so ironic to take us to a game 5 and then for it to end quickly. I would be disappointed if I got to go home and see my dog before 10 p.m. I would be disappointed. We need to see it go the absolute distance.
You know what the wildest part out of all this is for the Hounds? Those guys were here at 1 p.m. They stepped in while game 1 of our first set was still going on.
They've been here.
And they have been here all the way through now. Playing in 1-5-1. Double dive in by the Hounds. Cyno low. Cyno gone. Oathhh returns fire with the backup of Ducky to put the Hounds on the board at 3 minutes.
A strike back here from the Eldritch Hounds, and a strong ultimate from Ducky. Connects with both, utilizing some of that mitigation, tanks up the tower, and makes sure that Oathhh is given just enough time to secure that kill. A bounce back for the Bakasura, who by the desk's analysis and estimation should be able to pull a lead over Cyno out of the jungle, now with a slight experience advantage. I tend to agree. Once he's got that golden blade, the pace is going to pick up so much. I just don't see ESET matching jungle clear with the Bakasura. It just can't be close.
I'm actually wondering how Cyno does this level priority for jungles. Typically when you think of laning E sets, you get like a point or two into your Wind Gust and you max Spirit Ball. It seems that Cyno's going to do the same thing here. 2 points into Spirit Ball, one of your harder hitting immediate abilities versus the channel that you have to go without otherwise. But now level 5 for almost all players on the map. Aror just a little further behind from hitting that level 5 mark for himself. We've already gotten our action. Remember, every single game we get at least 2 to 4 kills upwards that 10-minute mark. Already on pace.
That's it?
At least 2 to 4. It's usually been like 4 has kind of been that number by 10.
Okay, we got 2 more. Nice.
We got 2 more to go at least. If history's any indication of how we've been seeing so far through today, between these 2 teams at the least, it's definitely been a very fast-paced already. We saw mid 2v2 skirmishes in jungle in previous games when Benny was piloting the Merlin. And now we're seeing them already from Oathhh, from BennyQ, now from Oathhh and Ducky on the right side of the map as well. But with Oathhh moving over left, Golden Blade ready, a blink in. Cripple Field not there to help out, but we'll keep Aror locked down for a moment. But one more chomp, one more auto. It's Coast now on the board.
Man, maybe one more auto attack on a CycloneSpin would have put him into ult range. VaporishCoast on the ROM, all 3 shots, just does so much damage. Ducky just out of range to secure the buff for himself. Cyno able to grab that one and has to, considering what Oathhh had just accomplished on the left side of the map. This Bakasura, very capable of setting a pace that ESET theoretically should just not be able to match. Oathhh playing with confidence here, even considering maybe a bit more of an invade on the left-hand side. I want to talk about Paul on this Marty just for a moment.
Talk to me about it.
Because it's wildly different in playstyle to something like a Hebo or even a Hell, where it's get in the enemy's face, put out constant damage, stay in the fight for as long as possible, low cooldowns, just keep pumping numbers. Marty needs to be a little bit choosier with his initiations. A whole lot of poke from downtown, a whole lot of dragging out these fights and taking into narrow corridors. CycloneSpin able to secure his purple buff there narrowly. Quig almost steals it away, but we'll see if Quig can make it away.
Beats to get a Spirit Ball.
Simple.
And a River's Rebuke. No way for Cyno and party to walk through that ultimate, at least not now. And I think that's where my question and concern might be for the Styx Ferrymen is who picks up the Phantom Shell? When does he pick up? Obviously, it's going to have to be level 12 for somebody to do so, but who's going to grab it and how long maybe does it take for the actual upgrade of that relic to come through? But that's also assuming anybody does.
You know, there's not a whole lot of like hard CC on the Eldritch Hounds. You've got the stun from Quig, and you've got the stun from Quig. I mean, there's Strife for like a root slash coerce type deal, but otherwise, I don't think too many members of the Styx Ferrymen are going to be forced towards beads. If Cyno, for example, decided to forego beads entirely and pick up a Phantom Shell, I'm not certain there would be too many adverse effects to it. And so, that could leave the door open to multiple Phantom Shells. If Aurora wants to get one and Cyno gets one, desync them properly, Quig's going to have a very difficult time actually lining up some of these River's Rebukes. And that lack of CC has knock-on effects elsewhere. Who's stopping Wind Gust? It's kind of just Quig. So that channeled ability from Cyno could be the difference maker in some of these fights.
Fight over the shield buff. Coast pulls it back, secures it, but get hit by the Spirit Ball, hit by the Wild Hunt.
You can't move, you can't move.
And ultimate from Cyno, but now it's a chopping away by Oathhh. He will tear right through the jungler of the Styx Ferrymen, and now it's chased in. The surge is up. The Eldritch Hounds, they've got nothing left in the tank for another kill. That is, unless Oathhh wants to step up with Quig. No ultimate available for the Emoja, and it'll end in a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Oath's doing the jungle classic. Look, I ganked your lane, so I'm going to take the wave. A little bit of attacks there for Oathhh. Who's going to put himself ever so slightly further ahead. Should be about a half-level lead now for the Bakasura. Baskin, on the other hand, trying to defend his own blue buff. Unsuccessful, taken away there, I believe. Nope, excuse me, he got it. Yeah, clean stuff, hammer placement. Just enough. Doesn't pick it up, though. He'll have time to go grab it.
Yeah, it sits on the ground for a long time now. I think almost upwards of 2 minutes that you have to grab that one. Ultimate from Quig locks in CycloneSpin. Coast and Oathhh are here to collapse in, but Cyclone's able to dash away. No further follow-up from the Hounds. Maybe a bit questionable by Quig. I assume thinking that there was going to be more to do beyond just that ultimate, but with no ultimate available to Oathhh, seems it was just an attempt to try and steal purple.
Well, you at least got the ultimate off of Aror as well, so it's not as if you come up completely empty-handed. So long as you're trading, you'll find a little bit of value. I'd argue Quig's ultimate at this portion of the game's still much, much better than what Aror can do with To the Skies. That's more so of a late-game tool, repositioning around objectives or potentially on the siege. And so, a little bit of kill potential lost on the left-hand side. Can the Styx Ferrymen make use of that? We've seen a good deal of pressure towards Aror, a few rotations towards the dual lane trying to do a CycloneSpin as well. And that's all been from the Eldritch Hounds. The Styx Ferrymen, for the most part, have been playing a very reactive style. When Cyno gets active, it's more so, all right, well, I'm going to try and grab this camp before anyone shows up or before Oathhh shows up, and then I'll disengage. A little bit less PvP-minded. Maybe now, with River's Rebuke gone, could find an opportunity. Or maybe Paul just does it on his own. Forces BennyQ back into that tower at about a quarter HP.
Maybe the Marty just solos the Discordia, nearly. Still maintains beads, at least for BennyQ. Ultimate expended during that fight, which is maybe what caused Paul to go up to the sky to try and avoid that one. But with ults down for a little while now, mid lane should at least quiet down for about the next 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes. But then it's where does everything else happen on the map? Where does Cyno try and continue to put his pressure? Is it helping out the dual lane, basically trying to match rotation with Oathhh? Is he said he's just waiting for a few more items to get online? Cyno goes for the Arc Druid, seems to be his new favorite item. Out of all the ones, not really introduced, but at least out of all the ones that are kind of been buffed up as of recent.
I am not too prideful to admit that I do not fully comprehend the ESET jungle game. I think there are very few people on the planet that understand the power curve of ESET jungle, at least to the degree that Cyno does, who has had plenty of practice playing it, not only at the SPL level now, but also throughout his entire tenure in the SEC. Does he decide to go a little bit more utility after this? Is it all damage? I gotta think it's going to be a bit of utility, because you're really concerned about that chase potential from Oathhh. Even with having all that damage with circle protection, with the lack of CC, and the ability to fully channel Wing Gust in late-game team fights, it just feels like when it does eventually turn into that 4-4, 1-1 split between junglers, Bakasura should just have the advantage, unless you can get some defense.
Oh, it's stopping Aror from being able to get out. River's Rebuke
they're
catches
stuck.
out both of them. Cyno's got nowhere to go, and Aror is only back to the graveyard for him. The Eldritch Hounds grab 4 so far in the game, and with a dive in by Ducky, who's made a long rotation over to the dual lane, pocket up number 5 for the Hounds. Cold Fury now into the eye of the Hounds as well, with 2 off the map for the next at least 4 seconds. And the beacon popping back through. We'll see what Baskin can do with an ultimate. Dive back towards Quig, but not much he can do against the Umoja.
No, even had he connected it, would have only sent Quig back to base. Not enough damage in kit or build there from Baskin to be a legitimate threat towards that support. Probably just going up to the air there to ensure Gold Fury had not been pulled, or had it been pulled, could have potentially found a bit more there on a priority target. Love that rotation from Ducky, though. Uses the teleport, I believe goes back to base, immediately upgrades the teleport, and gets involved on the invade, shuts down Cyno. But it's the stuff after the stuff that generally you evaluate who wins the team fight by, which has made it so difficult in this set because it's been going either way. You win a team fight, you lose an objective. This time it happens again here to the Hounds. Losing out on the beacon. So 5% structure damage, 1% movement speed now to the Styx Ferrymen.
BennyQ taking so much poke from Paul. But BennyQ also dishing some of that back out. You wouldn't believe it, considering how much healing Aror has been able to do towards Paul, at least throughout this early stage of the game. BennyQ actually going for a second item E-Staff. We've been seeing this generally pop up 3rd, maybe 4th in some of the mage builds after the pen is online, but BennyQ is rushing it fairly early, maybe recognizing that Cyno, Baskin, ones that are going to be diving him, already going to have more HP in their builds, gets it online a little bit earlier.
Probably also worried about the immense amount of crowd control on the side of the Styx Ferrymen.
Yeah.
Baskin, multiple forms of stun. Cyno, the exact same, as well as silence and slow. Aror, stun into knock-up. Paul's got the root. CycloneSpin's got plenty as well. So Ethereal Staff, 20% CCR. Going to do a whole lot of good for the Eldritch Hounds mid laner, as well as just having a little bit of additional HP means your survivability goes up as well. It's actually a very intelligent pickup, especially considering the team fights that have already happened. We've seen, what, 1, maybe 2 5-on-5s already? And we're only 13 minutes in.
Coast versus CycloneSpin.
Oh, we're back.
Feels like we're right back to games 1 and 2. Coast standing at the tier 1 tower line. Nearly takes down the tower. Oathhh, beads, and jump to get away from Spirit Ball from Cyno, who is electing to go a little bit more damage now. Back in the magic focus tree for him. But a full grouping around this purple buff. Even Baskin has joined over towards the fight. Ducky standing at the forefront. Does immune. The ultimate from Cyclone, but it's dunked down by Baskin. Quig able to riptide himself out to safety. Still maintaining all ultimates on the side of the Hounds while taking 3 away from the Ferrymen.
That was perhaps the shortest double stun I have ever seen. Must have been tons of DR on Quig there. Just does not get affected by the CC from Baskin in spite of well-placed ultimate and wall. And so, able to make his way out. Has to go back to base. The rest of the Eldritch Hounds, though, still healthy. Keeping pressure on the Pyro.
Baskin takes it away with one hammer toss. We've seen plenty of objective steals so far this set. Baskin's going to notch another one up, but this time for the Styx Ferrymen. Able to steal one away. We saw a lot of steals against them earlier, and a runic bomb that was just picked up by the stolen away Ferryman will be used to knock away the tier 1 tower from BennyQ. Take the first structure of that lane off the map.
Yeah, the Ferrymen were owed at least one. What was it, game 3, when the Hounds had essentially taken 3 Pyromancers back-to-back just by throwing a stray ability over the wall? Feels like the Ferrymen were cosmically owed one there. So props to him and props to Baskin for being in position and the timing of it to take it away. The Styx Ferrymen immediately make use of that bomb, as you said, knock down that tier 1 tower, pushing themselves a little bit closer to even, which is the goal now for the Styx Ferrymen, as the Eldritch Hounds have been controlling a whole lot of the pace so far. Doesn't show itself too much in the gold, but experience is a different story, and you can start to see that all the way across the board. 1 level in each role, 2 in a few as well. VaporishCoast holding the majority of that lead. CycloneSpin was really happy there in Game 4 and Game 3 with the continued rotations from his jungler, Cyno. Cyno, since then, here in Game 5, has left CycloneSpin alone once more.
Yeah, Ducky still pushing up 2v1 at the blue buff. Wants to keep going for these invades.
What are they going to do, kill him?
Thor this time through. But now that there's knowledge that there's 2 on the right side, the Eldritch Hounds immediately go to the Fury. Aror, the only one in the neighborhood to try and take it out, but the Eldritch Hounds secure that one for themselves. First Fury of the game to the Eldritch Hounds, and a substantial lead starting to build up as well. 3,000 gold here at the 16-minute mark. The Eldritch Hounds in control of this early game, and it's not just that. It's a lead in almost every single role to the tune of at least 1 level.
Aurora tries his best to connect Fracture. Had he caught out Quig with the massive rotation of the entirety of the Ferrymen, would have likely at least net the 1 kill. Baskin utilizes Teleport to get over towards that purple buff. And the Eldritch Hounds say, well, you know, Ducky's not here. Why stick around? Immediately reset themselves, lose nothing, and in fact gain a tier 1 tower on the right-hand side. So the path of least resistance, that's them another small win. The Eldritch Hounds macro, I mean, this week in its entirety, the Eldritch Hounds macro has leveled up significantly. Previously, this was the, if they win their scraps early, this is a team you got to watch out for. All of a sudden, I mean, they're going full-length games with the best of them.
I mean, we even saw in the last game, even when they were losing literally everything for the first 35 minutes, they were still able to find ways to fight back in. Didn't find the win in Game 4. There was just a little too much in the gas tank for the Styx Ferrymen at that time through, but now the Eldritch Hounds fighting with a lead. 4,000 plus up. Experience in their favor as well. Just playing this one cautiously, playing it slow. We're in Game 5. We're pushing hour 12 of our day. They're pushing hour 9 of their day from coming into the studio, just about. It's been a long day for everyone involved, especially for the Eldritch Hounds. Finding a win here would be massive for this team, not just because it'd be a win in a big tournament like this. Even if this is only a semifinal, we're not even going to discuss what it would be for finals for them if they were to find a win there. But for a team that qualified this year with 3 rookies to the SPL on their team, to now make semifinals would be a headline story for this squad.
An unheard of run for a essentially brand new team here to the league. Control point spawned up, 4 stack from the Eldritch Hounds. Styx Ferrymen, good luck fighting into that defensive position. So the Hounds will take this one for themselves. It's a 1-1 trade on the control points as of now. All important third one, a few minutes out from that. Eldritch Hounds were slowing down their pace, but I think biding their time, the better way to phrase it, considering there were no neutral objectives to contest at the time. With Pyromancer back on the map, you'd love to jump on it in the next minute and 30 seconds. Desyncing these neutral objectives, all important for the Eldritch Hounds. Do not give an opportunity for the Ferrymen to start controlling one of them. Because we haven't had an opportunity to see it just yet, but ESET is the god of objective secure. Circle protection feels nearly unbeatable. It is instant burst damage at the press of a button. It also gives you damage mitigation, healing, damage to enemy gods as well. It's a massive no-play zone. So if you allow the Ferrymen to start grouping up on these objectives and slowing down your own play, it's a weighted coin toss for them.
Oathhh versus CycloneSpin. Cyclone gets the dash, but we'll have some backup now from Cyno. Oathhh gonna blink away from the Spirit Ball, but does manage to get Aegis away from Cyclone. One defense taken away as Quig tries to find some lockdown on Aror in the mid lane. Aror just a little too wormy. Able to sneak his way back to the tier 1 tower. Get back
wormy?
With wormy. I couldn't. We're on hour 12.
No, I get it, man. You're right. What a little worm.
What a little worm.
Grub.
Able to sneak his way out of there. Just
That's
jump
awful.
into the dirt and get out of there. By the way, the dirt was Paul's back pocket, able to just dash back there to safety under the tier 1 tower. But
he's in the
Pyromancer,
grass, that little worm. That's awful.
Pyromancer for the Eldritch Hounds. They get it this time, not stolen away by the Ferrymen. Now they're secure. They keep a stranglehold in this lead. Every time we look up, it's another 500, another 1,000 gold pushing up, another 500 to 1K experience that they're finding over the Ferrymen. This neutral farm keeping Cyclone away from shield buffs. Ducky going for all of these cooldown buffs on the right side, the mid-harpies, the oracles. It's all coming up Eldritch Hounds. Ducky stuck in place.
Thor stuck.
If he gets a moment to ult away, he'll go over the wall. Baskin's going to try and close gap, but not much that he can do by himself. The other two members around him, well, they can't go over walls, and so they can't chase out. Baskin can go to the sky. He'll at least wait out the apple and then crash back down as tier 1 tower crumbles on the right side of the map.
There's that CC chain coming into play once more for the Styx Ferrymen. Ducky essentially not allowed to touch his keyboard for what felt like 5 or 6 seconds there. Regardless, I think more so a feat for Ducky that he had survived it. So tanky already. Just 21 minutes in and 3 slotted on the build. Feels like with one more item, Ducky's going to be allowed to survive indefinitely in the back line. One more level and he's going to have damage thanks to that bluestone. One more second, and the Eldritch Hounds might just have another Primal Fury for themselves. Nobody in range to defend, nobody even considering it on the Styx Ferrymen. This lead, it just continues to grow. The chart doesn't lie. It has been steady for the Eldritch Hounds. Maybe one fight back here or there from the Ferrymen, but as far as objectives have been concerned, the Styx Ferrymen are unconcerned, which is just so completely antithetical to what this composition on paper should be doing. It's a double Hunter ESET draft. You've got the burn and the secure, but you haven't had the opportunities.
It's been all Eldritch Hounds being the proactive ones around the objectives. Maybe realizing that that is the game plan of the Ferrymen, recognizing they could do that.
Ugly.
Maybe a pick towards Cyno, but whoa.
Phantomed anyway.
Phantom Shell at the tail end. Baskin crashes down onto VaporishCoast, and the apple clips the side of the wall. Doesn't find any value beyond there. Coast goes up to the sky, crashes down, but now Aror going in. He's got Cyno alongside him, but Oathhh drops an ultimate immediately at their feet. Circle protection used,
good.
and Ducky to the backline, dives in the middle of 3, but he's full HP. He can keep this fight going, even with the Wild Hunt. That's not enough to slow him down, and it's not enough for Oathhh either. He forces the Styx Ferrymen away. The Eldritch Hounds can reap the benefits as 2 at minimum are sent all the way back to base.
That's a TKO on 3. Baskin's got teleport, but no ultimate. If he wants to get involved, that'll be the old-fashioned way. Paul hovering nearby. Baskin already back. CycloneSpin not too far behind him, but the Fire Giant down to half has been reset. Ducky leading the charge, makes contact with Paul. Fire Giant re-pulled. Hounds are just holding it.
Ducky did so much. That's just his damage to Paul. Now Quig in a bit of danger. Resets the Fire Giant. He's taking a little too much damage, tanking that one out. The rest of the team not willing to make the commitment with all the members of the Ferrymen around. Remember, nobody died in that last fight. It was just send back to base. Technical knockouts, if you will.
And I will.
And you will. And we will. And they will. The Eldritch Hounds Reset away from fire. Pyro back up in just a few seconds, though. About 20 until it is respawn onto the map. Could be the next target for the Eldritch Hounds, because that's been their MO this game. Has been, once the objective is ready, go to it and beat the Ferrymen to their own game.
Yeah, bounce between those neutral objectives. Keep the Ferrymen on the back foot. Double Chalice of the Oracle here for the Eldritch Hounds. So, in a game where Vision wins wars, the Eldritch Hounds have just got a little bit more to play with. One Runic Bomb in pocket. Could just be used to secure Pyromancer, and it would instantly be replenished. As Ducky finds himself in a familiar position, CC chained, but damage starting to stack up now. Those builds, significant power spikes, starting to be hit. Ethereal Staff for Cyno, Divine Ruin as well, dealing with some of that healing, a little bit of penetration, some power. All of a sudden, Ducky maybe has to think twice about some of these backline dives.
Part 3 of the beacon. Well, this one won't stand very long. Eldritch Hounds will be able to knock that through and summon the Titans once more. All 3 towers, at least on that 6 Ferrymen's tier 1's knocked away, but still 1 tier 1 standing for the Hounds, so it will be a push over to the left side of the map. And the Hounds may just bank on that one, beelining over towards Fire Giant, forcing the Ferrymen to step up to them.
So that would leave the Titans unattended on the left. Going to be a moment until they spawn up proper. The Styx Ferrymen will have to make a difficult decision. Do you want to contend with those Titans and perhaps have yours push naturally? The only way to get that to happen is to go push down the Eldritch Hounds. Hounds in the same position. Ducky in the same as well, but forced back.
Oh, but the Pridwin shields keep him alive and helps him right through. But Baskin crashes in and finishes the job. The 6 Ferrymen notch their 3rd kill of the game. 50 seconds until Ducky is back up.
Oh, is it happening?
The Ferrymen now have the man advantage around fire. Titans be damned. It could be a next brawl around the pit.
Fire Giant secure will absolutely belong to the Ferrymen. If the Eldritch Hounds want any chance of stopping it, they have to get in before it's within that execute threshold. Circle protection dropped. It's a commit.
Quig, he doesn't have anything to stop this one. The fire goes to the Ferrymen. But what
Wait,
are the
they're
fights?
stacked!
They've all grouped up.
Oh, God.
Oh, my goodness. It was an ultimate from Aror to channel them out. I didn't even see him channeling because of the Fire Giant nearby. BennyQ got so much value from that Strife and Unruly Magic combo. If that wasn't an ult channel from Aror, that might have just been a full wipe.
It could have been, but Aror plays intelligently with his ultimate. We talked about it earlier, that the late game is when Horus ultimate finds its value, and Aror proves that true here. But the Eldritch Hounds should be able to knock down this Titan before the Ferrymen regroup. It's knock down Titan and run for the Hounds. That's all you got to do.
Oh.
At least poke it. That's enough.
Well, Titans will now square off, while the Ferrymen try and whittle away the remaining HP bar of the Order Titan. Chaos One lives only a little longer. A few good autos, a couple stray abilities from BennyQ. Maybe tier 1 or tier 2 towers damage to help with minions nearby, unlikely. The Titan goes down just yet. The 6 Ferrymen, they have found their way back in this game. A singular pick onto Ducky around fire has now gotten all 5 of them the buff. Titan still stands, tier 1 down, tier 2 now being marched forward as the 6 Ferrymen will give up. They're not going to push with the Titan. They're just going to let this one go down because maybe, more important for them, Primal Fury still back on the map.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Ferrymen, it's Fire Giant from a disadvantaged position. You still need to close up a lot of that gold lead. You need to head back to base, spend the gold that you still have in pocket, about 1,500 on average between each member of the 6 Ferrymen. Finish up some of those all-important 6-slotted items or even 5th-slotted for Aror. And so, wait it out. Got some upgraded starters to start cooking up. Protector of the Jungle now for Cyno. It's a massive power spike for the jungler of the Styx Ferrymen. The Eldritch Hounds, they're afforded this opportunity, this stall on the match, by playing the early game as well as they did. That Fire Giant still has an entire minute on the power play, and one pick on a Ducky is all it took to get the Fire Giant. So one pick now could be a tier 2 tower, could be a Phoenix. Eldritch Hounds correct to play safe. 6 Ferrymen regrouping once more. This Fire Giant power play hasn't got much left in it.
Ducky with a bit of anti-attack now into his build, mid-Guardian Mail. After the Pridwin, heavily stacking physical defense. Only has the kind of low hybrid magic defense to deal with Cyno's damage. He's building quite a bit of pen. That should shred right through whatever prots that he does have there. But now a defense under the tier 2 tower. Quig gonna eat a bit of poke. Ducky gonna drop a Sunder, hits 4 of them with it.
That's good damage.
From BennyQ. Keep your eyes on Oathhh though. He's going for the wraparound. I I think the Styx Ferrymen may have spotted this one out. He's sitting so far back. Look at BennyQ's just free poke on some of these frontliners as he continues to throw out the damage. All this cooldown that he's built up, being on this Discordia has afforded him so many poke opportunities. A Cyno tried to spot out Oathhh, but it's a blink for blink between the junglers.
Notably, no Divine Ruin for Benny, so he could poke all he wants with the sustain of Aror. Should keep the Styx Ferrymen relatively healthy. Fire Giant power play has come to an end. Oh, a little bit too far away here. Can you continue pushing forward? A few more seconds, excuse me, left on this Fire Giant. But not enough to push in towards a Phoenix. Perhaps enough to grab yourself a Pyromancer. One more Runic Bomb in play. The only Runic Bomb in play in favor of the Styx Ferrymen would give them advantage in the Fire Giant pit. But the Eldritch Hounds are showing a whole lot of presence here. Paul's made his way back to base. The Hounds had realized it perhaps could have caught out the Styx Ferrymen in a 5 versus 4. Instead, we're right back to where every single one of our games has led us so far, J-Mac.
30 minutes.
30 minutes Fire Giant dance. Sometimes it's 5 minutes, sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's 20. But it is dead even. I think we could go the distance here.
This might actually be the closest 30-minute tussle that we've had between teams at this point. Normally, we're getting these Fire Giant dances with 6,000, 7,000 gold up for an enemy team. At one point in games prior, we had 12 to 16,000 up. But once the builds start getting online, once everybody's full, don't need to worry about upgrading your starter items anymore. Gold matters a whole lot less. And that's where the struggle had been for the Styx Ferrymen. A couple of their matchups have been these fights inside of the jungle. Bit of a struggle on sieges afterwards. The Eldritch Hounds have been putting up a great fight on both fronts there. That's been probably their strongest growth that we have seen so far from the Hounds. But the Ferrymen, ever the veteran team, know how to recoup, know how to sit back and realize some of the mistakes they make in prior games and make those adaptations as the sets get further down the line.
Adaptation number 1 is figuring out who wants to take Oathhh in the 1v1. In Fire Giant dances, so often junglers just hover the mid lane and fight over pressure in lane. I don't think you want Cyno there. He's so important to the team fight, and also just not favored in the engagement up against Oathhh. Perhaps you send Baskin to control the center of the map. A little bit of global presence, can get involved in a Fire Giant fight at a moment's notice, as well as just not exactly threatened by Oathhh. Has strong disengage potential as well. And so, we'll see how the Styx Ferrymen decide to address this Bakasura. Could just address it by immediately going towards the Fire Giant. Look towards the objective, generate threat yourself. Force a rotation from Oathhh. For now, it's a staring contest between these two teams. We've seen, I believe twice this set, the team that chomps at the bit, the one that fights first, decides that it's been enough waiting, gets punished pretty heavily on the counter initiation. And so that could leave us in a position where both teams are just waiting for the other to spring the trap. If that's the case, get used to this map state and this game state, J-Mac. We could be here for a little while.
The Hounds thinking maybe they could go for a wraparound opportunity to try and push up some waves, head towards tier 2, but recognizing that no Ferrymen are inside the jungle, they back away a little bit. Quig walking forward. Still has the rivers, the double strike. Baskin up to the sky. Does he have enough HP? He just barely lives, but Aror might not do so. Gets the dash, but now Oathhh is here, chops him away. One more kill for Oathhh, and the snipes from Coast to keep the Ferrymen back. The Eldritch Hounds, they find their pick.
The tanks on both sides are not safe. Previously, it was Ducky picked out that led to the Fire Giant for the Styx Ferrymen. This time it's Aror, 40 seconds of the grayscale. But the Ferrymen got a little bit more defense in them, and there's a little bit more nuance here as well. The Eldritch Hounds have not got the same level of secure. See it reflected in play style. They're not willing to commit to the Fire Giant just yet. They want the fight instead.
Both of these soul laners have such heavy poke towards the mid laners. Benny being targeted by Baskin, Paul targeted by Ducky, and Ducky still got a sight set to the back line. Quig wants Cyno, and he's got Oathhh to team up with them. Circle protection down, but Cyno's ran away from it. Oathhh, he doesn't have the blink, but he's just walking right back at it. The Riptide perfect from Quig, and now on the other side of the fight, it's Baskin running. As Ducky tries to collapse in as well, Paul and Cyclone, they're forced out of the fight. They cannot deal with this Raven.
That's a heavier priority target now found by the Eldritch Hounds. Pyromancer will bring them the secure that they were sorely lacking. Maybe head back to base first. Quig down to half HP. And the rest of the Hounds similarly licking their wounds. You've got 40 seconds to play with here. It takes about 15 seconds to walk from base to the Fire Giant pit. So that leaves you with 20 seconds unattended by Cyno. Maybe enough for the Eldritch Hounds to at least generate threat, force a response from the Styx Ferrymen. VaporishCoast wisely decides to stick around, making sure that there was no pull on the Fire Giant. Ducky taking up aggressive positioning, but doesn't realize he's walking on an enemy ward.
Ducky has been ruthless in the back line. Paul has not been given a moment to breathe once Ducky has stepped onto the scene. The Eldritch Hounds, they pull the fire once more. Ducky trying to zone Baskin out, but Baskin can go to the sky. So can Aror, and Cyno has respawned. The timer is now ticking away. The Eldritch Hounds have got to either give up the fire or go for the fight, and it's for them. Choosing fight. Cyclone, the first down. Oathhh will be the one traded out. A good wall by Baskin to lock him in, but the Rivers don't catch anybody. It's a strike again from BennyQ, who's keeping this fight alive for the team. But the damage returned back now that Cyno has returned to the fight. It's just a bit too much. The Eldritch Hounds have to get out as Baskin finds yet another wall in this fight. Aror locks down Ducky, who doesn't get out of the fight. Circle protection down once more, and it's a 2-for-1 for the Ferrymen.
2-for-1 for the Ferrymen with circle protection off. It would still make it difficult for them to look towards the Fire Giant. CycloneSpin being the one means you haven't got the DPS for the Fire Giant either. Eldritch Hounds, Oathhh, 30 seconds from respawn. Should get there around the same time as CycloneSpin. Bakasura just a little bit faster on map. It's Ducky, the more concerning of the two respawn timers. Will have teleport the second he's back on the map himself. So it's a difficult task for the Eldritch Hounds. Just hold him back. Just slow it down. Prevent the Fire Giant from going down too quickly. Maybe you can catch the Ferryman on the retreat.
Eldritch Hounds. Oathhh now respawn. Take him a moment to rejoin in. Ducky's got TP. Baskin to the sky. His target's BennyQ. Benny jumps over the sun and throws the apple after. It's Baskin caught out. VaporishCoast gets the kill, but it's all started up by BennyQ, juking out the ult and returning fire right away. And now with Ducky back on the scene, teleport available, the Hounds have the man advantage around fire.
BennyQ, pixel perfect on his play, leaps the stun, and then immediately returns it with the golden apple, knows the wall was following, but Baskin was not prepared for all the damage from the ADC. VaporishCoast lands every shot as well. It's the Eldritch Hounds once more with the advantage.
Aror and the rest of the team sitting far back. Ducky the front line, but it's a bait by the Hounds. Ducky dives in to find three, snipes from the back, do so much to Cyclone that Oathhh might not need too much more assistance, but he's got to get out. Paul, he finds a stray auto before the walls go through. The ultimate keeps him away, and the apple knocks him away. It's BennyQ on a killing spree. The Eldritch Hounds, they lose one, but they take out yet another.
Baskin's going to have teleport on respawn here at J-Mac. I don't think it's as simple as we might think. Fire Giant goes unpooled. Baskin would be able to join the engagement at a moment's notice, but doesn't even have to. The Styx Ferrymen have got vision control of the Fire Giant pit, so they know there's no threat here. And we're going to reset once more with Paul and Oathhh essentially synced on their death timers. The only thing you can do is look for consolation prizes. As it stands, that's the only Fury, and it's the Styx Ferrymen there first.
Pyromancer about to pop back up. Hounds have made their beeline to the right side of the map to get their vision back on fire, try and reestablish control inside the pit and around. Fire started up.
Pulling?
Recognizing that at least one was on the left side, but now with the teleport in by Baskin to the back line, where's Baskin going to go? He hammers out, throws out a wall to block off one path, but Riptide it back. And ultimate has to be used defensively from Baskin this time. He teleported to get back to this fight, now has to return to base again.
A TKO on the Baskin. The Eldritch Hounds likely don't know that he's headed back to base, but Pool nonetheless realizing that that ultimate won't allow them to jump into that backline easily. The Styx Ferrymen will have to do it the old-fashioned way. Aror keeping vision, Ducky keeping space. Fire Giant burning slowly.
We've seen this song and dance many a times. Can Ducky find a dive into the backline? Wall will lock him in. Sunder used. Ducky's already lost a third of his HP. just from the poke from Baskin and from Cyno. Unwilling to stay too much longer around fire, it is reset once more, and Pyromancer now the new consolation prize. But it won't even go so freely. The Styx Ferrymen are walking in, and Baskin finds another wall, but it's an ultimate from Benny on top of Aror that forced him out. BennyQ, he's got some good damage, but Ducky is so low. Wild Hunt hits, and now Ducky's got nowhere to go, but a heal comes through. Baskin zones them out. Into the sky goes Paul, raining damage from above. It's not enough for Benny, but it's more than enough for Oathhh. Cyno gone. And now, or I should say, Oathhh gone.
Hold on.
With the help
Aror?
of Cyno. Baskin in. Coast low.
He's burning
Coast
him.
gone. It's a double for Cyno. The Eldritch Hounds, they were in this game for so long, but at the end of it all, it's the Styx Ferrymen who take down 4. It's just BennyQ to defend, but such low health bars on Aror and Cyclone, I'm not sure that a full siege is capable.
Golden Apples coming up shortly. Connects with 1. That's the end of the siege. Strife hits anybody, and that's just it. The Styx Ferrymen, though, maintain their offensive positioning. They want to at least grab this Phoenix. If they can't end, they'll at least take the bird. But I'm thinking end might just be in the cards here.
Aror has a heal to keep him in the team. Enough HP.
So
but
dangerous.
All it needs is one stray shot from BennyQ. Apple is back up. It's 5 for the Ferrymen. The Apple goes out on top of only Baskin, who went to the sky. And now it's got to be BennyQ. Can he hold for 5? Circle of protection is down. The Styx Ferrymen row it right down mid. And they take down the Eldritch Hounds.
Whoa.
When tournament time comes through, the Styx Ferrymen pull through. And they will be going to the grand finals to face off against the Oni Warriors.
It has always been an evenly matched set between these two teams. Comes down to tiebreakers to figure out seeding. Comes down to the absolute distance here at this tournament as well. All 5. But it's the Styx Ferrymen who come out on top once more. The repositioning ability from the Horus does so much here. The front line from Baskin also just amazing. Every single member contributes equally here for this Styx Ferrymen victory. This is not decided by one, as I had thought so much earlier. This is a whole team victory.
I'm getting shades of Worlds from these guys. Sure, the entirety of the team not together during that Worlds run.
Ship of Theseus, it's the same.
But you might as well when you've got Aror, Paul, and Cyno still backing it. Here for this core 3 of the team. Now throw Cyclone and Baskin into the mix, and it feels like we might be getting a nice little run back here for this team of that Worlds quality, at least in the SMITE Masters Finals. Them against the Oni Warriors. If this sets any indication, we're in for a great day tomorrow.
A long day as well, right? I mean, the Oni Warriors have also been having their games go long. Styx Ferrymen got a little bit more experience from it, from this set alone, I believe. Maybe about 5 hours in-game time combined there. The Oni Warriors, plenty of data to study up on, though.
The Oni Warriors undefeated moving into tomorrow's Styx Ferrymen. Can they be the team that knocks them down? We'll find out that tomorrow, but that's it for us on the cast. Now, we'll throw it to the desk to break down Game 5 in the set.
Game 5, a long set, Shelly. But we get here just on the cusp, at least for us, all being here 12 hours, people in production a little longer. The Ferrymen get to stand on top of this one, and it didn't always look like they were going to be the ones who were standing on top. There were some real shaky moments for them.
Oh, yeah.
Even going towards some of those last couple of fights, it didn't quite feel like they had it. And then some explosive moments. Suddenly the door's wide open for them. They can just run it down mid.
Yep, even during that last fight, I was leaning towards the Hounds for a bit. They were able to pull Baskin, get his ultimate down before the fight even begins. And I was like, oh, the Thor just teleported in. That's rough for the team fight. But then it just continues. And of course, the Ferrymen were able to find their clutch picks as well. I think Cyno really stepped up on this E-set. We are questioning if it was going to be the hard carry E-set that gets a lot going, that gets those aggressive plays early on, which I think he was able to find, of course. It was a relatively low kill count game, as you would expect, considering how some of these games have went recently. But the entirety of the Ferrymen deserve a round of applause here for sure. It's not easy to come back in a 5-game set. Gore actually did just circle his hands while doing so.
There's a visual aspect of that didn't
that's why I had to verbalize it, because I was like, there's no way anyone would have known you actually put your hands in a circle. Paul, the entirety of this set was popping off as you would expect. I got to give credit to Aror. I mean, the peel was on point. Man, it was a joy to watch, no doubt about it.
Paul unleashed. Game 4 was absolutely crazy. Honestly, Game 2 was kind of crazy from him as well. Hell, honestly, Game 3 was kind of crazy for him. If it weren't for that
literally-
comeback from the Hounds, it would have been wild.
I literally do not remember any of those games.
So 2 was the set, 3 was the Zhonghui.
Set. Oh yeah, he played that. They got banned for the rest of the thing. Yeah.
Because it was so good.
I remember that now.
3,
yeah.
he played Zhonghui, and the team did really well, almost won at 25 minutes, and then lost instead at 50.
At 50, right?
Yeah, and then 2 was the insane Hebo game, where he just, again, unleashed on everybody.
Right.
Feels good for the Ferrymen. Knows that they get to go forward. And now face the Warriors in the finals. A chance to do what no one has been able to do this year and defeat the undefeated. Take a team that has gone from formation to the finals of Masters through the first half of the year without dropping a single set. And the Hounds, though, it's not necessarily the end of the road for them. They get to play a little bit for money tomorrow. 3rd, 4th place match will be played between them and the Dragons. That one's going to be starting at 11 in the morning. And so for those of you who are keeping track, that's about 13 hours from now. So wherever you are, 13 hours is going to last the exact same amount of time. You know what kind of alarm to set to be here. And then right after that one, whenever that one finishes, we'll be jumping into the Warriors taking on the Ferrymen. And Trelly, we've done it, man.
We have.
We've crested the hill. We've eclipsed the sun.
Who would have thought?
Who'd have thought?
Not me. And we did make it. And I think I gave a lot of credit there to the Ferrymen because they won and they deserved it. But I think the Hounds put on
a hell of a show.
A hell of a show as well. Yeah, there was at times when I'm sure Chad as well was like, oh, we're leaning towards the Hounds, leaning towards the Ferrymen, back and forth. It doesn't go 5 without giving a little bit of question to both. But excited to see them both play tomorrow.
They looked good. Like you said, we're still going to get to see both of them. 3rd, 4th place match, again, 13 hours from now. A little bit later than that, finals will kick off with the Warriors taking on the Ferrymen. But from myself, from Trelly, everyone here in the studios, and of course at hi-rez Studios, we thank you so much for watching, for sticking through this long, long day with us. And we're going to be back to do it again all day tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned. We'll see you then.